Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was son of Superman and became the hero of tomorrow part 3. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter A New Ally. Toga. Someone like me, can I really be a hero? The question took the black-haired man by surprise, who knew nothing about the girl. Superman. I don't understand your question. The girl formed a smile and hugged her legs. Toga. My parents think I can't. Superman. Where are they? The girl laughed, missing Clark, before speaking again. Toga. I don't know, they just left me here. I think they were upset about what I did last night. Superman. Himiko, if you tell me where you live we can go with them, I'll talk myself and. But then the girl started crying harder, missing Clark. Toga. No, I don't want to go home, you can leave me here, but don't take me back, my parents think I'm a freak. The word alerted Clark, who immediately thought of his son and the way Bakugo or his friends referred to him from time to time. Superman. Himiko. Toga. I killed a bird and drank its blood. I think my quirk has something to do with that. I don't know why, but I feel it. I've always been attracted to her. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I am a phenomenon. The black-haired man looked at the girl with a mixture of thoughts in his mind. Toga. I used to want to be a hero, someone as amazing as you or Nanashimura. I wanted to be there for those who needed it, but if my quirk has to do with blood then I'll go crazy. I'll attack everyone. I'm no good at heroic work. Maybe I am a phenomenon. My parents tried to correct this. They taught me that the blood should stay inside the body, but the blows they gave me only made more blood come out. Now I don't know what is right and what is wrong. The black-haired man clenched his fists, unable to understand why someone would harm a little girl. How twisted must you be to believe that education with violence will solve things? Toga. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I know life is hard. That's why my dream was to enter a hero academy. I wanted a world where it was easier to live for everyone. The black-haired man looked at the girl with compassion. He didn't know how hard her life had been. The black-haired man took his cape and sat next to the girl, who was surprised by that. Superman. May I sit down? Toga was speechless, so the black-haired boy gave the girl a smile. Superman. You know, it's funny, since the quirks appeared the concepts of what is called normal have changed quite a bit. In the eyes of someone from the pre-quirk era we would all be weird, don't you think? Toga. But. Superman. I still have to confess I wasn't always like you see me today. To be honest, I used to be afraid of what I could do. I was afraid of the fact that before he discovered what I am. The girl looked at the black-haired man without believing what she heard. Toga. But you're Superman, the man of tomorrow, you're never supposed to be afraid. Superman. Haha, no, the truth is that even though I don't always show it, sometimes the fear is there, you know, the fear of not being able to help people, of failing the city, of becoming a danger, etc. etc. But this can't always be like this. All quirks are dangerous if we think about it. Now, regarding your possible fixation with blood, it makes sense that it is related to your quirk, but this shouldn't scare you. Look, what you did with the bird, it was wrong. Taking someone's life isn't right, Himiko, even if it's an animal. All lives are important to the world, but you shouldn't feel like a freak because of it. Learn from what you did wrong and strive not to repeat it. Killing marks us for life, little one, and someone as young as you shouldn't carry that mark yet. Toga. But what if that's not my destiny? My quirk, it's a curse, the blood. Superman. A quirk does not define us. Yes, it makes us unique, but you decide how to use it. Heroes were formed to help others, not to harm them. Toga. But what if I can't be a heroine? The black-haired boy smiled at the girl and looked towards the sun, then looked back at the blonde. Superman. Tell me, little one, despite your young age, what does it mean to you to be a hero? What is a hero? Toga. A hero? Superman. Yes. Toga. Saving people in need. Not being afraid and always being there for those in need. The black-haired man smiled and nodded slightly. Superman. Yes and no, like I told you, it's okay to be afraid. It keeps us focused and allows us to explore more options to be able to save people. But I feel that being a hero goes beyond that. Sometimes people think that being a hero is being more than others, and I feel that is not the case. We can all be heroes. We can all make a difference one day at a time. The hero is not there to be better but to inspire. Not because you are stronger or better at some things than the rest means that you are above them. In the world there will be people capable of doing things that we are not, and that does not mean that we have to worship them. The level of power is not the point. A hero is not a god among mortals. Heroes are people capable of making a difference, saving others. Taking your time to help someone does not have to be something for which you believe the world should kneel before you. Saving others is the right thing to do, that's why we do it. The woman looked at the man, who took a couple of seconds to think about his words. Superman. Having the power to kill someone doesn't mean we should do it, believe me, sometimes dialogue should come first, try to reason with our enemies, in the end brute force only generates pain, believing that violence is the solution is a wrong idea, in the end that ugliness that you think is the answer will scare you, listen Himiko, a hero can be anyone you know, you just have to have the courage to put the cape on your back. At that moment the black-haired man took off his cape and put it on the blonde's back, surprising her. Superman. Never give up, no one can tell us what we can or cannot do, we are the ones who set our own limits. At that moment the blonde, feeling the cape on her shoulders, began to cry inconsolably. Toga. I didn't want to feel pain anymore, I didn't want anything anymore, I didn't know how to feel, I laughed when I should have cried, I cried when nothing was wrong with me, my parents thought I was crazy, their blows distracted me from the pain, I thought I was okay, they were helping me not to feel weird, but the pain was too much, I understood that there was something wrong with me, I drank the blood of a classmate without him realizing it, it tasted good. I became addicted to its flavor, the blows increased, they called me monster, freak, I was afraid of myself. At that moment the girl lifted the sleeves of her blouse showing Clark multiple cuts on her arms, the black-haired man looked at the blonde feeling helpless for not having been there for the girl before. Toga. I tried to do it again and again, but every time I did it, the blood emerged and I had to lick it, if they found out I would feel bad, but in the end the blood fell more, and I liked that, but I wasn't happy, somehow I knew it wasn't right, maybe I am a phenomenon, I tried to kill myself, but I couldn't, maybe I'm too cowardly for that. The black-haired man, for his part, hugged the girl who began to cry again, now knowing what it was like to be sad, freeing and unlocking his mind. Superman. No, you're brave for not giving up, you know, it's admirable how despite everything that's happened to you, you stay here, maybe you tried, but if you failed it means that you still don't want to leave, yes, I know you've suffered, but believe me, things never stay as bad as they seem, I'm serious Himiko Toga, believe me, you're stronger than you think. The girl let out heart-rending cries, finally releasing the burden she had. The black-haired man stood up and helped the girl do the same. The girl wanted to return the cape to the Man of Steel, but he refused. Superman. It's cold, little one, use it, there's a long way to go. Toga looked up in surprise, seeing the black-haired man confused. Toga. Where are we going? Superman. We'll start with the path so you can see that in the end, even the thickest darkness can be defeated by the faintest light. The black-haired man smiled at the girl who followed her hero, people watched this with curiosity, without knowing one thing, that the black-haired man had saved countless lives with this small but significant action. The Kryptonian took Toga to an orphanage where she was welcomed with open arms. Toga was confused, she had never received affection from anyone, she never had help, and that was why she didn't know how to react. The black-haired man, deducing this, ruffled the girl's hair. Superman. I promise you'll be okay, believe me, the worst is over. The Kryptonian looked at the people in charge of the place and smiled at them. Superman. She's a good girl, take good care of her. The black-haired boy was about to leave, Toga gave him back the cape, Clark hung it on his suit, but before leaving the girl spoke to him again. Toga. And now what's next? Superman. Now follow your happiness, forge your path, be the hero you want to be, you will achieve it Himiko, I know you will. The black-haired man ruffled the girl's hair one last time and left the place. So finally and with a small action the darkness in the life of the little blonde ended who felt slightly confident, inspired, yes, there were some problems with her stay and with herself, but the girl did not give up, because now she knew, the heroes could still be trusted, Toga would not betray the trust they had placed in her, because in the end, the girl was sure that the day would come when she would become a heroine. On the other hand, the orphanage was located in Musatafu, so it was obvious what was imminently going to happen. So, without much delay, and almost as if fate had dictated it, the day arrived when Izuku and Shoto met the blonde. At first this was quite strange, everything, including the process as it happened, because Izuku was being bullied by Bakugo when Toga came to his aid. Apparently the children of the orphanage were taken to the park in the afternoons after their classes. This helped them feel more comfortable and free to express their emotions and concerns to their superiors, who knew that locking them up would be an attack on their freedom and would close them more in their emotions. This was why Toga, who was happily playing with a girl when hearing the insults, did not hesitate and ran to see if he could help. Upon arriving, she found Izuku who was ignoring Bakugo despite the fact that he continuously insulted him, and his followers threw stones at the green-eyed boy. Toga did not know when it happened, but from one moment to the next, she arrived where Izuku was, putting herself in the middle of the projectiles, preventing one of them from hitting the boy, but colliding with his forehead, causing a light line of blood to run down the wound. The blonde was tempted to clean it and suck it, but no. In the end her sense of responsibility had been greater than her instinct and her thirst. Toga. Leave him alone. Bakugo. And who do you think you are to tell me what to do? The blonde was on guard. One of the things she loved about her orphanage was that it had optional classes in addition to the regular ones to kill time. Against all odds, the blonde had taken up self-defense since there had already been 2 or 3 cases where they tried to beat her up for being the newbie. Himiko knew this. Maybe she wouldn't win against the blonde and his helpers, but if she could at least buy time for the boy to escape or for more help to come, then she would have won. For his part, Bakugo was laughing arrogantly. The boy was about to attack when he saw the girl's name which was on her sweater next to the name of the orphanage. At that moment the blonde began to laugh even more. Bakugo. Hahaha, and what do you think an orphan like you will do to me? Call her parents. Hahaha, I don't know who's more pathetic, you or that useless cowardly crybaby Deku that you protect. For his part, Izuku couldn't stand it when he heard this. The blonde could mess with him, in the end he didn't care, but offending others was a very different thing. The green-haired boy stood up straight and took a few steps to stand next to the blonde. Izuku. Stop right there Bakugo, I won't let you go too far with a girl. Bakugo for his part collided his fists making an explosion. Bakugo. Haha finally the nerd has pants. Izuku, for his part, was trembling slightly. The boy definitely didn't want to fight, but he didn't do this to face the blonde, but rather his goal was to buy time, so things would be more equitable. On the other hand, Toga looked at the green-haired man who already had a more confident air. Toga. Wasn't I supposed to be the one helping you? Izuku. Just wait. Toga. I don't think he's very patient. Bakugo. I'll show you in the orphan where your place is. Toga. Okay, now I want to hit him. At that moment the blonde smiled threateningly showing her fangs. The blonde was about to attack when suddenly and for the green-haired smile he heard a very familiar voice. Shoto. Hey Izuku. I'm here. Shoto Todoroki had arrived at the playground running as if he was in a hurry. Shoto. Sorry, the visit with my brothers went on longer than I thought, at least Fayumi helped me with my homework and… At that moment the bicolor looked at the blonde so putting his serious face he stood next to his friend. Shoto. Ah. So it's about him well, not every day could be perfect. Bakugo grumbled annoyed, the nerd wasn't alone, the blonde was sure that if it was just him he could win, but now he wasn't alone and he didn't know what the girl's quirk was so without having any other option he turned around. Bakugo. TCH what a piece of crap, at least now you have someone to protect your ass Deku, a team of freaks like you, an orphan and a burnt out, are a good pair for a useless person. And saying this the blonde left followed by his cronies but without knowing it Toga took the same stone that he had given to her and threw it back to the group of children, managing to hit the fool with a long face and stretchable fingers who turned around annoyed, but when he saw that his team had advanced quickly, he got scared and ran away. Toga, for her part, happily crossed her arms. Toga. Well, at least the noisy Pomeranian is gone. Todoroki. To be honest, he looks more like a chihuahua to me. He barks at everything. Izuku. Oh hey let's not be like him. The blonde, for her part, turned around to see the green-haired boy who had some scratches caused by the impacts. The thirst to see the child injured was strong, but the blonde's self-control was greater. Himiko had made a promise and she would not break it. Toga. Are you okay? Izuku. I think I should ask you that, you took a hard hit, you're bleeding. Toga. Don't worry, I'll be fine. At that moment the two-tone man took a Kleenex out of his pocket and handed it to the blonde. Todoroki. Here, clean up the blood, or they'll worry about you. The girl took the paper and wiped her forehead, then smiled at the two boys. Toga. Thank you, I'm Himiko Toga and you? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, it's my pleasure. Shoto. Shoto Todoroki, a pleasure. Toga. Likewise. Todoroki. So you're from the orphanage that's nearby? Toga. I'll guess, my lack of parents betrays me. Shoto. I was going to say the tag on your sweater. Izuku. Thanks for helping me. Toga. Well, it's not like their screams can't be heard haha. The blonde smiled showing her sharp fangs and making the green-haired boy nervous. The children talked a little until inevitably the blonde had to return to her group. The children also had to go to their homes, so they said goodbye, but knowing and promising that they would see each other more often. For Toga this had been a good thing because now she had more friends. The blonde went home, and when she arrived, she cleaned the wound on her forehead as well as explained the reason for it to her superiors who were not upset but congratulated the blonde for helping someone, although they also reprimanded her for wanting to hit people. The blonde smiled accepting the scolding and retired to her room where she proceeded to take a needle to prick her finger and suck the blood that came out of it. Which although it was minimal it did not matter because this was her escape method so she could keep her thirst calmed. It was like therapy for her and it kept those she loved safe, after all she had made a promise. On the other hand, the mixed-haired boy and the green-haired boy headed home calmly. Izuku. And how is everyone at home? Shoto. Well, everything is getting better and Tuya is close to graduating from UA. Izuku. That's great. The green-haired boy was moving forward quietly. A few days ago the mixed-haired boy began to go to his house from time to time, sometimes staying a day or two, but always returning to take care of his mother, who seemed to be better because on some occasions she had even gone out with Genji enjoying the city. On the other hand, the mixed-haired man looked at Izuku. Shoto. And how are you? Now why did Bakugo bother you? Izuku. I tripped when I tried to brake. Shoto. You still have problems with your speed. Izuku. Hey, this is harder than I thought. Shoto. You said the same thing about your icy breath. Izuku. Try to have my powers, soba face. The green-haired boy had already discovered his super speed, but as with all his other superpowers, this one was too difficult to control, causing the poor green-haired boy to crash into poles or fall to the ground for not knowing how to stop, which made Bakugo make fun of him even more. For his part, Shoto calmly took him by the shoulder. Shoto. Calm down, I know it's difficult, but take your time, you'll eventually get there. Izuku. It's been years and I still haven't learned to master all my skills. Shoto. Hey, nobody said it was easy being Superboy. Izuku. I'm starting to think I suck at being super. Shoto. Relax, we all suck at something. Izuku. How are you trying to control your fire? Shoto. Hey, that was a low blow. Izuku. If you keep trying to ignore it, you won't know how to use it when the time comes. Shoto. Stop lecturing me, I wasn't the one who fell to the ground because I couldn't run. Izuku. If you had my powers you wouldn't be making fun of me. Shoto. Okay, calm down, we have to get home first, do you still have homework to do? Izuku. No, I already finished it before you arrived, that's why I'm here. Shoto. I see, so you want to train a little. Let's see how fast you melt a piece of ice with your heat vision. Izuku. It's relative, it depends on how much power you use. Shoto. True, but if you use a lot of energy you go blind. Izuku. That's a good point, we'll see what to do. Shoto. Okay. So the pair of children continued moving forward until they reached their home, at least now they could say they had a new friend. As the days passed things seemed to go well for Izuku and Shoto, who got to know the blonde more to the point where they became best friends. The children did not have to ask about her past, there was never a need, and they did not really have to know. Toga for her part only said that she was helped by Superman, there would be time to tell her past in the future. But right now, in the present, the children were happy whenever they could, plus since the three of them were there it was very difficult for Bakugo to even get close. Over time the children got to know each other better. Toga witnessed Izuku's altruism and the heroism that friends brothers Todoroki and Midoriya had, in the same way she found out about the green-haired boy's quirkless state, which Toga understood was the reason why they made fun of him. But for her this was not a reason for anything more than bravery, because seeing how the green-haired boy did not give up despite having everything against him was admirable. In the same way the children learned about the girl's quirk which, as Toga thought, was connected to her fondness for blood, because by drinking another person's blood, she could become that same person for a period of time, varying depending on the amount of consumption. But what surprised them besides her quirk? Her attitude was unique, and that is that the girl was someone smiling and kind only with whoever she knew, but when she was upset or was about to fight, she showed a rude way of being. The girl smiled, even showing her fangs which were sharper than normal. But this did not matter to the children who never looked down on the blonde, in the end they were friends. Their meetings were only during the afternoon in the park, and since she belonged to the orphanage she couldn't go out whenever she wanted, although this didn't stop the girl from meeting Inko, Clark, Genji and Ray who were kind to the girl. Fortunately, the children's meetings would change by extending their schedule, and after a year, a few days after Izuku turned 9, Himiko was adopted by a relatively young couple who could not have children, so they decided to adopt the blonde. The new parents did not care about the blonde's quirk, and in the end, once the procedures were completed, they gave the love that a girl had given herself before to the blonde, who could now be more sure of herself and spend more time with her friends. Things would also change for Izuku, and with the discovery of his invulnerability, regeneration and super strength, things changed completely, and now he had to avoid Bakugo for longer, because now that he could not be harmed, he would be more suspicious. Clark, for his part, found himself in a predicament with the green-haired boy's training. It had to be more rigorous so that the freckled boy could control his power, since the Kryptonian could never forget the moment when he discovered that his son had developed his great strength. Flashback. Clark. I won't be long, I'll just go down, do the report, finish and we'll go to Katsuden, okay? Izuku. Haha yeah. The green-haired boy smiled at his father. The black-haired boy had been assigned to investigate a hardware store case, so taking advantage of the fact that he had taken the truck to work, he decided to pick up his son. The man got out of the vehicle and greeted the subjects who were standing there waiting for him. Clark thanked him and got in, waving goodbye to his son who began to make some notes in his hero notebook. The green-haired boy was making some notes regarding some new heroes like Death Arms and Backdraft. The two hadn't debuted long, so the information was scarce. The green-haired boy was quite comfortable riding because while it was raining outside, it was quite hot inside the truck, so Izuku had no problem, in fact, that had been one of the reasons for staying inside the vehicle and waiting for his father. Although the freckled boy's bad luck meant that this comfort could not remain that way, because from one moment to the next Bakugo was out of the truck, the blonde hit the glass making Izuku startle, who looked alerted at his former friend. The explosive boy had no consideration, and with a jerk opened the door to pull out Izuku, who threw his notebook in the truck. Crypto for his part began to bark, but Bakugo slammed the door, managing to hit the wolf in his nose. But that did not stop the animal, who continued making noises and barking furiously. Bakugo. You've been feeling a lot, haven't you, idiot? Deku. I don't know what you're talking about, Bakugo. Bakugo. What's wrong? You're not going to tell me you're scared. The blonde pulled Izuku, who tried to free himself from the bully's grip. Bakugo. You're not that tough without your freak friends, right, Deku? Izuku. I don't want to do that, Bakugo. Bakugo. Hahaha, I don't want to either. The blonde laughed mockingly and threw a punch that landed on the green-haired man's cheek, who was knocked down, falling onto the ground. Immediately, the blonde put his boot on Izuku's shirt, staining the Superman shield printed on it, and pushed him, causing him to slam into a fence that limited the space. Bakugo. Come on, nerd. Let's fight, what are you waiting for? Aren't you anything without your freaks protecting you? The blonde generated an explosion and was close to hitting the green-haired boy, causing him to step back, causing Bakugo to mock him, but without knowing that Izuku was starting to get upset. The green-haired boy could stand anything but insults to his friends. Izuku took a post that was part of the fence with force while frowning. Bakugo, for his part, leaned down and kicked Izuku again. Bakugo. What's wrong? What's with that face, idiot? Do you want to do something? Are you mad because I insulted your burned-out friend and that crazy orphan? What are you going to do about it, useless? The boy stood up, but Bakugo knocked him back to the ground with another punch. Bakugo. What? Is that all, idiot? Get up, Deku, come on, get up. The blonde was about to hit the boy again, but then one of the kids stopped him. This one was new, apparently the fat one had disappeared, but managing to stop the blonde made the same idiot with long fingers get in. Tiled. What? Why are you stopping him? The boy made the others turn their eyes, realizing that outside there were several hardware store workers, but that was not all, but Clark had also left. Apparently the noises that Crypto made in addition to Bakugo's explosion had attracted too much attention. Now the children were surrounded, and in that moment they all agreed on something: they had to leave. So without wasting time, Bakugo's gang left the place, leaving Izuku alone sitting on the ground. The boy was about to stand up when a shadow appeared in front of him, fearing that it was Bakugo ready to finish the job. The green-haired boy slowly looked up, meeting a thin boy with black hair and red eyes. The boy had approached Izuku and extended his hand to help him stand up. Izuku thanked them without saying a word, took the black-haired boy's hand and stood up. Are you okay? The black-haired boy asked this, to which Izuku only nodded slightly. The boy gave a slight smile and left the place. Apparently he had sharp teeth like those of a shark. The boy had left, but at that moment the green-haired boy saw his father approaching, so he lowered his head. The black-haired man arrived with his worried son, but seeing his annoyed face, he knew that something more than what he had seen had also happened. Clark. Are you okay, Izuku? Did he hurt you? The green-haired man just shook his head in annoyance. His invulnerability worked better, so he didn't respond with anything other than the truth. Izuku. You know he can't. It was true, the black-haired man had already realized that his son's invulnerability had begun to strengthen, but he still couldn't avoid the question. He was his son after all, and the question had another meaning which Clark had to emphasize. Clark. No, I didn't mean that, are you okay? The green-haired boy saw his father and wiped the dirt from his face. Izuku. The insult to Toga and Shoto, this time he went too far. Now I wanted to hit him, I really wanted to. Clark. I know you do, but… Izuku. Then why couldn't I? Sigh, I should do it, let me do it at least just once. Maybe I don't have your strength or enough to put him in his place, or I can't jump so high that he faints from the speed, but you taught me how to fight, just let me do it once please, Dad. The black-haired man pulled his hair back, adjusted his glasses, and breathed. Clark. You know, if I'm honest, part of me did want you to hit him. It's not satisfying for a parent to see their child get hit, but tell me, if you could do it, would you feel better? And I want the truth, don't lie to me, Izuku. The black-haired man looked at his son who, after thinking about it with a cool head for a couple of seconds, responded with heaviness. Izuku. No, I don't think so. Clark. You know it, son, we both have the strength, and I've told you before, it's not for us to show off like a trophy. If we are heroes, then we have to do things right, the right way. Izuku just looked at his father attentively, but the black-haired man hugged his son, patting him on the arms with his palms. Clark. These are the kinds of things that shape us, son. One day, the time will come when you will have to decide what kind of man you will become, because whoever that man is, good or bad, he will change the world. Izuku. The green-haired man looked at his father a little more. Clark. I'm done here, you go to the truck, you're getting wet, I'll just get my notebook and we'll go get the food. The green-haired boy nodded and headed to the truck. On the other hand, the black-haired boy saw the tube that Izuku had been holding onto and found that it was deformed by a surprising force. The Kryptonian looked at his son who got into the truck hugging Crypto. Clark was just thankful that Izuku hadn't decided that hitting Bakugo would have been a good idea, or they would both have had a lot of explaining to do. Clark. Yes, you will change the world, son. Once he did everything the man had said, he arrived home where he spoke with his wife. Izuku needed training or a broken glass would be the least of his problems. Flashback ends. Time passed and the day arrived when Izuku turned, only 5 more years, and the boy would have to decide which academy he would study. But something that Clark noticed was that Izuku was a little sad, so thanks to his father's instinct, the man did not hesitate and went up the stairs to get to his son's room. Clark. Izuku. Izuku. Hello dad. Clark. Is everything okay, son? Izuku. No, actually the truth is that I feel weird. Clark. What's up son? Izuku. It's just that I don't know pa, it's difficult, sometimes I don't know if I'm capable of doing what you do. Clark. Son. The black-haired man sat on the bed next to his son and stroked his hair. Clark. You know you don't have to be like me son, you are you and we've already talked about that, the world would change when it knows what you can do and achieve, there are things that I don't know about this world, about this universe, but now I know that you are the answer to the big question, whether they are alone in the universe, I don't count, because I'm not even from here but you are, and you are the answer to whether human beings are alone in the width of the universe. Half of your heritage is that answer. Izuku. But I don't want to be one. Clark. And I don't blame you son, sorry for putting such a big burden on you, and it would be worse for anyone, but you are not just anyone Izuku, I don't know if it exists here, but you have my title son, when I'm not here you will be the last son of Krypton, and believe me, you will achieve amazing things. Izuku started to sob as he hugged his father. Izuku. No I can't pretend that I'm just your son. Clark. Hehe Izuku you are my son, and no one can take that away from us. The black-haired man stroked his son's hair, smiling. He knew that the time had come for those words that would mark his son's life. Clark. You know don't be afraid of the future son. Izuku. But. Clark. Listen. I've told you multiple times about the reason for our powers, haven't I? Izuku. Yes. Clark. Okay then I must tell you the truth, son. The green-haired man looked at his father who looked up at his neck to breathe calmly. Clark. You know it's something I didn't tell you because even I wasn't entirely sure, but the truth is, son there's a reason why your powers are so strong or manifested with power. The green-haired man continued with his look of confusion, totally puzzled by what his father was saying. Clark. I discussed this with your mother, and we both agreed that until there was more evidence, it would only remain a theory. You see Izuku, your molecular structure, the cellular one is denser than the rest of the population, even mine, you can absorb and metabolize sunlight much better. At first I thought it was normal, that it was due to your youth, but now I know that is not the case. At that moment Izuku opened his eyes and looked at his father who looked at him seriously. Clark. Izuku I don't like to say this like this, but your Kryptonian side is much bigger than your human side. Izuku looked at his hands and touched his face, then. Izuku. Pa, I don't understand, I've never doubted you, but if what you say is true so that's the reason. Is that why I'm so different? Clark. Izuku I told you before, we on Earth get our energy from the sun, but you're different from me, the sun of this Earth is younger than the one on my Earth, and obviously than Krypton, your cells as I mentioned absorb its radiation, much better strengthening your muscles, your skin and your senses, the gravity here, like that of my world, is weaker, but the atmosphere is more nutritious son, I have to be honest with you, you've grown here in a way that I didn't expect, Izuku. You'll be stronger than I ever imagined, but don't be afraid of that, that's what we train for, and if you want to know more about your power, then you have to keep going, the only way to know how strong you'll be is to continue testing your limits. The green-haired man looked in amazement at his father who spoke again. Clark. You know you will travel far my little Izuku, but I will not abandon you, and even in the face of death, the richness of my life will be yours, everything I have, what I feel, what I have learned, all this and more I bequeath it to you my son, you will take me with you, all the days of your life, you will make my strength yours, you will see my life through your eyes, and I will see yours through mine, the son becomes a father and the father becomes a son that is all I can give you my little Izuku. Dad. Clark. You will achieve something that I could not in this world, son, you will give people an ideal to which they can aspire, they will follow you, they will stumble and fail, but in time, they will join you in the sun Izuku, in time, you will help them achieve wonders. The black-haired man hugged his father, who rested his chin on the green-haired man's head, hugging him tightly. Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't say anything else, but it wasn't his fault because, without knowing it, the boy had one last conversation with his father. Izuku practiced longer, now he was more motivated by the words of his father, the boy had a little more control of his powers, at least now that he knew his limits he could draw a line, his heat vision, his icy breath, he was able to hide all of this well, he even discovered that his heat vision was linked to his emotional ones, sometimes his annoyance caused it to turn on involuntarily, the green-haired boy only had to breathe a little, calm his heart, and soon his vision returned to normal. The only relatively negative point was that his super strength made everything more complicated, the boy was more afraid, because now the slightest pressure exerted could shatter a glass, at least the boy was invulnerable, or else he would have many cuts, although his mother was not so happy at all, since they had to buy more glasses every day, but not everything was so bad, because Izuku was not alone, the boy with the help of his father, managed to lower the level of force used. Over time the glasses stopped being destroyed, only having a few cracks after a few uses, the same thing happened with the spoons which even bent were still useful, it took months, but Izuku managed with the help of his family to hide the enormous power that seemed to have no clear limit. On the other hand, at least the boy was not alone now because in addition to having his father he also had his best friend, so with Shoto's help, the boy had a more bearable training, even the bicolor helped him control his super strength with the help of his ice, Izuku also achieved better control of his heat vision, using the icy structures that Shoto made, because with this, he managed to control the thickness of the heat ray, as well as its intensity. Managing to melt the ice in seconds or on the contrary, just make a drawing on it or pierce it without more. Shoto also witnessed the negative consequences of Izuku breaking his limit, which was his momentary blindness, his fever, as well as his lack of breathing and his physical exhaustion, so Shoto had to suppress his best friend. Shoto. Hey, relax a little, Super Broccoli. If you keep overexerting yourself, you'll only need to rest more than you train, and in the end, you won't learn anything. Izuku. I'm already 10 years old Shoto, I'm 5 years away from entering the UA, and if I use my heat vision on a powerful beam I'll be momentarily blinded, if something like that happens on the battlefield, I'll be a hindrance to my teammates. Shoto. We are not professional heroes yet, it is okay to practice our powers, but we do not have to go to the extreme either. Izuku. I know it's just that honestly Shoto, these powers, everything they can do and what I have yet to discover. Shoto. I know, it's a lot of pressure, but believe me, you're doing well, you just have to rest a little between each training, so as not to overload yourself, just look at this, at first you told me that the sounds made it impossible for you to sleep, now you can write your name on solid ice without a problem, maybe we would just have to correct your handwriting but it is understood that you do not have a pencil. Izuku. I don't know if you're trying to help me or just making fun of me. Shoto. A bit of both, you know, if I didn't bother you I wouldn't be a good friend. The bicolor gave his best friend a sarcastic smile that Izuku understood. Izuku. Thanks, at least you don't hit me like Bakugo. Shoto. Hahaha, if you're a masochist I could try it. Izuku. I'm better with your simple humor. Shoto. Haha, the truth is that if I say this Izuku it's because you should see that there is a change in you, you can't compare yourself with your 5, 6 or 7-year-old version, much less with your 4-year-old one, you have advanced, yes, maybe you still don't fully control your heat vision, but at least now you can heat your coffee without piercing the cup. Izuku. That only happened 3 times. Shoto. Actually there were 5, taking into account the time when you were sleepy and wanted to try your father's trick. Izuku. Right, I didn't remember that. Shoto. See. That's what I'm getting at. Besides, your invulnerability means that Bakugo's attacks don't alarm me as much as they would when we were younger. Izuku. Well, he also doesn't attack me like before, at least now he just mocks me. Shoto. Well, it's not like he had any other choice. After all, you're not alone now, you're welcome, by the way, you have Himiko and me to help you. Izuku. That's true, but hey, speaking of which, wasn't Himiko going to get home? At that moment the bicolor boy's face paled. Shoto. That's right, let's go. Izuku. Good time to remember you, soba face. Shoto. I wasn't the one who stayed to talk, now run, I don't want him to hit us again. Izuku. I'll apologize later, Crypto, time to go. Hearing this, the wolf returned to his owner and the 3 began to run to go home. Shoto. It's not fair that you use your speed. Izuku. How else can I practice? Shoto. You know, you're a real pain when you put your mind to it. The green-haired boy smiled and continued running followed by his best friend and his dog until they arrived at his house where the blonde was already waiting for them and as the 2-colored boy had already warned, she greeted them with a hit on the head each before the green-haired boy took out his keys to enter his home, followed by his friends. Toga. You guys really have no sense of punctuality, do you? Shoto. Rubbing his head. Wow, you don't have to be so aggressive with us Himiko if you want to practice, believe me that Bakugo is a good punching bag. Izuku. I agree with Shoto well, except for the violence. Toga. Honestly, I don't know why you've never landed a good hit on Bakugo. Izuku has trained with your father and with us, at least, you should be able to return a couple of hits. Izuku. Honestly, I prefer to try to reach a peaceful solution and reason rather than fight, even restraining him would be a good idea. Toga. You could contain him by knocking him out, believe me, it's not rocket science. The blonde was about to give an example of how she could do this using Shoto as a test dummy, but the bicolor, predicting this, moved away from the blonde. Shoto. Don't even think about it, Himiko, but I agree with you, Izuku, you can't just let him get away with it all the time. Izuku. Hey, he's been doing this since he was, just because I can fight him doesn't mean he'll stop bothering me. Toga. But if he thought twice before messing with you, understand that you are my best friend, I worry when someone wants to hurt you. Shoto has his expressionless face and his eyes that helps him a lot, and I don't mean that being quirkless makes you weaker than any of us, but it does mean that you shouldn't let others treat you like trash, Izuku. The girl approached the green-haired boy and hit him on the shoulder, while worriedly trying to make her best friend understand. Yes, that was the blonde. Generally Himiko had a positive attitude that many people could consider bordering on childish, but when the situation required it, she could get quite serious, even being more mature for her age. Her friends attributed this to how her life was because equally they, although to a lesser extent, had lived similar things that had made them realize some things. Himiko was someone who cared about her friends, she knew how to defend herself quite well, and also had a certain fondness for fighting when they made her angry. The blonde was someone to be careful of, and it was for this reason that, like Shoto, she had a plea agreement with Bakugo with whom she was close to fighting on several occasions, being stopped by her friends. The green-haired man, for his part, just smiled, thanking the blonde for her support. Izuku. Haha, thanks Himiko, but believe me I'm fine, but if it makes you feel calmer, the day I hit Bakugo you'll be the first to know, okay? Toga. Haha, it's okay. Shoto. And you want to watch a movie? I think your mom will be a little late getting back, Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, I think so, but what about yours, Shoto? It seems like we're the only ones in the house. Shoto. I think today was your date with the old man. Izuku. Really? I thought it was tomorrow. Toga. Whatever day it is, the good thing is that everything is already going for the better. Shoto. I think so. Izuku. Well, at least now you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Shoto. It's not like I have any choice, by the way, should we watch a movie? Izuku. It's not like we can do many things while we wait. Toga. True, the movie is good, come on Greenie. Izuku. Haha, it's weird that you say that to me, but well, I guess by unanimous decision the movie will be the activity of the day. What do you want to see? Shoto. Does this sound like something from Aliens to you? The green-haired boy looked at his best friend without saying anything. Toga. What do you think of War of the Worlds? Izuku. I'll pass, the girl's screams always give me a headache. Shoto. I agree with the bush hair. Toga. Signs. Izuku. Much better. Shoto. In any case, we can put The Sixth Sense, maybe it's by M. Night Shyamalan. Izuku. You just want to say the child's dialogue. Shoto. Hey, it's the only thing people remember that movie for, it became something iconic like John Hammond's Welcome to Jurassic Park. Izuku. Don't you dare compare Jurassic Park to The Sixth Sense. The children were about to get into an argument until both received a blow from Toga, who had thrown a cushion at them, stopping them. Toga. What do you say we stop fighting and watch Independence Day? Resurgence. Izuku. Roland Emmerich's first sequel. Shoto. And the perfect example of how not to make a sequel. Toga. Come on, don't be picky, besides it's not that bad if you watch it just to get rid of boredom. Izuku. We never said it was bad, just that it was poorly done. Shoto. The difference is very subtle but it exists. Toga. Make up your mind, do you want to watch that one or Birds of Prey? The children looked at each other and without thinking twice they put on the sequel to that movie. Izuku quickly went to the kitchen and using his heat vision, he heated the popcorn and using his ice breath to a minimum, he cooled the sodas and took the glasses to his friends to watch the movie. At the first hour of the movie Izuku's parents returned home, greeting the children in a friendly manner and letting them continue with the movie. The day continued until just when the night was falling over the city the blonde's parents stopped by for her. They had no problem letting the little girl hang out with the green-haired and the bicolor since they adopted her. She told them about her friends. It wasn't long before her new parents went to meet Clark, Inko and Ray, with whom they managed to get along. Toga didn't live very far from the Midoriya house, so there was no problem with her going to their house from time to time. Anyway, life was good. Ray was even planning to visit her children at home, and the children would occasionally go to the Midoriya house to visit their mother. Apparently the Todoroki family was quite kind and respectful to Midoriya, thanking her for everything she had done for their mother. Fayumi had gotten along well with the duo of children friends of her younger brother, even helping them with their homework when they had doubts. Apparently the only daughter of the Todoroki marriage had the ambition to become a teacher, and in view of everyone, this would not be complicated for the teenager who always managed to make the children understand her subjects. On the other hand, Natsuo had intentions of becoming a doctor, and Giantuia had encouraged him to be a hero. But apparently for the white-haired man, this was not in his plans, because he preferred to be helping people directly. Last but not least, Tuia was already a full-fledged professional hero. The boy had graduated a year after he graduated and now worked alongside his father, went by the heroic name of Ashes, which made sense since his fire was so powerful that only ashes remained when he used it. The boy's suit was of great support to contain the immense heat that the red heat emanated, in the same way that he could regulate his temperature, preventing him from getting hurt with overexertion. In addition to being a kind of reference tribute to his father in a reddish-orange color with blue, both families were proud of the young man, and Izuku did not take long to make a detailed analysis of his best friend's older brother, who was surprised by how detailed the child was. Tuia, surprised, congratulated the boy. Tuia: "Hahaha, this is great, man, this is an excellent analysis. I didn't think something like this could be possible. Good job, Izuku, I'm sure you'll be a great hero, haha." The Redeed was someone kind but also somewhat mocking, and sometimes he enjoyed bothering his brothers, including the green-haired one, since he also considered him family. So the days passed until finally, and as mentioned before, one Friday morning Genji arrived at the Midoriya home. The fire hero in his civilian facet entered the home where he had breakfast with his friends and wife, unable to refuse Inko's invitation, because she knew that the angry green-haired girl was serious. Once this was done, she helped Rei to take down a small suitcase for her and Shoto, because the white-haired girl decided that she would spend the weekend in her old home. She would return on Monday afternoon after picking up her son. Inko was amazed by this because she knew that her best friend was ready to resume her normal life. It took almost 5 years, but in the end things really worked out. The Midoriya family watched as the Todoroki couple and their son left the house after saying goodbye to all the members, even Crypto. Clark: "Well, on one hand I'm glad to see that you both really made things work, but on the other hand I think I'm going to miss you both, lol." Inko: "I think we got used to being with them for so long that now the house feels a little empty." Izuku: "Yes." Clark: "You told Himiko that Shoto was leaving today, right son?" Izuku: "Yes, she said goodbye to him yesterday because her parents will be leaving the city this weekend. They want to take her to her grandparents who live in Tokyo." Clark: "I'm glad the girl is finally better." Inko: "Well, you had partly to do with that. Honey, only God knows what would have happened if she had continued alone." Clark: "Well, she's a little girl, she decided to let him help her, she had the motivation to be better, I think that speaks well of her, the psychological help they had at the orphanage was a great help." Izuku: "Now I have no one to play with." Clark: "And we don't count, son." Izuku: "Well yes, but they are always busy." Inko: "Well, that's true, but you know what? This is going to be a family weekend. What do you say you get dressed up and we go to the woods for a while?" Izuku: "Really?" Clark: "I guess taking a break won't hurt. I'll call work and ask for the day off. I just hope they don't get upset. I'll also tell Nana to cover for me. The robot that Nezu made to help me with my identity is quite useful. It can't fight, but it works well. At least people won't know that Superman took the day off, haha." The green-haired boy got excited and quickly went up to his room to get ready, while Inko, helped by Clark, made some snacks for a picnic. The green-haired boy got down so that his parents could get ready now. Crypto also looked excited, wagging his tail happily, and when everything was ready he was the first to go out towards the truck. The wolf sat next to Izuku, and the family went to the indicated place where they spent a good day. The family played a little. Clark picked up his son and started running with him, while Izuku made a flying pose. Inko took several photographs of the tender moment as well as many others. Without a doubt this was a kind day, and definitely one they would never forget. The green-haired boy played a little with his dog, throwing the ball for the dog to bring it back, until a little confident when he saw that there was no one around, he threw the ball with a little more force, which, despite not being enough to attract attention, was enough to make both of them lose sight of it. Crypto chased the ball, but when he saw that it didn't fall, he stopped and turned to see his owner, who shrugged his shoulders. Izuku: "I'm sorry Crypto, I'll buy you another one later." The wolf just returned, resigned to not getting his toy. A few more moments passed until the afternoon told them that they had to return home, so after cleaning and putting away their things, making sure not to leave trash or anything forgotten, they got into their vehicle to go home. Clark bought Katsudon to go, and so they arrived home. Izuku served his dog water and food, which Crypto was quick to devour with gratitude. The family watched a movie sitting on the couch calmly. Yes. The absence of the Todoroki family was noticeable, but at the same time there was peace. The night was about to arrive, the last rays of the sun were filtering through the window. Izuku for his part, saw this, still impressed, remembering everything he knew about himself. The green-haired boy returned his attention to his drawing, which he had been doing for days. It was something simple, his father and when he was a professional hero. The green-haired boy had a suit similar to his father's with some modifications, the main one being the shield, and even though it showed the usual diamond shape, the S was different. Izuku also put his mother in the drawing, and even though the green-haired girl was not a professional hero like her father, for Izuku, this did not matter because in the end, it was both of them who had helped him grow and not be afraid of himself. The green-haired boy was giving some details to his suit when something or someone knocked on the front door hastily. The boy immediately stood up while the eldest of the family approached the door and opened it, letting Nana in, who looked quite agitated, and she even looked scared. Clark. Nana, what's wrong? Nana. Clark is coming, he's going for revenge. Clark opened his eyes in surprise as he immediately knew who it was. Clark. Is he after you? Nana. No, she's going for Toshinori, she wants what he has. Clark. What? It was the first time Izuku saw his godmother act like that. Usually the black-haired girl was always calm, kind, always smiling, only being harsh when she was angry. Neither Izuku nor Inko understood what was happening, but then using his super hearing, Izuku managed to hear something that without knowing it would take him to a bigger world. Nana. All for One wants to kill and steal One for All from Almight. The child looked puzzled, repeating the strange names in a whisper. Izuku. Whispering All for One and One for All. Clark. Wants to steal what? Nana. I'll explain it to you on the way, it's a secret I've kept hidden for years, but if we want to live you'll have to know. The black-haired man couldn't doubt his best friend, the beating of her heart, her voice, everything showed that the woman was totally serious. Clark. Okay, I'll call Genji for backup and… Nana. No. We can't involve more people. This is just between Gran Torino, Tashi, you and me. I trust you, Clark. Clark. I have to do it, Nana, at least to be the support in the back line. We don't know if this guy comes alone. If you want to keep the secret safe we will, but we have to be more if we want to win. Nana. Toshinori doesn't want to talk to me anymore. When I stopped their fight a long time ago it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Clark. I know and I'm sorry about that. Nana. But that doesn't matter now, Clark, if you face him you'll just die, we have to go now. The black-haired man didn't wait any longer, in a blink of an eye he disappeared and reappeared with his suit on. Clark. Okay, let's go there. The black-haired man turned to see his family and smiled at them. Clark. I have to go, sorry, I know I said it would be a family day but… Inko approached her husband and kissed him and then caressed his cheek. Inko. Evil never rests, I'm waiting for you here my love, please take care of yourself. The black-haired man just nodded and I saw his son who stood up. Clark. Well son, at least we got to play a little haha. Izuku. Do you really have to go? Clark. Well, your Aunt Nana is very nervous so yes, I have to go, besides we already talked about this is our job champion, we don't leave anyone alone, even if they are one of our own, sometimes even heroes need help. Izuku. Dad. Clark. Calm down, I'll be back, don't forget, I'm the man of steel haha. The black-haired man stroked his son's hair and stood up. Clark. Well, time's running out, so until I get back, you're in charge. Understand. But no sleeping in, brush your teeth and go to bed. Tomorrow we'll go to the fair. Take care of your mom, be the hero of the house, and above all, be a good son. The green-haired boy nodded, smiling at seeing his father being a hero. The pair of black-haired men approached the door ready to leave. Inko reached her husband and gave him a kiss full of love. Inko. You have to come back early for dinner. Clark. Haha, I'll be back, I promise. The black-haired man kissed his wife and caressed her cheek as he rose. Inko. I love you, Clark. Clark. I love you too, Inko. The black-haired man said this with a smile and quickly left the place, taking Nana with him. A hero never rests. Clark made the call to Genji, who was not upset but on the contrary called his entire agency to provide support. Curiously, that night the index of villains rose. It was as if suddenly all the villains, even if they were minor, had agreed to attack, but soon the media were alerted of something else. Superman, All Might, Nana Shimura and Gran Torino were in a remote corner of the city, police helicopters, and the media were sent there because it was a more important story. Initially it had been said that the villain Toxic Chainsaw was the one the symbol of peace was fighting, but this was wrong, because if it were him, he would not need the intervention of so many heroes. Immediately Clark's boss also called him, to which he quickly answered and using his identity as the civilian Clark Kent accepted the job of going to the area. The heroes were quick to arrive and find themselves face to face with All for One. Shortly before, during the journey, the woman had no choice but to tell her best friend the story of that great power that had marked several generations. For someone else this would have been difficult or almost impossible to believe, but Superman was not just anyone, so accepting the truth of the story he nodded his head, understanding the reason for Nana's terror and comprehending the magnitude of things. Insert the All for One theme and continue reading. Now both saw the most dangerous villain in all of Japan who wore an elegant suit, had short white hair, his features were strong and imposing, despite the shadow that would cover his face. The man looked up and saw the heroes, as well as Almight who was already coming back ready to continue fighting. The blonde had previously received a blow to the stomach which had moved him away quite a bit. All for one seeing this created a large ball of energy and pointed it towards the residential area that surrounded them. Superman approached quickly to see this, but his enemy was faster and shot destroying everything. A huge explosion left the place where they were standing turned to ashes, buildings were destroyed, people were reduced to their pure bones, the heroes were pushed away by the shock wave, but Superman who was in the air, managed to recover quickly, and seeing what the villain had done he got quite upset. The hero would not allow him to do something like that again, not even moving forward, so without hesitation, he threw himself at the villain, landing a few meters from him, making the ground rumble. Clark did not notice, but even All for One was surprised by the strength that the Kryptonian showed. Once he came out of the slight surprise, the man smiled and spread his arms. Clark and White began to advance against the villain. All for One. Did you like what I did with the place? Clark angrily clenched his fists as he looked at the corpses of the people. Superman. I see the work of a madman. For their part, the Kryptonians' allies and All Might stood up, recovering from the damage in themselves, surprised by what the man had done. All Might. He went really crazy. Nana. No, he wanted to show his power. Back with Superman, All for One was still calm despite Superman's presence and noticeable annoyance. All for One. Oh yeah. Wow, and I thought you'd understand my point. Superman, for his part, approached All for One, who, despite his smile, did not back down. All for One. You and I are not so different, Superman, just look at the cracks you made when you landed. We both have great power, but unlike you I know how to use it. Superman. You're just a villain, a megalomaniac, and a convenient psychopath. You're not like me. All for One. You know I don't think so. You and I could be partners, not enemies. Just think about it, we are both gods in this world, unattainable creatures that shouldn't even exist. Maybe, the only difference between you and me, if there is one, is that I don't have to hold back. I gain more power as I advance, and you instead use all your power to get a kitten down a tree. Superman. You're just a bizarre version of me, you acquire all the power and knowledge of the world, but instead of improving or saving it, you use it for your own personal benefit. All for One. So what is this? An eternal rivalry? Sorry, I've already set the archenemy spot aside. The villain smiled as Clark moved forward determinedly and waited for his companions to arrive at the battle. They did not stop and decided to advance to support their partner. All Might looked at his teacher, knowing that he had to fight seriously if he wanted to win. Clark, for his part, was in front of All for One as his companions arrived, but what the black-haired man would say would make All Might distance himself even further from his teacher. Superman. You won't get one for all and you won't kill anyone else. All Might opened his eyes in surprise and turned to look at his teacher, incredulous at what he heard. All Might. Did you tell him? But the brunette didn't have time for explanations, so she didn't answer the question. Clark for his part was ready for anything that came his way. Embed the theme song You Die or I Do from Man of Steel and read on. All for One. You know, speaking of killing, now that I think about it, you stopped me from killing Nana Shimura a while back. I usually never get upset, but that was my perfect opportunity to do some damage, but you know something? I'm going to return the favor. At that moment the villain created a sphere of energy which hit the Superman's body, throwing him several meters back. All for One. Are you going to try to stop me? Nana ignited her one for all embers. If she was going to spend them, it would be in this fight, even if it cost her life. All Might for his part did the same while Gran Torino was preparing to use his jet at full power. The fight began. Nana made use of the speed that the quirk gave her and launched herself against All for One who was already waiting for her. The villain raised his fingers and they began to lengthen, turning black with red lines, grabbing the black-haired girl by the neck. But before she could use her attack she had to dodge a kick that was going directly to the back of her head from Gran Torino. Nana's attack had only been a decoy, but it was not effective because the monster raised a large rubble which covered it and managed to grab the white-haired hero by the neck. All for One. I don't even know why you bother fighting, there's nothing special about you. Gran Torino. Smiling, I made you turn around, didn't I? The villain changed his confident smile, but before he could do anything All Might arrived at his side thanks to his incredible speed and hit him in the side that made the villain release the blonde superiors. All Might. Hahaha, what's going on? You didn't expect that. Leave them alone, your fight is with me and I'll win, you know why? Because I'm here. The blonde showed a confident smile while bumping his fists. The villain stood up as if nothing had happened, surprising the blonde who expected him to look damaged but couldn't think much about it because the monstrous villain lifted various debris and threw them at All Might, although the blonde also prepared to counter this. All Might. Detroit smash. The furious blow shattered the debris, creating a large air current. For his part, Superman had returned to the fight, checking that his friends were okay. Nana. Don't worry about us, go help Almight or. Superman. That won't happen while I'm here. Gran Torino. So stop wasting your time with some old guys and go. Superman looked at his companions, gritting his teeth, making his decision. For his part, the blonde had launched himself against his enemy again, the strength he had was capable of simulating a flight, and he quickly collided with the villain, generating a strong air pressure, although without a specific winner, since neither gave in. Almight. You're going to pay for everything you've done. All for one. Your fight is with me. All for one. Don't think so much, kid. At that moment the white-haired man generated a strong current of air, which was able to throw All Might far away. Nana saw this worried, but Superman managed to catch him flying towards him with speed. The black-haired man had managed to hold All Might well, and once he did this, he went down to leave All Might on the ground. All Might. This doesn't change anything. But at that moment that didn't matter to the black-haired man who set his goal to defeat the white-haired man. Superman. And I don't expect him to. Superman quickly flew towards the villain, and he launched another air current, but Clark stopped seeing this. He took a breath and blew towards the attack, generating a small tornado which crossed and hit All for One in the face, causing him to crash into a building. Nana. All Might, I know you don't like it, but if we want to win then we'll have to fight together. For his part, Superman was staying in the air while he saw how the smile on All for One's face remained, and after a few seconds it turned into laughter. All for One. Haha, how funny, I managed to withstand a hit from All Might and now one from you. I think I was wrong. We're not equals, I'm stronger than you. Superman. You think too much. But then someone shouted in the distance. All Might. Shut up. At that moment the blonde suddenly appeared throwing a punch which the villain was able to stop almost without problems, but this was not the only attack, because Gran Torino managed to give him a great kick in the stomach, while Nana did the same on his back, managing to make him fall suddenly. Nana. Did it work? Superman. We have to be alert for any eventuality. All Might. Nonsense, we have to finish it now. The blonde who was being held by his teacher managed to free himself and throwing a punch in the air he headed towards the villain. Superman. Wait All Might. All Might. I'll finish you off. But the blonde didn't wait, he threw himself with force, managing to land a blow that generated a current of air. Clark got down and approached, seeing that the villain had made a force field, preventing the blow from touching him. His suit was broken in some sections, but the villain still smiled. All for one. Finish me off. Haha, what a wonderful joke. You can't even hold your position. You were defeated by a stranger. You're the one chosen as the symbol of peace only because Superman didn't want it. Still, do you think you can win? All Might. Shut up. The villain turned off the force field, causing the hero's fist to fall limply against his forehead. All for one. Haha, now I remember I always heard those words when any of you tried to fight me, even my brother. What a shame all the carriers turned out to be, especially your teacher. She had resigned herself to die just to save your miserable and useless life. She was going to sacrifice herself for nothing. What a pathetic way to die. All Might. Shut up. The blonde raised his arm ready to strike again with all his strength, but All for One took advantage of this distraction to create a large amount of energy. Clark saw this and without hesitation, began to fly with speed towards the blonde. Superman. Move. All for one. Die. Nana. All Might. The villain's arms released black and red rays, the villain's entire body began to release energy, it swelled completely, but before it exploded, Superman managed to push the blonde receiving the energy attack, causing the black-haired man to let out a cry of pain, because despite his invulnerability, the attack was strong enough to destroy entire places. The black-haired man flew while feeling an indescribable pain. Clark knew that this was not due to the blow from the villain, but something else. Superman rolled a few meters on the ground and slowly stood up only to fall to his knees. The black-haired man looked at his hands which were shaking. Now he understood, the attack hurt, but what he felt next was a blow. But not just anyone, the Kryptonian had felt a blow from Doomsday. The black-haired man looked everywhere, but the monster was not there. Clark was confused, but then he felt a tingling in his hands. The Kryptonian looked down at his limbs which they disappeared and suddenly appeared, although with slight interference, like what can be seen on television when it loses signal or is damaged. The body of the last son of Krypton began to release remains of the energy from the attack. His vision blurred a little, but when he recovered it, he saw fragments images that he never thought he would see again. In his visions his friends appeared, his world. Clark saw Bruce, Diana, Lois. Clark blinked, unable to believe this, but after a few seconds, his normal vision returned to him as he listened to how things on the battlefield continued to get worse. The heroes fought against the villain, but failed to do significant damage. Gran Torino. Shimura. Listen, we can't even hit him head on. This bastard has more quirks than we think. He's more skilled this time. Nana. So what do you suggest? Gran Torino. We have to keep going, but we have to be cautious and smart. Clark heard this, his body was still shaking, and even his suit was damaged, but he would not give up without helping his friends. Superman. Thinking. I promised I'd come home. Himiko is waiting for me, there's no choice. I'll distract him, you attack when you can. The message was heard by his friends on their communicators, who saw how from one moment to the next, Clark returned to the fight. The man of tomorrow used his heat vision, but the villain managed to dodge this to throw more debris which Clark managed to freeze. The men fought without stopping. Superman will be helped by Almight and Nana, who joined the fight hoping to find the opportunity. The black-haired man used his heat vision, managing to damage the villain, even burning strands of his hair. The black-haired man positioned himself in the air. He knew that even though his enemy could stay in the air, this was not remotely similar to his flight. Clark took advantage of this and loading strength. He launched himself against All For One, who had managed to save himself from a couple of blows from Nana and All Might. The villain saw this, and with a confident smile, he managed to move away, causing the superhero to crash into a wall, caused by the debris of what was once a building. All For One. You threw yourself at me like a rocket, hoping to hit me when not even your friends have done any significant damage to me. Come on, Superman, I considered you smarter. Superman. Funny, I thought the same thing about you. The black-haired man smiled, missing All For One. Clark crossed his arms and brought them down suddenly, hitting the structure and breaking it, causing the rubble to fall on both of them. It also allowed All Might to give him a good blow that made the villain rise. Nana. They're doing it. Gran Torino. We have to help them. Nana. Yes. The black-haired man, seeing that All For One was lifted by the blow, flew and hit him hard, although the images of his old world returned to his sight, making the punch lower in intensity. In the same way, now it was his body that seemed to have become out of step with the world. The villain was going down quickly, but managed to aim a new attack towards Clark, although without success, because Gran Torino and Nana approached him to give him a big kick that slammed him against a building. Nana. Clark, are you okay? The black-haired boy, a line of blood ran down his forehead which he wiped off. Clark. Let's get this over with. The team gathered as they watched All For One emerge from the cloud of debris, clapping. Embed the So Long Superman theme, enjoy and read on. All For One. Haha, wow, so this is what it feels like to be another villain. It's fun, I've never been hit so much, but I think it's time to end this, don't you think? Clark. If you've been holding back all this time, let me tell you, you're wrong. All For One. My apologies, I was just testing. The black-haired man sharpened his gaze while the villain looked at All Might in amusement. Nana. Testing what? All For One. Haha, Nana, you better than anyone should know that answer. I was testing the strength of the quirk that I created myself and that I'm going to steal. All Might. You won't steal anything again, I'll make you give it all back. All For One. Is that true? And how will they do it? Are they going to kill me? The two supermen did not let him continue talking because in an instant and using their speed, they approached raising their fists. Nana. Remember Toshinori, when you're about to give it your all, remember where you came from. All Might. That's enough of you. Detroit. Superman. Your reign of terror ends today. All Might. Smash. Both men kept their fists raised and without giving All For One a chance to escape, they managed to connect the blow to the villain's face, knocking him down and raising a large tornado of dust with which they ended the fight. Finally, they had done it, both of them defeated evil incarnate. Or so it seemed. Nana went to help the blonde while Superman sat on the ground. His suit was very torn. Nana, seeing it, undoubtedly thought of the Superman she saw for the first time. The newspaper helicopter was approaching, but then they heard it. Between gurgles caused by blood and coughs, they managed to hear All For One's laughter. All For One. Hahaha, do you think you managed to stop me? You haven't achieved anything. I already have my successor and I swear I won't die. Gran Torino. You can't even move. All For One. Why do you think? At that moment the black-haired man opened his eyes suddenly and with difficulty stood up to slowly approach the villain. Superman. No, don't you dare. All For One. They stopped me, but can they stop this? At that moment the villain's body was covered by a blinding light and suddenly a sphere of energy shot out of one of his hands which he pointed upwards. Everyone knew it was bigger than the previous two and if it fell, even the civilian area would be severely affected. Everyone was blown away by the shockwave the attack made when it left the villain's hand. All For One. You called me a psychopath, but I wonder what will you do? Arrest me or let people die, what's your choice? Superman. The black-haired man was hurt. He didn't understand how, but it seemed as if his organs were being ripped from his body one by one. He felt his skin tearing, disappearing and appearing at the same time. He didn't know what was happening. The black-haired man was hurt, but also in a predicament. He didn't know what to do. All For One. You say I'm a lunatic, but you think you can prevent what's coming. You know what that attack could do. What matters more, arresting me or the salvation of all the people behind us? The black-haired man continued to feel his body hurt more and more, but he knew that if he didn't stop this attack, thousands of lives would seem lost. The Kryptonian remembered his wife and son. Clark stood up and clenched his fists. He wouldn't let his family perish, not this time. Clark made his decision, rose a few meters, and then generated a sonic explosion to fly with speed against the attack that was falling, ready to fall on his friends. Clark tensed his arms, getting closer and closer. Suddenly and without anyone noticing, yellow rays appeared next to the black-haired man and began to surround him. On the other hand, Almight stood up to finish off the villain, but when he approached, he took him by the hand and, to Nana's fright, the villain generated a considerable amount of muscle in his free arm. "Almight. Let me go. All for one. So long Almight, so long one for all." And at that moment for Nana everything moved slowly, she didn't know who to help, her best friend was very high up, and his successor was about to be hit. For Nana everything went dark, and from one moment to the next she saw it. All for one hit Almight in the side, the woman could hear the crunch of his ribs being shattered, the blonde screamed in pain. In the end, the force of the blow made the blonde fly and roll a few meters. Nana saw All for one and headed towards him, but the man started to laugh. Nana didn't know how it was possible that the villain could laugh, even with his face deformed by the pair of blows. "All for one. We'll meet again, Nana Shimura." At that moment a portal opened below the villain, All for one was swallowed by it and disappeared before the helpless look of the black-haired woman who wanted to help but realized that she had a broken leg. The woman had not even realized this, most likely it was because of the adrenaline she let this happen. Nana Shimura made her decision and went with her successor, who was still alive but quite badly injured. The woman called Nezu and recovery girl, as well as emergency services. But then the light coming from the attack illuminated them all. Nana looked up seeing how this ball of energy fell with speed. "Nana. We need you, Clark, don't do it." But the black-haired man was already close, the pain was unbearable, but the attack would not stop, and in the same way the last son of Krypton did not plan to do so, because the lives of the people of his family came first. "Clark. Inko, I know I told you I would come back and I'm sorry, but I'll have to break my promise. I love you, Inko Midori, like I never thought I would love again. Izuku, never give up, son. Fight to make a better world. You will make a change in the world. Aizawa Izuku Midoriya. You are the best of three worlds. I'm proud of you. Sorry for not being able to see you grow." The Kryptonian said this knowing that his communicator would save the node in his memory, and even if his was lost, those of his friends remained. Clark was illuminated by the light. Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, gave a heartbreaking scream, and then in front of the cameras that transmitted, the man threw a punch and entered the ball of energy which stopped his walk. They were seconds of agony, but everyone saw how this sphere turned yellow and deformed. The rays from before mixed with the energy of All for One, and then this ball of energy exploded in the air. The shock wave moved the helicopters, raised a curtain of dust, even Gran Torino was moved slightly. The light was blinding, but then when it dissipated, they could see the Man of Steel who was still alive. Everyone was surprised, but then something unexpected happened, because without anyone being able to prevent it, a light began to illuminate the place. Suddenly the residual energy of the enemy attack seemed to consume the black-haired man, who was screaming in agony. Clark held his head tightly while his body was increasingly out of phase. The energy now seemed to sprout from him, appearing as cracks in his white and orange skin, and then to everyone's amazement, Superman began to disappear until after giving a last scream of pain, his body simply disappeared. The black-haired man's cape was the only thing left of that man who gave his life for the world, carried by the wind until it was nailed to a stake where it continued moving, displaying the yellow diamond shield with the S in the center, the shield of hope that was never lost. "You will give people an ideal to aspire to." All the cameras were recording this. The victory belonged to the heroes, but the cost was high. The headlines of the world's newspapers were already announcing the death of Superman. But in a more important place, a wife was devastated by the loss of the man she loved, but whose promise she could never keep. Inko was devastated. She didn't know how to react. The woman saw how her husband fought without giving up even at the last minute. The fight was interrupted because the dust made it impossible to see some shots of the fight, but the woman as well as everyone else could see how they won the fight, and seconds later, the Superman disappeared after giving a cry of pain and leaving his cape flying as the only memory that people had of the Man of Tomorrow. Inko fell to her knees as tears streamed down her face, and throughout the room, the woman's pitiful wails echoed off the walls and photos showing the couple and their son. In the end the news said that finally indeed, it was Toxic Chainsaw who had gathered a team, and that so much destruction was due to a large bomb from the villain, but that in the end Superman had saved everyone. The woman cried longer until after an hour or an hour and a half, someone came to the Midoriya house and knocked on the door. Inko stood up, her slender body toned by training felt heavy with sadness, but even so. The woman approached and opened the door only to find Anana who looked quite hurt. The woman had a crutch and a leg in a cast. The woman had apparently left the battle zone and had a sad face, her eyes swollen with tears. The woman saw Inko, but without looking her in the eyes because in the end, Nana felt that it was her fault, that her best friend's husband had died. She took him to the battlefield. Inko on the other hand did not think this. Even the woman was worried about the black-haired woman because she looked hurt. Inko. Nana, what are you doing here? You should be resting. Are you okay? How is Sorahiko? Nana didn't respond to this and didn't say much either, instead she just raised her arms, showing something that made Inko cry and her heart clench even more. Nana. I managed to take it before any curious people, whether media, civilians or the government wanted to take it, this belongs to the Minko. The woman was wearing Superman's cape which was perfectly folded although it looked dirty and torn. Nana looked at the cape, her desire to cry increased, and something that Inko did not know was that this cape was the original one with which Clark had arrived in that world years ago, and that later Power Loader tried to patch with the help of a Kryptonian, but in the end the materials were so different so that even if these rivets were resistant, they were not indestructible like the original cape was. Inko took the cape, and her heart was squeezed again. The woman cried bitterly once more, and Nana, unable to contain herself, cried accompanying the green-haired woman. The women hugged each other trying to comfort each other. Suddenly someone came down the stairs sleepy but worried about his mother's cries. That's right, Izuku Midoriya had woken up. The boy had been sent to sleep by the green-haired girl, but now he was going down the stairs. The boy saw his mother cry, and immediately after he saw the red cape, Izuku was speechless, but then he ran to the room where the news was. It was there that his suspicion became true when a news anchor with a calm voice confirmed it. Presenter. Today is the saddest day in Japan, ladies and gentlemen, because today is the day in what surpasses has died. Izuku knelt down remembering the last words his father spoke to him. Until I get back, you're in charge, right? Take care of your mom, be the hero of the house, and above all, be a good son. The boy remembered his father's smile trusting that he would return. Izuku felt tears running down his face. The boy fell to his knees on the floor as he watched on television the moment of the death of the man of tomorrow repeated over and over again. Izuku couldn't take it anymore, and then in the Midoriya house and the surrounding area, everyone heard the boy let out a scream, a cry of pain, because he had lost his father, his mentor forever. Chapter start your journey Izuku Midoriya. The Man of Steel is gone. Superman is dead. All the newspapers were already announcing it. By early morning, the report of the battle that had taken place the night before was already in every newspaper and in the hands of people throughout Japan, along with the rest of the world. The search had begun with more bad news than good, because although some survivors of the battle were found every day, this number was much lower than the number of dead. All the heroes, including the newest ones, were supporting the search and rescue service non-stop, but as previously mentioned, the bad things this time were worse than the good, and yes, the battle was won, but how high was the cost? On the other hand, at the Midoriya house things weren't any better. Mitsuki went to her best friend's house first thing in the morning, as did Rei, who, seeing the news, knew she had no time to waste. The woman returned with Shoto and found Inko devastated. The woman didn't sleep all night. Izuku, for his part, was lying on the couch. The boy cried until he ran out of tears, sobbing until he fell asleep. His mother knew it better than anyone. Izuku was in shock and couldn't react as he should. So some days passed that seemed eternal for the older green-haired girl. Her friends never left her side, although on the other hand, Izuku was totally lost. He didn't speak, the boy was deprived. Everyone tried to get the green-haired boy to say something, but without success. Shoto and Toga tried daily to make him react, but neither of them succeeded. The boy daily locked himself in his room, looking at the shield that his father had engraved on the wall with his heat vision. One day Mitsuki arrived at her best friend's house as usual and gave her a hug trying to cheer her up, failing miserably. Mitsuki. Every day you find people alive, Inko will appear, I'm sure, he has the best of reasons to return. But these were nothing more than empty words that made the woman cry more. Even Rei lowered her head sadly. The widow said nothing because in the end Inko knew, her husband, the man she loved, would never return. It took a few days to keep up appearances, but it was finally Endeavor, Clark's best friend, who was tasked with finding the lifeless body of the most intrepid reporter Japan had ever seen. The next morning, in the list of newspapers and televisions, the name Clark Kent appeared first on the list of deaths. The newspaper where Clark worked was not far behind, because in addition to putting the typical black ribbon in honor of its worker, they also dedicated a small obituary to him, where in addition to his photo, information about him was added, highlighting him as one of the bravest men ever known. Clark's boss arrived at the Midoriya home where he offered his condolences. The man looked sad because, as he himself said, he respected and admired Clark's tenacity, and at the same time he felt guilty because he had sent him to do a report on the fight. The man was quick and concise in his words, promising to help the Midoriya family with the funeral expenses, and also spoke about the black-haired man's life insurance. Inko thanked him for this and a short time later, the man left the home. Enji and Rei also spoke with the green-haired woman, promising to help in any way they could and as needed. Inko thanked him for this through tears. The woman was not ready to bury her husband, but there was no other choice. Inko arranged everything, surprising herself because just as they had said, her late husband's boss and his friends, true to their word, supported the family in everything they needed, so the process was quick and in less time than one would expect, a funeral was held. Just as ironically in the city, the government held a funeral for the man of tomorrow. It was undoubtedly a dark and rainy day for everyone. Because while on one side this was done with soldiers moving a perfectly carved coffin towards a statue which would be the eternal resting place of the Superman, on the other side, only family and friends were present. Izuku was looking at the box which he knew was empty, and this hurt him. The boy cried again as well as wanted to run, but remembering his father's words, he stood in his place holding his mother's hand tightly. The boy would keep the promise he made to his parents. The green-haired boy would be the hero of the house and would always protect his mother. The green-haired boy was at the cemetery with his mother and the guests while they watched as the box was buried there. Mitsuki had taken Bakugo under the threat of not trying to make fun of Izuku. Shoto and Himiko were also alert. If the blonde tried to do something to the green-haired boy they would stop him immediately, but this was not necessary. Because even someone as empty-headed as Bakugo knew that making fun of the green-haired boy at a time like this was a bad idea and a blow too low even for him. Once the ceremony was over everyone went home. Inko for her part tried to smile even if it was a fake smile. The woman knew she shouldn't falter because now Izuku depended on her. Rei had returned home to help where necessary, but Inko couldn't let her best friend carry everything. Death was definitely an unpleasant experience for everyone, and for a year-old boy the blow was greater. Shoto tried to cheer up his best friend. He couldn't let the green-haired boy sink into the darkness, but Izuku couldn't react. The green-haired boy was convinced now more than ever of being a hero, but his body simply didn't respond. It was as if from one moment to the next, his brain had shut down, acting only on instinct and reflexes, almost like a robot, only reacting when his mother tried to cheer him up. The boy could only open up to the green-haired girl who tried to comfort him daily. Izuku cried relentlessly in the moments where no one was looking, but at least his mother's actions worked so that the green-haired boy didn't close up completely. But even so, as the days went by, everyone saw that the change in the green-haired boy was more serious than it seemed, because now the boy didn't have a bit of his old self. The hero programs passed every day, but Izuku no longer took notes. Himiko went to his house daily, hoping that the boy would show progress, but Shoto always greeted her with a response from his mother, "It's still the same." The girl always looked at her best friend, worried, saddened by what the green-haired boy had to go through. While she was abandoned, at least she was helped and now had parents who loved her. It may sound cruel, but they were alive. Izuku, on the other hand, lost one of them. The girl always entered Izuku's room, noticing how the green-haired man was always sitting looking at the wall with his back to the door. Crypto had also been affected by the death of the Kryptonian and the attitude of his master, because the always happy and faithful dog was now lying on his bed in Izuku's room every day, only going down when the green-haired man did. In fact, the Midoriya family had already received complaints from the dog because the first days after the battle and Clark's death, the wolf always howled sadly, always at the time Clark had died in battle. Inko had to convince him to stop doing this, never with violence, always hugging him trying to comfort him. Inko. He won't come back, Crypto, he won't come back. Only then, after days, was the wolf able to calm down. For her part, Himiko hated seeing the sad attitude in the green-haired boy. The girl knew that if she didn't act quickly, something bad would happen, so one day, tired of the boy not being able to react as he normally would, she sat down next to him. Toga. Hello, Izuku. Izuku. Not today, Himiko, I don't feel like playing. Toga. I know, I didn't come for that. Izuku, for his part, turned to see his friend, finding that the blonde was also looking at the wall with a smile. Izuku. What are you doing? Toga. Isn't that logical? I'll go with you. I don't know how much you see in the wall, but here I am. Izuku. Himiko, no. Toga. The wall is very interesting, but did you really have to carve Superman's shield into it? I understand you're a fan, but… Izuku. My dad did it. Toga. Haha, I didn't know your father was an artist. Izuku. Why are you here? Toga. Because you're my best friend, because I'm worried, and because your mom hasn't kicked me out yet. Izuku. I'm fine, you don't have to. The green-haired boy stopped talking when he heard a sob. The green-haired boy turned to see Toga, finding that although the blonde was still smiling, she had tears rolling down her eyes. The girl was crying without saying anything to him. Izuku. What's wrong? Toga. I never told you why I was in the orphanage, right? Izuku. No, I never asked you, it's your privacy and… Toga. My parents abandoned me. At that moment the green-haired boy opened his eyes. The boy had no idea about this, his father never told him. Toga. I was 8 years old, I think 9, I don't know, even though it's a short time I feel like that was years ago. I guess when things change for the better, the bad ones stop being important, but the fact is that my parents abandoned me. They asked me to put on my uniform. We were going to school to see about a scholarship. I think I should have understood that something wasn't right because it was Sunday but I didn't. It was as if my instinct was off somehow and I couldn't react as it should. The fact is that we stopped on a street, they asked me to get off so they could park, and we could go get some ice cream. I did it, I repeat, I don't even know why I did it, maybe I trusted them too much, or maybe I wanted to get away from there. The joke is that I listened to them without a word, but the only thing I remember clearly is that as soon as they saw me get off they ran away, and I never saw them again. The green-haired boy looked at his friend, listening attentively to her story. Himiko. Long before this I was someone strange, my family situation was uncomfortable, violent, somehow they deformed my way of seeing things. You know that my quirk is related to blood, this increased as the blows they gave me drew more blood. I never understood the reason for this, but there even came a time when I was fascinated by the sight of blood, making it come out. I killed a bird to drink its blood, I licked a child's wound just to drink it. Obviously this is not normal, and although I see it now, before I saw it as something unimportant, I think that's why my parents abandoned me. I don't know anymore, but the fact is that I was alone Izuku. I spent the whole morning there until in the afternoon I saw him come down. Superman had heard my cries and went towards me, he heard me, spoke to me, and he was the one who took me to the orphanage, although not without first buying me an ice cream haha. Believe me, after tasting blood so many times, and getting used to its flavor tasting vanilla ice cream for the first time, tasted like glory to me. My superiors told me that Superman had gone with my parents to talk to them, but that they disclaimed any type of responsibility with me. My family did not want to accept me either, they did everything to get away from me. Finally I stayed at the orphanage and met you all. The green-haired boy looked closely at his best friend who continued smiling. Izuku. Himiko I didn't know. Toga. And you didn't have to know, I didn't want you to think badly of me or consider me a phenomenon, you are my first and only friends, every day I thank life for having met you, and I also wonder why you let me be your friend, you accepted me, you helped me without even knowing me I never told you, but thank you. Izuku. You don't have to do it Himiko, you always behaved like a good friend, you are a bit strange sometimes, but I think it is your best quality. Toga. You know Izuku I never had brothers, now neither he my parents can't have children, but you are the person who is closest to being one. I am older than you by months, and yet you have always worried about me, even when I was sick, you went to see me with Shoto. Sometimes I don't understand why you always want to help everyone, despite what has happened to you, but you know. I think I understand now, you don't do it because you feel it is your duty to do it, but because it is the right thing to do, despite being quirkless you have never given up, and that is your best quality. The blonde controlled her crying and took the child by the shoulders. Toga. But today your light seems to be going out and I don't blame you, you lost your father, and it must be a hard blow, but you must get up Izuku, maybe it doesn't seem like it, but you are important to this world, you were the one who raised Shoto, your always positive attitude is contagious, you help people without asking for anything in return, but now just look at you, even Crypto is more subdued, always looking out for you. I'm not saying you shouldn't feel guilty Izuku because I would be lying, it's okay to feel fear, sadness, etc. But use those feelings to stand up, use them to move and not let the darkness consume you, you are my best friend, you always worry about everyone, but now is time for someone to worry about you and believe me, downstairs there are more than 3 people who are alarmed by your behavior, and I think I shouldn't say it, but I am too. The green-haired boy looked at his best friend who smiled at him even through tears, Izuku couldn't help it and suddenly hugged his best friend while he started crying on her shoulder. Izuku. My dad Himiko died. Toga. I know Izuku and I'm sorry. Izuku. I miss him so much. The boy said this while continuing to cry until he finally stopped. The little boy looked up and saw the blonde who smiled at him. Toga. Yes, now yes. Izuku. What? Toga. Now it's you. The blonde made the boy smile and hugged him again. The green-haired boy stood up and approached his dog who looked at the green-haired boy strangely. Toga only saw how the boy got on his knees and petted his pet. Izuku. Thanks for taking care of me, friend, and sorry for worrying you. The animal slightly raised its head seeing Izuku who smiled at it. The dog took a couple of seconds to understand it, but when it did its tail began to move happily, the animal licked Izuku's face who hugged it. Izuku. Haha enough friend, better come, we still have work to do. The green-haired man stood up as did the dog and they both left the room while Toga wiped her tears. Toga. That's the Izuku I know. The girl left the room and closed it, meeting Shoto who looked surprised. Shoto. Was it me or did I just see Izuku walk out of the room with a smile? Toga. No, you're not seeing wrong. Shoto. I'm glad, I was starting to think I needed glasses or was going crazy. Toga. Exaggerated. Shoto. What happened? Toga. Did you know that a miracle is something that seems impossible until it happens anyway? Shoto. What did you do? Toga. I reminded him why even without a quirk he can be a great hero who helps us never give up. The blonde just smiled while Shoto was surprised. For his part, Izuku went down, passing through the living room and the dining room, being seen by his aunts Mitsuki and Rei, who were surprised to see the boy standing. Izuku went to the kitchen where his mother was preparing something to eat. The green-haired girl, when she saw her son, was speechless, surprised by this. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. Sorry, I should have helped you with everything that's happened. Dad's death was something that took me by surprise. The woman saw surprised how the green-haired man smiled at her despite showing some tears. Inko, for her part, saw her son, her body began to tremble. Izuku. I left you alone and that's not what a hero does. Dad said I had to take care of you and be the hero of the house and I didn't do it. Sorry ma, I'm so sorry. The woman approached Izuku. The green-haired man felt that she would scold him or worse, hit him, but the woman grabbed him by the back of the head and pulled him towards her to hug him, happy to have her son back. Inko. Izuku, you never have to ask me for forgiveness, you are my son, I understand that you are sad my little one, but at least you are standing, never give up Izuku, we are both here, we have to work so that your father's legacy is never lost. The green-haired boy saw his mother who smiled at him. The green-haired boy returned the hug, convinced now that he had to try harder if he wanted to achieve his goal. His father was no longer there, but that would not prevent him from continuing to grow more as a person, training to be a hero who could keep his father's legacy alive. Izuku? Yes. The woman knelt down and hugged her son to kiss his forehead. Inko. I know your father will be proud of you, son, so let's keep going, the two of us, we have to support each other, we will keep going, and when the time comes, you will show why you are the son of Superman. The boy nodded in tears while his mother was happy to have her son back. Inko. Son, your father is not here, and although his loss hurts us, we have to use this pain to move forward. He would not have liked us to stagnate, so we must never stop, my little Aizu. You are the last son of Krypton. Izuku looked at his mother carefully because it was true, his father had told him before. The green-haired man understood that from now on he had to get serious, because the level of evil in the world would increase with the death of the man of tomorrow, and no matter how much All Might is counted on, the world will always need Superman. The boy nodded, understanding the magnitude of things. Izuku left the kitchen followed by Crypto and met up with his friends. Shoto. You were right Himiko, it's a miracle. Izuku. Sorry, both of you, for how I behaved these days. I was not rational, and I behaved like a coward. I really was a Deku these days. The green-haired boy bowed in front of his friends, but they both looked into each other's eyes with a smile and simultaneously hit him on the head. Shoto. Yes, you're right, you weren't entirely rational, but I understand you, you went through something painful, and whether we like it or not, it will always affect us, after all we are human. Toga. That's true, the world may mourn the loss of Superman, but your father was your hero, so you don't have to ask us for forgiveness. Shoto. And never say that you behaved like a Deku. Toga. Also, because by doing so you would be agreeing with Bakugo, and believe me that the day I agree with that Muslim Shoto, he will have a good relationship with his father. Shoto. Hey. The green-haired man just smiled and gratefully hugged his friends. Izuku. Thanks guys. Shoto. You don't have to thank me, after all you're like a brother to me, we'll always help you. Toga. Sometimes even heroes need a helping hand. The children smiled gratefully at having been able to help and recover the green-haired boy. So the days continued their natural course and a year passed. Izuku was now 11, the boy was quite motivated in his heroic goal, but at the same time he understood much better his power, the burden it represented, and the weight of being Superman, so without thinking much he made a request to his mother that she did not hesitate to fulfill, a way to honor his father and at the same time go unnoticed, a first step perhaps silly and insignificant, but that was the watershed of his beginning. With the help of the Todoroki family, Inko managed to restore a family heirloom, and after days Izuku received a small case from his mother. The green-haired boy was excited because he didn't even have to use his X-ray vision to know what it contained. The boy opened the case and found his father's original glasses there. That's why you wear glasses, even though we can see better than anyone else on the planet. It's a way for us heroes to have a life without always wearing the cape, we have to keep our identity secret. The green-haired man took them and carefully put them on, adjusting them to the bridge. Insert Growing Up by John Williams and read on. Izuku. Thanks ma. Inko. They look good on you, son. Yes, from now on Izuku wore those glasses with pride. Shoto was right, hiding would be difficult, but somehow he had to make sure his family was safe. Unfortunately this worked better than expected, at least with Bakugo, and the blonde took advantage of this to make fun of him even more. It was obvious that the idea that the green-haired man could carry a truck with one hand without any problem would never cross the blonde's mind, and that made Izuku smile, because the blonde was smart and if he could hide his powers from him, then his identity would not be so difficult to maintain. Shoto. What? Are you going to wear glasses now? Izuku. Something like that. Toga put on her best friend's glasses and looked up, giving a tender and funny image of the blonde at the same time, but she took them off almost immediately, amazed at the magnification they had. Toga. Izuku, I don't know how you can see with that on, those things made me dizzy. The girl rubbed her eyes, returning them to their owner, who smilingly put them back on. Izuku. For me they are perfect, Himiko. Shoto. And how did the explosive Pomeranian take your new appearance? Izuku. Pretty good actually, although someone should tell him that there is a code of honor not to hit people who wear glasses. Toga. Someone who uses others and hits anyone who opposes him just to feel superior to others, I doubt very much that he knows anything about honor. Shoto. That's right, I agree with the human syringe. Izuku. But then. What about you? Ready? Next year we'll drop out of school and move on to middle school. Toga. Well, at least now I can talk to more people without fear that one day they will want to suck their blood. Shoto. You know how Bram Stoker that sounds. Izuku. At least we're safe, I created. Toga. Hey, dressing up as a vampire last year was kind of clever. Shoto. At least they didn't have to buy you fake fangs, heh. That's right, the girl had told her past to the bicolor, the girl had made this conscious decision that there should be no secrets between her friends. In the same way Shoto told her his family history, ending with Izuku, who fully trusting his best friend told him the secret of his powers. At first Toga was upset by the lies, but the truth is that after both boys explained in detail the reason for this, the blonde calmed down, although taking advantage of Izuku's invulnerability. The blonde with sharp fangs hit him out of revenge, but in the end, as they had said, this was something that brought them closer together as friends, because they were right about something, if they wanted to be better, then there should be no secrets between them. Toga. Sometimes I can't decide between hitting you or hugging you. Shoto. Funny you should say you want to hug me, usually you just hit me. Toga. It's not true. Izuku. I agree with Shoto this time, it would be a miracle if you wanted to hug us. Toga. I've given you hugs, you pair of whiners. Izuku. Yes, like 6 in the years we have known each other. Toga. In that case I'll charge you every time you want me to hug you. Shoto. You know what? I prefer hits, he. The mixed-haired boy said this and immediately received a tap on the shoulder from the blonde. Izuku. What do you say we stop fighting and go downtown quickly to get some ice cream? I'll treat. Toga. I don't know, it's just ice cream. Shoto. Do you also want something to eat? Toga. Will the zoo be open? Izuku. Don't tell me you want to eat a tiger. Toga. You tempt me, but no. Shoto. That would be having a voracious hunger. Izuku. Hahaha, great joke. Toga. Yes, and then he complains that I hit him. Izuku. But then. Do you want to eat? Toga. I don't know, do they have a rabbit? Shoto. Okay, you're starting to scare me. You're sure you don't want him alive, right? Toga. Have you ever tried rabbit? My parents took me to a restaurant that serves food from all over the world, and believe me, it tastes pretty good. Izuku. Well, I've never tried it, but I love katsudon, and it's pork loin or cutlet, I guess it shouldn't be that different. Shoto. Don't encourage her. Izuku. I'm just saying that we have to open ourselves up to new food, maybe we even like something more that isn't from Japan. Shoto. Well, that's true, but it's just that when she mentions it, I feel like all she's missing is the machete and the hockey mask. Izuku. Hahaha, that's too exaggerated, soba face. Toga. Believe me, if I became a murderer you would be the first person I would go after. Shoto. You'll never catch me alive. Izuku. Oh, why do you say that? Toga. You decide what I will hunt you with, machete, chainsaw, kitchen knife, razor, claws. Shoto. Friday the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Chucky, Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street, what other movies will you be referencing? The three children began to laugh. Inko for her part came out of the kitchen and saw the trio of children with a smile. Inko. Hey kids, I heard your conversation, since you're on your way out, wouldn't you like to bring me something from the store? Izuku. Of course, ma. Shoto. Okay, anything's better than being locked up without doing much. Toga. And more with this heat, now I really want that ice cream. Izuku. Okay, then let's go. The three children took note of the green-haired boy's mother's order and left the house to buy what was ordered and the ice cream for themselves. Yes, the trio of friends was quite close and without a doubt their ambitions were quite high because all three had planned to be heroes. Izuku. And then. 3 more years and we'll begin our training to become heroes. Shoto. Wow, time really flies. Toga. It's not even worth mentioning, now Izuku has 4 eyes and Shoto no, forget it, you're still the same, he. Both children looked with a serious expression at the blonde who just smiled childishly. Izuku. At least your desire to fight is decreased, you no longer feel like cutting Bakugo into pieces. Toga. And who said I don't want to? It's just that murder is illegal, so I can't do it. Izuku. Great joke. Shoto. For some reason I feel like it's not a joke. Toga. Because it isn't. Both boys watched a blonde who was eating her ice cream peacefully. Izuku. But anyway, returning to the other topic, what is the plan? Shoto. Regarding the academy. There are still a little over 3 years left. Toga. Also we have where to choose, for example this shiketsu. Shoto. Very formal. Toga. I like the uniform, the white blouse and hat looks very elegant. Shoto. There is also Ketsubutsu. Izuku. Isn't that to the south? Shoto. You have the truck, coming and going wouldn't be much of a problem. Izuku. Yes, I know, but to be honest, I already have my choice. Shoto. For once. Wow, you're really ahead of yourself. Toga. Shoto, you've seen him do more than notebooks analyzing heroes so detailed that even with the drawings they look like encyclopedias, and you're surprised that he's already decided which academy he's going to go to. Izuku. Also keep in mind that throughout our high school they will be asking us about that, and in third year they will try to help us choose with certainty in that. Shoto. Well, there will also be talks about what we want to do in the future and that. Toga. But you who worry, the Superboy and the two-color palette, do not have to think about it much, they will be great heroes. Shoto. And what about you? You're our friend, we can't leave you behind. Toga. I highly doubt that someone who transforms only when taking someone else's blood could be of much use to them. Izuku. Never say that, your quirk has several applications, you could be a great spy, using your fighting skills that are not few you could knock someone out, then take their blood, infiltrate, and that's it, perfect ambush network. Also we do not know how wide the range of your quirk is, not only would you be able to transform into that person, imagine if you could use their quirk. Toga. That's a good theory, but so far there's no proof that it works that way. Izuku. Because you don't use it either, and you're also someone skilled, with a good suit you could be unstoppable. Toga. Yes, but we agree that the blood issue is something not very pleasant for some people. Izuku. Come on Himiko, you're living in a world where quirks can allow us to transform into dragons or control cement at will, you have to give yourself more credit, besides if that's what worries you believe me it shouldn't be an impediment. Toga. I appreciate the gesture Izuku, but as a hero I wouldn't be very famous. Izuku. Look, even if that were the case, it doesn't take away from the fact that you would be someone quite powerful. Toga. Name me a hero who can use blood as a support. Now it was time for the mixed-haired boy to let out a sigh, knowing the trouble the blonde had gotten herself into. Izuku, for his part, just smiled defiantly, ready to end the discussion with just one name. Shoto. Oh, this is going to be good. The green-haired boy didn't even have to wait to take out his notebook, the boy just looked up, narrowed his eyes, and then with a smile, looked down at the blonde who, upon seeing her best friend, could only make a gesture of defeat. Toga. Oh please. Izuku. Professional hero ranked in the hero ranking, he is known as the Blood Hero, Vlad King, Aoioi acute degrees, Burado H plus RM Burado Kingu is currently years old, a fairly strong hero, his muscles are quite striking like Endeavor's, although less than Almight's, short grey hair, he has some scars presumably caused in battle, plus one of his main characteristics are the two fangs that appear even when his mouth is closed. In some places he is also called Blood King due to his quirk, which is related to blood in addition to his name, Vlad King, comes from that famous vampire in literature. His quirk is called blood manipulation, which allows him to manipulate a certain amount of blood which can be released, and once free manipulated at will, once done it can be absorbed again. This ability despite having to do with a vital colored liquid is quite useful, as there have been cases where it has been able to disarm and defeat a villain in less than 3 seconds. The green-haired man said this without stuttering or interrupting until he reached the end, noticing that his ice cream was melting, to which he discreetly used his icy breath to keep it stable. Toga. Sometimes that hero analysis skill of yours scares me quite a bit. Izuku. You have to be thankful I have it, I can make attack plans in no time. Shoto. That's true, but Himiko's right. Believe me, old man, we didn't need to know her age, we just needed you to know her birthday. Izuku. November th. The green-haired man said this, downplaying it, but making his friends look at him confused. Shoto. It was a comment you didn't need to answer. Toga. Ah, you're hopeless, you're really trying to cheer me up, aren't you? Izuku. You already know me. Shoto. But he's right, you would be a great heroine. Toga. I don't even have my heroic name yet. Izuku. What do you think, mosquito girl? Toga. You're not serious, hahaha. Izuku. It was a good dwarf choice. At that moment the girl puffed out her cheeks and then hit the green-haired boy who laughed a little. Toga. I'm only a few centimeters smaller than you. Izuku. But until you pass me you're a dwarf. The green-haired boy smiled and stroked the blonde's hair, who only passed by Shoto with some annoyance. Shoto. Isn't it nice when we get bullied? That's how it feels. Toga. Shut up. At that moment the blonde lightly pinched the mixed-haired boy, causing the green-haired boy to laugh. Toga. What are you laughing at? Use your icy breath and cool my melting ice cream. Shoto. Should I bother you with mine too? Izuku. Come on, you could do it with your quirk. Shoto. Yes, but you cooled your ice cream, it's only fair that you help us too. Izuku. Wow, I'm sure you guys think I'm a walking refrigerator. Shoto. No. Izuku. Aha, I'll pretend to believe them. The green-haired boy checked that no one was watching and discreetly used his icy breath, so the children arrived at the green-haired boy's house calmly. Toga. Ah, it feels good to sit down a bit. Izuku. Admitted, it wasn't so bad going out for a few moments. Toga. No, but the other day we can go to the zoo, I think there is a panda exhibit. Shoto. That's right, a baby has just been born. Izuku. We can plan it for when we graduate from elementary school, we'll have vacations and no summer homework. Toga. I don't know who thought doing something like that was a good idea. Shoto. So you want to go to the zoo? Izuku. I haven't been there in years, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Shoto. Well, I won't deny that you're right. Toga. Decided, we'll wait until we get out, it sounds like a long wait, but the year will pass quickly. Izuku. Exactly, consider it a prize. Shoto. I'll tell the old man so I can talk to my mom. Toga. I'll tell my parents too. Izuku. Yes, I'll tell my mom to talk to them and set a date. Toga. How nice. The friends smiled happily, their plans were not going to be interrupted. The days passed turning into months and these soon shortened the time managing to reach the year. Izuku and company were now years old and just as they agreed the trio of friends accompanied by their parents went on their visit to the zoo. For the brothers of little Shoto, this was something extremely good because they had never seen their younger brother so happy. Without a doubt it hurt them not to see him for a while, but now they saw that it was really worth it. For his part, Tuya had fun bothering the trio of infants as well as taking pictures of them, the children undoubtedly had the best fun. The day was nice and once they finished visiting the zoo, Inko along with Rei and Toga's mother whose name was Aim, took out the food they had prepared, which consisted of several onigiris, some takoyakis, kushiajas, okonomiyakis among other things. The children were still playing with quite a bit of energy until finally hunger overcame them and they sat down to eat. Aim. Hey Shoto. Shoto. Yes. Aim. My daughter told me that you have never eaten anything with rabbit in it. Shoto. No, the truth is I've never had the opportunity. Aim. Then I hope you like this, I prepared it especially for you and Izuku. The dark blue-haired woman passed a container to both children, which had some pieces of meat, which had a layer of a reddish sauce with some noodles. Aim. I know how much you like soba, so I added noodles too. The two children looked at the plate with intrigue. Aim. Don't worry, it's Szechuan rabbit with soba noodles, go ahead, they taste delicious. Toga. Don't be cowards. The mixed-haired boy saw his best friend who smiled at him. Shoto. You were the one who should be willing to try new things. Izuku. Yeah, I know, I just didn't think he was serious. The green-haired boy just smiled after giving his answer but tried the food in front of him, realizing that it tasted delicious. At first, Shoto didn't want to mix his noodles with the meat, which even if it was by accident, was a great success because the meat was delicious. Both children were surprised by the strangely delicious mixture they had tried. Unfortunately not everything is forever, the day was ending, sunlight soon began to become scarce, so once they packed up they took a few photos before leaving. Tuya. Come on kids, get together for the photo. The three children did as requested, placing the green-haired boy in the middle who was smiling. Tuya. Hahaha okay don't move dwarves. The young hero took the photo with a smile, promising to give them a copy as soon as he printed it. Tuya. Well guys, have you thought about which academy you would like to go to? Toga. There are many academies that would be a good option, but I'm leaning more towards the UA. Tuya. Haha I speak from experience when I say it would be a good idea, not for nothing is it the best academy in Japan. Shoto. Well, one of the best, I think our father said one day that Shiketsu would be UA's rival in the West. Tuya. You think so? I don't know, Shoto. I've already faced his students, and they're not that strong. Besides, that uniform is a bit too straight, I don't think I could handle something like that. The Redeed looked at his brother for a few seconds and shook his head with a smile. Tuya. Although it would certainly look good on you considering your expressionless face haha. Shoto. Hey. Tuya. And you Izuku. Would you also choose Shiketsu or would you prefer Ketsubutsu? Izuku. No, I recognize the work of both academies, but I will certainly always prefer UA. Tuya. I like him haha, look, they told me that the entrance exam is difficult, but I don't think you have to worry too much, in one go you could get enough points Iridide took the boy by the shoulder who smiled at this. Yes, the Todoroki family knew Izuku's secret. It could be said that they were the only people along with Toga, those in whom the green-haired boy trusted the most. The freckled boy was willing to also tell his godmother, but the black-haired girl had stopped going to the Midoriya home since Clark's death. Izuku? Hehe, you know I can't do that to ya. Do ya? Well, cut their circuits with heat vision. The green-haired man just looked at the Iridide who already knew the answer. Do ya? Well, you have to admit that it's a good idea. Shoto. So, what do you recommend, bro? Do ya? Do you want to know my honest opinion? The three children nodded. Do ya? Well look, I could simply tell you that choosing UA would be the best decision, but the truth is that I don't know, all my friends are from UA, so it would be quite impartial on my part, so if I have to be totally honest, it is that you do not close yourself to the options, analyze and look at the study plan of each academy, although entering UA is difficult, it is not impossible. There is a girl who entered through the entrance exam, and she said that although it is somewhat laborious due to the point system that is used, in the end passing is something that can happen, you just have to be very determined. Izuku? I see. Do ya? But as I already told you, that's just my opinion, haha, the decision is up to you guys in the end. The green-haired man looked at the red-haired man who smiled at them before leaving with his brothers. Shoto. That didn't help us much, did it? Izuku? Well, but I have my decision and my eye on UA so you'll know. Toga. I've made my decision about UA too, so. Shoto. Well I guess you're right, UA is our choice. Izuku. I can't wait to enter the academy. Shoto. It will be exciting. Toga. Besides the fact that we will meet more people, not everything in this life can be so bad. Shoto. Unless you're Izuku Midoriya, I think he has the curse of always bringing a Muslim with him. Toga. What did you do wrong in your other life, Izuku? Izuku? If I could remember I would tell you, haha. The children began to laugh as they followed their parents. The trio was very close and could never abandon each other. In the end, a hero supports his own. Or not. Things happened for the best, at least for a few months, because unfortunately nothing can ever stay that good, and some events can separate even what you thought was unbreakable. The children waited patiently for their best friend, but the blonde never returned to the Midoriya home. The children, surprised, went to their best friend's house only to find another family living there. The green-haired boy didn't keep his doubts to himself and asked about the previous owners, but the new tenants didn't know anything. One day, they simply saw the house for sale. Izuku and Shoto were surprised, they didn't know what had happened to their best friend, the boys were worried, and this only increased when they received a letter that rather than cheering them up, worried them. The letter was from Toga. The preteens recognized her handwriting almost immediately, but the message, although it tried to be encouraging, looked rather bleak. Eyes, I'm fine. I moved with my parents to Tokyo with my grandparents. Sorry if I couldn't tell you before, but at least you know. As soon as I can, I'll send you another letter. I love you both. Thank you for trusting me and helping me even without even knowing me. You're the best and I know you will be great heroes. Toga. The children looked into each other's eyes, they knew the letter was to tell them not to worry, but there was something between the lines, something written that alarmed them more than reassured them. Izuku for his part was the most surprised by this, and Todoroki knew it, but in the end, they couldn't do anything because the decision had been made. So a couple more years passed now. Izuku at years old was running around his street with Crypto by his side. The boy had been back for a year to the rigorous training that his father had put back, now increasing some exercises. Izuku went with Shoto's older sister, Fayumi, who being a nursing intern close to graduating, managed to help him by guiding him with a friend who was a nutritionist who gave him an appropriate diet for his training. Likewise, the boy investigated and managed to locate a fairly recognized physical trainer. Izuku was not looking to be handed over, but to be given a regimen so that he could train on his own. Fortunately, his quirkless condition helped him a lot because all the gyms were based on the training of the particularities of each person, so getting a routine was not difficult. For her part, his mother continued to help him with the management of his powers, using the same targeting system for his heat vision, now throwing more than 3 plates at the same time. At first this was somewhat problematic for the poor green-haired boy who was hit by one of these on several occasions, but in the end all effort has its reward, and that was why right now, taking advantage of the fact that it was Saturday, Izuku got up early. The sunlight had not even begun to peek out, and the green-haired boy was already outside his house, starting his trot with his dog who faithfully followed him. The boy began to run, starting his daily routine. The boy took a little longer than necessary going to the beach training some of his skills, and after a while, he returned to his house, where his mother was already waiting for him. Inko. How did it go? Izuku. Everything's fine, ma, the weather's nice, at least now I didn't have to go out in a jacket. I swear that on those days, I'd rather take my bed with me to stay warm. Inko. Hey son, come sit down, Shoto is coming this afternoon, right? Izuku. Yes, I agreed that I would go out with him today because we were busy this week. Inko. How time flies, and to think that just yesterday you were kids playing heroes and now you're a year away from entering the academy. I guess I'm getting old. The green-haired boy hugged his smiling mother before starting his breakfast. Izuku. You'll always be my mother, you still look young, ma. Inko. Haha, son, you better eat, I need you to bring something from the mall. Izuku. Okay. Inko. Have you already served Crypto something to eat? Izuku. Yes. Inko. Oh well, poor Crypto never leaves your side. I'm starting to think that at this rate you'll have to take him with you to the academy or he'll get sad. Izuku. I don't think so, I wouldn't have anywhere to leave it. Inko. That's true, but now, start eating, young man, I need that. Izuku. Haha, it's okay. The green-haired boy cleaned his glasses which had some sweat stains and began to eat. Once he did this he took a shower and got ready to go out. The boy had a blue and red sweatshirt, black pants and his classic red tennis shoes. Inko. Izuku, remind me to buy you other sneakers, those are going to break one day. Izuku. They still hold on a little longer. Inko. Son, you use them for almost everything, you're almost ready to sleep and bathe in them. Izuku. Haha, okay, try wearing other sneakers. Inko. Haha, I'm not saying it's bad, son, it's just that they wear out quickly, but oh well, here it is. The woman telekinetically handed the green-haired man paper and pen, who carefully caught everything. Inko. Ready. The green-haired man sat down ready to start scoring. Izuku. Ready. Inko. Okay, I need flour, sugar, butter, vanilla essence, egg, apple, brown sugar, cinnamon and cardamom. The green-haired man wrote down everything requested and put the paper in his pocket. Izuku. Great, you'll make apple pie. Inko. Yes, be ready soon, but it all depends on whether you hurry. Izuku. I won't be long, come Crypto. The dog listened to his owner and stood up to leave with the green-haired boy. The boy went to the shopping center that was across the bridge that connected the city with a small fishing and tourist island, known for its great variety of food and wonderful area. The green-haired boy entered the shopping center. His faithful pet sat outside waiting for his owner. The people in charge of the place already knew the Midoriya family, so when they saw the dog they petted it. On the other hand, a brown-haired girl came out of the locker room showing off her uniform. Apparently she was new to the place. Her face showed it because she didn't know exactly where to go. The girl approached one of her superiors asking for advice. Boy. Oh, you're the new one, aren't you? Yes. Entered today. Boy. Okay, how about we go to the empty box? They taught you how to operate it, didn't they? Yeah. Boy. Okay, then go there and register so we know you weren't idle, I'll leave it to you. The brunette put a hand to her forehead and went to the box where she could see the dog which was lying down. The brunette was surprised because she had never seen such a big dog. The girl looked at it for a while, until another of her classmates stood in front of her. Girl. It's a wolf. That. Girl. The one over there is a wolf. A wolf. Boo, but it won't hurt us then. We should call animal control. Girl. No, don't worry, it's tame, it belongs to a boy who is buying some things. How can you own a wolf? Girl. I don't know, I think they adopted him as a puppy or something. We know the family, they don't live too far from here, why don't you do me a favor and give him some water? The surprised girl looked at her superior, not knowing if it was hazing or something to get scolded. Girl. Don't worry, he won't do anything to you, we already know him, go, I'll cover you, it's quite hot. The chestnut saw her companion, but to avoid getting into trouble she did as requested. The wolf was quite tame, although when he saw the new girl, he gave a slight growl which alerted her, but after sniffing the bowl he began to drink calmly. The chestnut saw this and returned to his post. Girl. See. It doesn't do anything. His growl scared me a little. Girl. Yes, that happens with the new ones, but don't worry, thanks, my quirk doesn't allow me to be in the sun too much. I'm like a vampire. The brunette smiled at the joke before continuing to speak. Girl. So you're the new one. I think my scare gave me away. Girl. A little, but don't worry, you'll get used to it soon. By the way, I'm Akeno, what's your name? Uraraka, Achako Uraraka. Akeno. Well, Uraraka, I hope we get along. Uraraka. So do I. The girl smiled and her new friend left the place. The brunette served a few more people, always with kindness. The line at her checkout was not as long as the others, but at least it was not empty. Suddenly the girl turned around to see a boy who was greeting all the members of the mall. It seemed that the stranger knew them. The boy was in line at her checkout, and as it was obvious it was time to charge him, Uraraka saw the stranger in front of her. She couldn't look at him for too long so as not to look strange, but the first thing she saw was that he had green hair, which was quite rare to see commonly. Apparently they were both the same age, but even so, the brunette did not feel confident talking to him. Izuku immediately noticed that the girl was new, so in order not to make her nervous, and due to his inexperience talking to women, he decided not to talk beyond the typical conversation between seller and customer. So it was that for two different factors, there was no conversation between the two boys, although that if Uraraka noticed that the green-haired man was someone educated, in the end the boy put his purchases in a bag and left, calling the attention of his dog, who stood up and followed his master. The green-haired man passed by the side of the bridge. The green-haired man had never been to that island, but it was not something that was very urgent for him. Usually because of its high prices only some families with money could attend. What he really liked was seeing the sea. The freckled man wished that his flight would appear soon, so he could pass over the water and be able to touch it to make lines with his fingers. But while this was happening, he was limited to seeing it from afar. The boy stopped for a few moments to see the landscape, without realizing that behind him, a conflict had begun between a villain and a hero. It was not until he heard Crypto start barking that the green-haired man turned his eyes, seeing the fight that had begun. Apparently the villain could throw air bombs. One of these was about to hit the green-haired man, but he was able to dodge it using his speed. The boy knew he had to leave the place quickly, or the damage that the villain would do would prevent him. The news helicopters were arriving at the place. He could already hear the propellers in the distance. The boy was about to leave when the villain shot again in his direction. The boy dodged this again, but the bomb broke the fence and continued on its way towards the bridge, where it impacted, breaking it. The green-haired boy had laid his face on the ground, but upon hearing the roar he looked up worried. At that moment the boy saw how a bus, apparently a school bus, was trying to brake, avoiding destruction, but it was useless because when it skidded, one of the tires burst, causing the bus to tilt and inevitably fall into the water. Izuku, seeing this, stood up alarmed. He knew it would sink, and the hero would not be that fast. The freckled boy was at a crossroads. He could already hear the helicopters getting closer. He had to be quick and make a decision. Izuku had no choice. He knew he still had time, so he quickly put on the hood of his sweatshirt. The boy looked around, checking that there was no one around who could identify him. The boy saw the hole that the air pump had made in the fence and knew he would have to jump through there. The boy took off his sneakers and his glasses, which he threw in the bag. His sneakers, he threw them into the playground, and finally the green-haired boy passed the bag to Crypto, who took it with his snout. Izuku. No one can see us here, friend, run home, I won't be long. The dog looked at his owner and without much hesitation turned around to start running. The green-haired man saw how the bus was far from where he was and was already sinking more and more. He had to be fast. Izuku looked down, hesitating a little because of the height. Izuku. Well, at least I'm a good swimmer, here I go. The green-haired boy didn't think twice and threw himself into the water. Insert Superman Rising PT. Immovable by Tom Hulkenberg and Radon. The green-haired boy took a breath and began to swim to the bus, which had already sunk completely. The sound could travel slower through the water, but Izuku could hear the heartbeats of those on the bus. They were all terrified. They were about to run out of air. The green-haired boy did not doubt it. Izuku was guided by his hearing, and using his super strength, he propelled himself, reaching great speed, and managed to reach the bus. The green-haired boy was right about something. The bus was a school bus. It had some maroon-colored bands on the sides, and the boys inside wore a uniform that denoted a private school. The green-haired boy understood why they came from the island, but there was no time to waste. The boy got under the truck and swam to the back. Needless to say, the boys inside were scared because the stranger who had arrived did not show his face. Izuku, for his part, noticed that the back door was open, so he quickly closed it. The boy needed a quick plan. They were running out of air to those who were inside. I knew that going back and forth with each one would be complicated. Izuku thought. Great, being able to fly right now would be a great help. The boy didn't have much time or ideas, but without giving himself time to think about anything else, he went to the bottom of the bus and took it with his hands and quickly began to move his legs. The water would help a little with the weight. The boy began to slowly climb until he felt that a part of the bus had managed to get out. The boy, seeing this, quickly got in the back and, taking the rear bumper of the bus, began to kick to get the bus forward to the coast. The preteens inside the bus began to breathe in relief as they saw how the water level was going down. Finally, the green-haired boy touched the ground and, starting to walk, managed to get the bus completely out. The emergency door opened again and the remaining water fell through there. The green-haired boy was about to get out when he saw that a girl in tears began to say a name, quite alarmed. Girl. Momo. Where's Momo? The green-haired man got on the bus and took the girl, who, in her fright, didn't notice that the stranger didn't belong to her school. Izuku. Who is Momo? Girl. She's my friend and partner. She was by my side, and when the bus was about to fall, she tried to use her quirk to help us. I don't know what happened to her, and Izuku didn't need to hear anymore. The green-haired boy quickly got out of the bus and went back into the water, starting to search desperately. The boy returned the way he had come. His great air containment helped him a lot, but he knew that a normal person wouldn't endure the same. The green-haired boy was alarmed. He couldn't give up. Izuku searched desperately until he managed to hear it. It was the beat of a heart. His whip was weak, but it kept beating, and Izuku hoped it would continue that way. The green-haired boy quickly began to swim towards where the girl was who had her black hair tied in a ponytail. Izuku wasted no time, and carrying her, he began to swim quickly until he managed to get out of the water again. Because of the hurry he was in, Izuku didn't calculate the distance well, so when he got out, he realized that he was slightly away from the bus. The green-haired boy could already hear the police patrols. Izuku saw the girl who was fainted. It seemed that she was breathing, so Izuku, without thinking twice and not wanting to let the girl die, began to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to the brunette, as well as light compressions on her chest, which did have an effect, waking the pretty girl who slightly opened her eyes. The brunette was hurt. She had a cut on her forehead, but the doctors would take care of that. The green-haired man, seeing that she was already awake, stood up and realized that he had lost the head of his sweatshirt. The boy hoped that no one had recorded him and quickly put it back on, ignoring that the brunette he had saved managed to see his hair. The green-haired man looked back at the girl who had her eyes open. "Where am I? What happened?" "Izuku. Your bus had an accident. They were about to sink, but don't worry, everything's over. Your companions are over there." Who are you?" "Izuku. A friend." The green-haired boy said this with a smile, but it disappeared when he heard the sirens of the patrol car and the ambulance again. The boy looked at the brunette who had already slightly stood up, so relieved. Seconds later he jumped into the water again. The green-haired boy hadn't seen him, but that girl managed to see him without his hood. The teenager managed to see his green eyes, the freckles and the very particular hair. Everyone was rescued. In the end, someone had seen that a stranger had jumped into the water, so the police and the heroes asked the boys if they had seen anyone, but they all agreed that they could not see him well because he was underwater and he had his hood on. The girl, who was now identified as the youngest daughter of the rich YehosuaHernandez family, Momo YehosuaHernandez, had been the only one to see him well, but she did not say anything. She did not know anything about the savior of her bus, but if she did not show her identity, it was for a reason. Izuku, for his part, stayed in the water until the police left. Once this was done, and discreetly the boy managed to get out, he took off his sweatshirt showing his Superman shirt and then went to the direction where he had thrown his tennis shoes, which once he found them he put them on, and once this was done, he ran to his house where his mother was already waiting for him. The green-haired girl was worried, scared and slightly annoyed. "Inko. Izuku Midoriya, come in now." "Izuku. I know." "Inko. Did someone follow you?" "Izuku. Not that I've seen." The woman slapped the green-haired man, who quickly understood what his father meant when his mother was worried. "Inko. What were you thinking?" "Izuku. Ma." "Inko. Izuku, someone could have seen you, you know what we talked about, you have to keep a low profile." "Izuku. But nobody saw me." "Inko. Don't count on that at all, young man." The woman turned on her television, showing that apparently they had shown his feet, although having the hood on and because of the height it did not show well that it was the Inko. They've been repeating it. "Izuku. Oh no. Inko. Izuku, if you hadn't been more careful, they would have seen you." "Izuku. But they didn't, and I was the closest. What did you want me to do, Mom? Let them die?" The green-haired man stared at his mother, who sighed tiredly. "Inko. No, of course not, son, it's just that I was scared. It doesn't bother me that you did it, it bothers me that something could have happened to you and I couldn't have helped you. I got scared when I saw Crypto come back alone, and then when I watched the news I saw someone with a hoodie identical to yours jump into the ocean. Son, it's okay that you're a hero, it's a great thing, but you have to know how to act. Jumping was a good idea, but you didn't know if there was debris down there. You could have fallen on some, and then you would have needed help, and who would have jumped for you?" The green-haired boy lowered his head, but his mother, with her telekinesis, attracted a towel and dried her son's hair. "Inko. You acted as the situation required and it worked, but the next time you were more cautious, understood?" "Izuku. Yes." "Inko. Okay, you're dry now, at least from the head, but you better go and take a bath." "Izuku. Another one?" "Inko. At least to remove everything that might have stuck to you right now and put your sneakers to dry." "Izuku. Okay." The green-haired boy went up and took a bath. When he went down, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, he found his best friend, who had already arrived. "Shoto. Sorry for the delay, I was busy with traffic for a villain." "Izuku. Go ahead." The mixed-haired boy entered the Midoriya home with a smile. He knew, and Izuku was aware of that. Both boys arrived at the dining room where the pie was already freshly made. "Inko. Shoto, it's good that you're here, come in and eat a little." "Shoto. Thank you very much, Mrs. Midoriya." Both boys helped themselves to a slice of the delicious pie. "Inko. I put another one to bake, before you leave I'll give it to you so you can take it to your parents." "Shoto. No need, Mrs. Midoriya." "Inko. Nonsense, it's nothing, I made several, haha, I miscalculated the portions." "Shoto. Well, but I think for now I'll just have a slice before leaving, I don't want it to get any later." "Izuku. That's true, but it doesn't matter if it gets dark, after all we're going to practice with your side of the fence." The mixed-haired boy, upon hearing what his best friend was about to say, took a slice of pie and quickly shoved it into the green-haired boy's mouth, who couldn't continue talking. Shoto. Delicious pie, Mrs. Midoriya. The green-haired boy almost choked on the dessert, but drinking a glass of milk, he was able to swallow his food. Izuku. Yes, I saw that you liked it. Shoto. We have to go, we won't be long. Inko. Understood guys, take care of yourselves. Both boys left home to head to the beach. Shoto. Wow, that villain thing was a disaster. Izuku. Yes, but at least everything went well. Shoto. Haha yes, but what a crazy hold. Izuku. Why do you say that? Shoto. Who would jump into the water just like that? He must have had a planner called Gold Hero. Izuku. Well, we agree that in those moments you don't even think carefully about your actions. The green-haired boy looked at the mixed-haired boy who sighed tiredly. Shoto. You could have gotten hurt. Izuku. It's not the first time I've been told that. Shoto. What would have happened if you hadn't been able to help them? Would you have taken that on? Izuku. That's why I jumped quickly. Shoto. I knew it was you almost immediately, no one is crazy enough to jump in like that. Izuku. Well, it's not like I have many options. Shoto. Why did you do it? You could have called another hero. Izuku. I don't know, when I saw I had already launched myself I'm sure my body moved before I realized it. The green-haired man just let out a dry laugh. Izuku. What happened? Shoto. Moving without your body noticing. Izuku. What's so funny about that? Shoto. Nothing, it's just that my father told me that some of the greatest heroes then share stories from their youth and they all agree on something. Izuku. In what? The sun was upon both boys, Shoto smiled and looked at his best friend before speaking. Shoto. Their bodies moved before they could realize it. The green-haired boy looked at his best friend with curiosity, not knowing if what the mixed-haired boy said was true or if he was just pulling his leg. Shoto. Yes, I know, it sounds like a lie, but that's what the old man said, you know, I feel like there's a hero in all of us, it gives us strength, it keeps us honest, but at the same time among all of us, there will always appear that hero that represents an ideal that we can all reach someday, that pure and innate heroism. I feel like that hero is you, Izuku. You've never given up, not even when the odds were against you. Always inspiring others to act better than anyone. Sometimes you may seem like a madman, but I feel like that madness is what has helped us all. You truly are a hero. The green-haired boy looked at his best friend who smiled at him. Shoto. You know, one of the reasons I came is also because my father told me that there is an option. Izuku. An option? Shoto. Yes, he knows that you want to get into UA, so he told me he can recommend you. Normally UA allows some students to get in by recommendation. Per family there is only one, but in case you want to recommend another from a different family, an exception can be made, as long as the reason for the recommendation is shown. If you want, you could get into UA more easily. The green-haired boy looked at his best friend who stared at him. After a few seconds Izuku smiled and shook his head negatively. Izuku. Thank you, but no, your father is very kind, but I won't feel comfortable entering without knowing if I really deserve to enter. Shoto. You know that's kind of redundant, right? Izuku. Haha, I know, but I understand. I want to know that I was able to enter on my own, achieve something by myself using only my abilities. After all, it is the beginning of my training as a hero. I want to start it on the right foot. The green-haired boy said this while looking at the sky with his hands in his pockets. The boy looked down and turned to see his best friend who smiled accepting this. Shoto. Yes, I knew it would be useless to try to convince you. Izuku. Haha, I'm sorry. Shoto. It's okay, I think a part of me already knew you would say that. I know you, and my father too, but we had to try. Izuku. Haha, I think so what? Do you want to use your flames now? Shoto. Just because you're right, I won't achieve anything with half of my power. If I want to be a hero, then I must try harder than everyone else. Izuku. And buying the figure of your father and your brother has nothing to do with it. The mixed-haired boy quickly hid both possessions while looking away, making Izuku laugh. Izuku. I'm glad to see you two getting along better. Shoto. We live in the same house, it's not like I have any other choice. Izuku. I know, but come on, you're not getting any younger. Both children continued with their day and their training until finally it was time for the mixed-haired boy to leave. A year passed, now Izuku was about to leave high school. The teasing from Bakugo and his cronies had not diminished, but Izuku didn't care anymore. In the end, being able to stop Bakugo didn't mean that he would respect him for it. And it is for this reason that we are now in a classroom. Everything seemed normal. Apparently there were no children showing their quirks. The teacher in charge took a pack of leaves and stacked them to try to make them even. The little man was thin with a bulky gray hair. The man was hunched over, so he stood up to get attention. Professor. Now that you're third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your future. The green-haired boy for his part did not pay much attention to this knowing what was coming, so he was more interested in writing things down in his notebook about the incident related to a hero versus villain fight that had happened in the morning. The villain had the transformation quirk, but in the end he was defeated because he fought against Kamui Woods and a heroine who took advantage of the incident to make her debut. The boy wrote down everything he knew about the villain. He detailed his analysis of the wooden hero a little better and also started a new section dedicated to a heroine who had stolen Kamui Woods' triumph. Apparently her name was Mount Lady, a girl with ash blonde hair and a gigantification quirk. For his part, the teacher continued talking without stopping. Professor, as part of your preparation for this, I've given you several handouts, but… Izuku for his part shook his head trying to turn off his hearing knowing what was coming. He could see it. Two children who were in front of him began to use their quirks. One of them opened the palm of his hand, showing that it could transform into a massive rock. Another boy next to him stretched two strands of his orange hair. Izuku closed his eyes. The teacher squeezed the papers with a serious face, but with a smile, he threw them into the air downplaying them. Professor, you're all planning to join the hero's course, aren't you? At that moment everyone said yes in unison in a shout so loud that it forced Izuku to cover his ears with his arms. Everyone had shown their quirks. There was one who could generate a small spot of air, another girl who could create small whirlpools with her fingers, one who had a tentacle on his head, another who had thorns on his fist, a boy who could emanate light, another who took out a small jet of water. There was a rather strange guy who had no shirt showing a rather abnormal musculature, another who could take out fire, a girl with horns, a boy with an incredible jaw and sharp teeth, a boy with a big nose, another with huge ears. There was also the same idiot boy who always followed Bakugo everywhere who could stretch his fingers, another who could stretch his neck, another quite strange one who could stretch his eyes. Another who inflated his cheek and double chin like a frog, although giving a pink hue to his quite unpleasant load. Few remained silent like Bakugo who smiled with superiority and Izuku who expected everyone to shut up. Professor. Yes, I know you all have amazing quirks, but remember that using them at school is against the rules, so stop it already. The children's cheers stopped, but Izuku knew someone wouldn't stay silent. Bakugo. Professor. That's right, Bakugo Katsuki again. The boy was leaning back in his chair with an arrogant smile. The blonde was leaning back putting his feet on the desk and with his arms crossed behind his head. The boy's scream made everyone shut up and Izuku shook his head negatively. Izuku. Whispering. And here we go again. Bakugo. Do me a favor and don't put us all in the same bag. I won't be at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Izuku knew what the blonde had caused and the reaction was not long in showing. All his companions began to complain to him. Everyone. That's rude, Bakugo. Don't sit too much. But the blonde whose ego was already higher than Izuku thought it could reach just smiled mockingly at the others. Bakugo. They should shut up like the rest of the extras they are. The blonde said this knowing that his classmates would not attack him because his words could be aggressive, but none would dare to fight against him. Not even the one with the great muscles could gather courage and strength for this. For his part, the teacher saw the blonde's file and spoke again. Teacher. Oh yeah, I remember well, you want to study high school at the UA Hero Academy, right Bakugo? With just that comment, he managed to silence all of his colleagues' complaints immediately, turning into expressions of astonishment. Everyone. UA. The national school. It was in the top % this year, you know. Its acceptance rate is extremely low. Izuku sighed. It was precisely because of these displays of astonishment that Bakugo felt superior to the others, so tilting his head he spoke again with pride, arrogance and superiority. Bakugo. And that's exactly why you're all just extras. The blonde man jumped off and landed on his desk in a big leap, making the green-haired boy look away because of the embarrassment this caused him. Izuku. Whispering. Does he know that standing on top of desks is just as bad as using your quirk at school? Bakugo. I passed the mock test. Do you know what that means? I'm the only one in this school with a chance of getting into UA. The blonde kept that arrogant smile while raising the flea pointing at himself. Bakugo. I will definitely surpass Almight and become the best hero. The blonde opened his arms, making his fists as if they were claws, while giving a last cry of victory. Bakugo. My name will be on the list of the richest. Izuku just sighed tiredly, but his teacher saw him and without much enthusiasm took out his file and read it as if nothing mattered. Professor. That's right, now that I see this, Midoriya also wants to enter UA. At that moment Izuku covered himself even more in his desk. Izuku. And he had to say it right now. Everyone turned to look at the poor green-haired boy before bursting into a loud laugh of mockery. Everyone. Huh. Midoriya. Hahaha, no way. Hahaha, you can't get into UA just by studying. The green-haired man adjusted his glasses trying to correct his companions. Izuku. That's not true, they overturned that rule, it's just that there has been no precedent and… At that moment Bakugo, who was in another row and a few desks away from Izuku without thinking much, threw himself at the green-haired boy and slammed his palm against Izuku's desk, pushing the green-haired boy away, who dropped his glasses. The boy quickly took them and put them on, seeing that Bakugo approached him with a face of few friends. Bakugo. Hey Deku. You're way worse than these rejects, you don't even have a damn quirk. How could you even stand in the same place as me? The green-haired boy was still on the ground. He knew that fighting at school was a very bad idea, but he also had to stand up. Izuku began to back away, trying to reason with the blonde. Izuku. Oh hey, wait Bakugo, let's be rational and talk. It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything, seriously, believe me. The green-haired man leaned against the wall, realizing he had to get up quickly. Izuku. It's just that it's been my goal since I was little, and well, I won't know if I can achieve it unless I try. The green-haired boy said this as he slowly stood up and prayed that Bakugo would understand for the first time, but as we already know, luck isn't something that happens very often for Izuku. Bakugo. Furious, what the hell is that about unless I try? Are you taking the test for fun, trash? What the hell do you think you can do? The blonde made an explosion in the air, making Izuku fall again due to the shock. Bakugo. You're bucking Quirkless, you can't do anything. You're useless. You're bucking useless, understand that once and for all Deku. The green-haired boy was going to get up, but Bakugo took his glasses off. Izuku raised his hand for him to give them back, but Bakugo just looked at them disinterestedly and threw them back at him. Bakugo. Blind trash. The blonde returned to his seat. No one stopped him, not even the teacher, who looked at Izuku as if he was worthless. The green-haired boy returned to his seat, ready to continue with his day, which ran normally until classes had already ended. The students were already leaving. Girl. Are we going to karaoke? Boy. Yeah, I have nothing better to do. Izuku was putting away his things without knowing that Bakugo, along with his cronies, was ready to end their friendly morning talk. Izuku was checking the news about the morning incident on his phone, noticing that there were already several notes regarding it. Izuku. Wow, the incident from this morning is already on the front page. Well, that always happens with heroes who make their debut. I must hurry home and write down more information. I have to watch the videos to see if there's anything I missed. The green-haired boy put away his phone, preparing his things to leave. The boy was about to put away his hero's analysis notebook when someone snatched it from his hands. The green-haired boy closed his eyes in annoyance, knowing who it was. Looking up, he saw Bakugo waving his notebook like it was nothing. Bakugo. We haven't finished talking yet, Deku. The long-faced boy stood behind his hunched leader with an idiotic smile. Boy. Kitsuki, what is that? The blonde had no qualms about showing his assistants the notebook, making them smile mockingly. Boy. Huh. Hero analysis for the future. Ha ha ha. Seriously? How ridiculous. Boy, haha Midoriya, you are an idiot. The green-haired man adjusted his glasses and stood up. Izuku. Oh hey, that's enough, give it back to me. The blonde looked at Izuku with superiority and joined the notebook with his hand, making an explosion that left some burns on the notebook before Izuku's tired and slightly annoyed look. Izuku. Hey. Let's go Bakugo. But the blonde wasn't satisfied with that, so without giving it any importance, he threw him out a window. Izuku. Hey, that's going too far. The boy was going to see where his notebook had fallen when the guy with elongated fingers grabbed him by the arms, immobilizing him. Izuku knew it could be easy to free himself from them, but closing his fists, he stayed still. At this, Bakugo just put on a serious face. Bakugo. Many of the elite heroes have stories about their school days. I want to shine by being known as the only student from this pathetic mediocre school who managed to get into UA, and yes, I know, I'm a perfectionist. Izuku, for his part, tried to get away without using his strength, making Bakugo's partner make fun of him. Boy, how pathetic he is, he's terrified. Finally the boy who had Izuku let him go so that Bakugo could then put his hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder, which began to steam, a sign that he was about to use one of his explosions. Although Izuku already knew it, this was only to intimidate, as Bakugo approached his face with a fake smile. Bakugo. Yeah, do us both a favor and don't apply to UA nerd. Izuku was starting to get annoyed. The green-haired boy was already getting fed up with the blonde and his arrogant attitude. The freckled boy knew this was bad because suddenly he started to feel his face hot. He knew it, his heat vision was manifesting. At this Izuku closed his eyes and looked away, causing more mockery from Bakugo's cronies. Boy, how ridiculous, you're not even worth Kitsuki's time, you could at least say something, right? Boy. Don't say that, he's really pathetic, he can't even face reality. Izuku turned a deaf ear to this, trying to calm his annoyance and even more his heat vision, but Bakugo did not stay silent as always, and feeling great he turned around with a smile on his face. Bakugo. If you want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way to do it, jump off the school roof and pray that in your next life you have a quirk. That had been all. Izuku clenched his fists. Bakugo had gone too far this time. The green-haired boy, confident that his heat vision had turned off, turned around, ready to silence Bakugo, but when he turned around he saw how the blonde and his friends were using their quirks in a threatening manner. Bakugo. What? Do you have something to say? The green-haired boy frowned, closed his eyes, turning his gaze, adjusted his glasses and opened them, appearing calmer and staying in his place. Bakugo's cronies burst into laughter and left the place, but Bakugo noticed something, and it is that before losing sight of Deku, the blonde could swear he saw a reddish glow emanating from the green-haired boy's eyes, but thinking that this was due to the reflection of his explosions, he did not give it importance and left. Izuku waited a little longer for the bullies to leave, and once he was sure that they were, he took his backpack and left the classroom to then go around the school and pass behind it, exactly where his notebook had fallen, seeing that it had landed in a pond. Izuku. Idiot, I don't think he realized he was practically trying to convince me to commit suicide. Sigh, he definitely doesn't think before he speaks, and what was I thinking of doing? If I used my powers I'd have to give a lot of explanations, and the one who would be harmed would be me. My powers aren't meant to be used carelessly. I have to calm down. The UA exam will be soon and… The green-haired boy approached the pond, seeing that his notebook was floating in the water and a group of fish was trying to eat it. The green-haired boy sighed and took his notebook. Izuku. This isn't food, you fools, it'll give you indigestion. The green-haired boy took out his notebook and tried to dry it, but before leaving, he reached into his backpack and took out a sandwich, which he broke into small pieces. Izuku. If you're hungry, eat this better. It tastes much better than paper. The green-haired man threw the ham and bread into the water, causing the fish to eat quickly. Once he did this, the green-haired man took his notebook and left. The green-haired boy was already quite far from the school. The teenager was about to reach his house. Now he just had to cross under a bridge. The boy was still somewhat upset about what happened at the academy, so before entering he stopped to breathe and calm down. Izuku. If I have to deal with him in the exam I think Shoto's option doesn't sound so bad now. The boy said this, but immediately shook his head negatively. Izuku. What am I saying? If I do that, I'd just be running away from Bakugo, and in the end, I'll agree with him. No, I won't take the easy way out. I'll take the test and prove what I'm made of. Don't you care what other people think? The more motivated green-haired boy continued on his way, entering the tunnel. The boy was more motivated now, but then, one of the manholes began to move. The green-haired boy could hear something viscous crawling along the walls and seeping through the steel bars, so he immediately turned around and saw a greenish liquid coming out of the manhole, which quickly spread to his mouth and eyes. The green-haired boy didn't need any further explanation. Izuku. A villain. The slimy villain immediately looked at Izuku with a smile. Villain. An average-sized invisibility cloak. Wow, who would have thought, today is my lucky day. The villain didn't think twice and threw himself at Izuku, but the green-haired man, seeing this and without flinching, quickly jumped back, managing to dodge the villain. Villain. Hey, what's going on? Why are you running away? Izuku immediately sharpened his gaze. In his analysis of heroes he had no one who would resemble that villain, but thinking of the plan he remembered the part where he talked about Kamui Woods. Izuku. Thinking. That's right, the varnish chain prison is something like this. The method to prevent this attack from being effective is to break the branches with a big blow, burn them or in my particular case. The green-haired boy saw how the monster was preparing to attack him again, so without wasting any time he put himself on guard. The villain launched himself, but the boy dodged him again. He had to take a breath. Villain. Hey, calm down, you don't have to worry kid, I'm just going to take your body, I promise it will only hurt for seconds, and then you'll feel much better. The villain attacked again, and Izuku once again managed to dodge him. Villain. Don't run away, after all you are my hero, I didn't think he was going to come to the city, so you should blame him. Izuku moved away a little from the villain who prepared to attack again. The boy got Jardia, while the villain laughing jumped on him. Villain. Don't even think you can hit me, much less touch me, I'm a liquid being. But Izuku just smiled. Izuku. I'm counting on it. The green-haired man took a breath. The villain was already close to attacking him, but before he could even touch him, Izuku blew. A few seconds passed and then the sewer hose flew out hitting the ceiling. At that moment someone came out of the sewers laughing. Hahaha, it's all over for you villain, do you know why? Because I'm here. That's right, it was none other than the symbol of peace himself. Almight had entered the scene, but the blonde couldn't even fight because in front of him was the villain he was chasing who had his back to him. The blonde approached a little closer, noticing that the villain was frozen in an attack pose. The symbol of peace tapped the icy structure and smiled. Almight. Well, I'll drink these sodas to save you, please don't thaw out hahaha. For his part, Izuku was running until he reached his departmental area. Izuku. I hope no one saw me, it was a risky move, but at least he won't try to go after someone else. The green-haired boy went into his house with a sigh of relief, his day was over. So the days passed and Izuku didn't stop training. The green-haired boy knew that the entrance exam was near, as well as knowing that he didn't have to use the beach as his training ground anymore, so it was one last time sitting in a large refrigerator watching the sunset. Izuku. Who would have thought, the exam is only in 10 months, hahaha. Well, Himiko was right, time goes by really fast. The green-haired man was looking up at the sky, thinking about the blonde. Izuku. Where are you, Himiko? Sigh, we look for you, I promise. The boy closed his fist determinedly. Izuku prepared to go down and jumped, although he fell on more garbage which annoyed him. Izuku. It seems like this place is getting more and more filled with trash every day, it's a mess, and to think the sunset looks so beautiful from here. The green-haired man took a spray can that was on the floor and crushed it without difficulty. After a couple of seconds the green-haired man smiled. Deku. I know. I'll do one last training session, I'll clean the beach. The green-haired boy tapped the metal a few times, seeing how his hand was marked. The boy raised his gaze a little more and saw that it had 2 holes caused by the heat. The green-haired boy remembered. That refrigerator had been a victim of his inexperience with heat vision. Izuku smiled, remembering his father before going home. Izuku. I promise you, Dad, that I will never forget. The green-haired man returned home where he explained his training plan to his mother, who smilingly asked for an explanation. Inko. Not that it bothers me, son, but you've already trained a lot, practically your whole life, the exam is in months, you should be resting for at least a while. The green-haired man smiled before giving his answer. Izuku. Because I've seen it, I've seen the good that this world has to offer, I've seen the kindness in people and I want to help. The beach became a garbage dump, and if someone doesn't set an example, it will only continue to grow more and more. I will practice my strength, human, so to speak, in addition to helping me better manage my powers. Also, not only heroic work counts, community service is also a way to help, not only people but the world, and it is also a challenge. I will try to clean it up before 10 months so I can rest a little, I also have to study, I hope you understand. The green-haired girl sighed, smiling, poured a glass of water and gave it to her son before ruffling his hair. Inko. Okay, it sounds like something quite difficult, but I'll help you, son, we'll make 10 months fly by. Izuku. Thanks, Ma. And it was after this decision that the green-haired boy became even more concerned. The boy only had one friend, but even the mixed-haired boy, despite entering by recommendation, had to train because although on a smaller scale, he also had to take a physical exam. A Saturday like any other, it has been only a month since the green-haired boy set out to train and clean the beach. The day was just beginning, people were resting except one, Izuku Midoriya, who, true to his promise, moved some objects without using his super strength. The boy was doing this when he heard a car brake on the part of the road above the beach. Izuku stopped walking just to see Shoto come down the wooden stairs that led to the sand and approached him. Shoto. Your mother told me you'd be here. Izuku. There's only one beach on all of Dagaba. Shoto. I don't understand what your ambition is to clean this up. Izuku. Easy, help, haha. Shoto. What a simple answer. Izuku. And what do you want me to say? I'm not looking to be recognized for this, you know, Shoto, I've seen it, it has intensified with the appearance of Mount Lady, but now, the heroic work has changed slightly, the heroes only appear as long as there are cameras, when they end up being more recognized, before things were different, just watch the news, your father for example, never stopped to give interviews, he did his job even when there was no media around. Like the day he arrested the murderer Takami, people even booed him, but he didn't turn his back. Shoto. Couldn't you think of a better example? Izuku. I'm just saying that before, doing volunteer work was a way to be a hero, even if people think it's boring. The green-haired man, for his part, took a cooler, the same one that had the mark of his hand and heat vision, and threw it to carefully begin to crush it, until the green-haired man could see how the sun was just rising on the other side, reflecting its light in the water. Izuku. This beach has a beautiful view towards the horizon, and I plan to return it, helping with the cleanup of the area will be my first step towards becoming a hero. The boy, for his part, looked at his best friend before speaking again. Shoto. From what I know from my father and Tuya, even though Shiketsu is a prestigious academy, UA is the most demanding academy in terms of the hero course. Izuku. I'm counting on that, it wouldn't be the best academy otherwise, or would it? The green-haired boy smiled at his best friend who closed his eyes, looked down and laughed a little softly. Shoto. Haha, you're hopeless, you're seriously crazy, but there's no way to convince you otherwise, I know that. Izuku. Well, moving to UA is a priority. Shoto. I know, you don't have to repeat it to me, well, I guess we say goodbye here then. Izuku. Why? Shoto. I also have to train, apparently even though I passed by recommendation I have to take an exam, and I thought it would be easier. Izuku. Well, Soba Popsicle, you have to show what you're made of. Shoto. Just like your old man, if you don't get into UA I'll make your room the North Pole. Izuku. I'll see you there, old friend. And finally the two boys shook hands knowing that it was not a goodbye, but a see you later. After all, they would see each other again at the UA. Izuku had months to train. The green-haired boy was sure that if he used his powers he would finish in less time, but that would be cheating, and if he really wanted the effort to be noticed, then he would continue as he had been without stopping. The green-haired boy tried harder than ever and his mother saw him, studying daily, training without resting. He followed a diet that supported everything. He never flunked at school. It was painful. There were times when he thought he wouldn't make it, but one day his motivator arrived. The registrations to the UA began reminding him that if he wanted to be a hero, he had to give his all. The boy filled out the form, and once this was done he had to wait a couple of days. The courier had arrived, and among the usual letters there was an envelope that had his name and the seal of the prestigious academy. The green-haired boy opened it, and there it was, his registration form, his admission pass to the entrance exam to the best academy of all. Izuku knew it, his time had come. So time continued to pass, the months flew by, and I was only days away from the deadline. Insert Yuki Hayashi's My Hero Academia and enjoy. One Sunday around in the morning Inko arrived at the beach. The woman was accompanied by the faithful family dog, which upon learning that the truck had turned off the engine, began to scratch the window to go with its owner. Inko petted the animal and opened the door allowing it to leave. Inko carried with her an bento with something light so that her son could eat and rest. Carefully, the green-haired girl went down the stairs and what she saw surprised her. The beach was totally clean, there was not a trace of dust or dirt on the sand. Inko had her mouth open, looking around trying to find something, but nothing. All the garbage that was previously scattered around the place was now piled up in a huge mountain, where empty trucks were waiting for their respective drivers to take it away. The green-haired girl saw that she had even cleaned beyond the area that was full. The entire beach was impeccable. Inko got a little closer to the mountain, followed by Crypto, who was resisting the urge to start running along the beach, enjoying the sand. Suddenly, they both heard it and looked up. It was a scream, not of pain or agony, but of victory, of joy, a scream into the air that exclaimed powerfully. I did it. Inko looked closely at the top of the hill and found that it was her son who, shirtless, was giving this powerful exclamation. Crypto, for his part, excitedly accompanied his master, giving a loud howl of support. Inko saw him and smiled proudly. Inko. You did it, son. From here on, your path begins. Izuku Midoriya. The woman helped Izuku down with her telekinesis and hugged him tightly, as only she could. Once he recovered she helped him eat and finally go home, to take a bath and get some well-deserved rest. Izuku didn't object, his body was screaming for him to rest, and he did. The remaining 10 days Izuku limited himself to studying and doing fairly light training, just to stay in the habit, and that was until the day of the exam inevitably arrived. Insert reprise Fly Away by John Ottman and continue reading. The green-haired boy got up early, grabbed his things and got ready to leave. His mother was already waiting for him, ready to let him go, just like Crypto, who was happily wagging his tail. Inko. Ready Izuku, this is your chance to give your best. Izuku. I won't let you down, Ma, I promise. Inko. You've never done it. Izuku. I know that sometimes you and Dad felt bad for not giving me too many things. The green-haired boy approached his mother and took her by the shoulder while smiling. Izuku. But they gave me the most important thing, Mom, their faith in me. The green-haired man said this while the woman wiped away a tear that threatened to fall. Inko. Since we saw you grow up, son. Izuku. Thanks, Mom. The green-haired boy approached the door and opened it, then turned to look at his mother with a smile. Izuku. See you later. The green-haired boy smiled as his mother said goodbye to him, and so he left his home. He knew that from then on, his life would change. Chapter Come On. The UA exam begins. Izuku walked quickly after getting off the train station. It was a bit cold. The green-haired boy had taken advantage of the fact that there were seats available on the train he was on and warmed his hands with his heat vision in a covert way, putting his hands on his face, pretending to caress it. This allowed him to warm up a little, so he could resist it better, even though he wasn't wearing his scarf. The boy had finally arrived at UA. The green-haired boy looked around surprised by the number of students. Izuku, like all the applicants, wore his high school uniform. In his backpack, he had a sports uniform which they had asked for in the instructions. Izuku stopped for a few minutes, looking at the enormous and incredible building that belonged to the prestigious academy. Izuku. Amazed. Wow, haha, I can't believe it. I did it. I really did it. Today is the day of the exam. Today I'm taking the UA entrance exam. The green-haired man formed a smile on his face as he closed his eyes happily and at the same time meditated and analyzed the entire panorama. Izuku. Well, unfortunately I still don't have control of all my abilities and I don't know if another one will suddenly appear, but that doesn't matter. I must calm down, everything will be fine. I won't use all my powers today, unless it's really necessary. The boy smiled confidently, but before moving forward a scream echoed in his mind, distracting him. Bakugo. Boku Deku. The green-haired man just tilted his head in annoyance. He wasn't going to turn around because he knew who it was. Izuku. Bakugo. The blonde approached the green-haired boy. Apparently the blonde was much colder than him, since he was wearing a scarf. He was quite irritated and annoyed. His pulse gave him away, although Izuku didn't have to use this ability, because he was always like that. Bakugo. Don't get in my way, stupid four-eyed nerd, or do you want to die? The green-haired man breathed, trying to calm down and act naturally. Izuku. Hey, how are you? Good morning to you too. We have to give our best. But the blonde didn't say anything else and walked in front of the green-haired boy quite annoyed. Izuku for his part just sighed tiredly. Izuku. Well, at least this time he didn't want to hit me. Luckily my training keeps me away from him, or else I'm sure he would keep hitting me and I wouldn't have any explanations for not having any injuries. But well, I have to ignore that. Now things are going to change. I'm not the same as before. I'm ready. I'll go for it. The green-haired boy smiled, his legs trembling slightly from excitement and nervousness. Izuku took a step, but to his bad luck his foot hit a stone. The freckled boy felt this, although acting quickly, he managed to control himself and stabilize his path, only taking a few erratic steps. Izuku. Phew, haha, how lucky. I would have looked pretty weird if I had fallen. At that moment a brown-haired girl approached the green-haired boy slightly. Are you okay? Izuku just smiled as he took his glasses and cleaned them without looking at the girl directly. Izuku. Hey yeah, thanks. That's great, I'm glad haha, it would have been bad luck if you fell, but well, at least nothing happened to you. Wow, I'm very nervous, I'm sure you are too. Izuku. Well, mostly excited but yes I'm also nervous haha. The boy put on his glasses before seeing the brunette start to walk away. Well, I have to go, good luck, see you later. The freckled man, for his part, only waved goodbye, quickly losing sight of the girl in the tumult. Izuku. Haha, who would have thought, I talked to a girl and I don't even know who she is. The green-haired boy adjusted his glasses before hearing the bell ring. They had to go in. The students were guided to a room which was completely dark, as they were ordered according to the school they came from. Izuku had to sit next to Bakugo who was quite upset. The green-eyed boy for his part looked everywhere, trying to find a point of light or something that would warn him of what was so mysteriously about to happen. The boy was so deep in thought that he was surprised when some lights quickly turned on, as well as a large screen which projected the UA logo in gold letters on a blue background. Izuku marveled at this, but soon heard a voice that he recognized almost immediately. The tall, thin-looking man with long blonde hair had entered the room, which rose in the air, defying gravity with some spikes, giving the appearance of the plumage of some birds. The subject had a small mustache and yellow glasses. He wore a suit that consisted of a black jacket with a high collar, with a rocker look, because it had some studs and spikes. His pants were also black, and his boots reached the knee. His jacket had bronze-toned shoulder pads, a red belt and elbow pads, like his jacket also with studs. Finally, he wore black gloves with uncovered fingers. His neck was covered with a device with 3 speakers. It looked like a speaker. The man wore headphones with the word Hage written on the headband, which had a couple of shades of orange. There was no doubt, it was the only one, the eccentric, the unmatched. Izuku. It's present Mick. Insert Takahide Kmeno by Yuki Hayashi FM and keep reading, I love this theme XD. Present Mick. To all applicants. The man took a breath before giving a shout of enthusiastic joy. Present Mick. Welcome to my live show. Everybody says hey. The man opened his arms looking at the audience, but nobody said anything. The room was in a deathly silence, which bored the blonde, who rubbed his arms without stopping smiling. Present Mick. How chilling, you guys are really boring anyway. I'll quickly present the summary of the practical exam. The man made several poses while speaking, which although it made him look funny, also demonstrated his attitude that was already known by everyone both outside and inside the heroic society. Present Mick. Are you ready? Yeah. The blonde gave a scream, but again, nothing, the same previous silence abounded in the room. For his part Izuku was quite excited. Izuku. Wow, it really is Present Mick. I used to listen to his radio show every day while I was training. I can't believe he's the one in charge of administering the exam. UA really is amazing. The green-haired boy was quite excited, which bothered the blonde next to him, who just clenched his fists, trying to control his urge to hit him and shut him up. Bakugo knew he couldn't do this or he would be disqualified, so he bit his tongue before speaking normally. Bakugo. Shut up. But Izuku didn't even hear this, much less the blonde in charge who continued talking. Present Mick. As stated in the application requirements, you will have to participate in a simulated urban combat battle. The blonde explained this while the screen behind him changed image, showing the first 7 letters of the alphabet, which were linked to an area that simply said, "You are here." Present Mick. You can bring whatever you want, but know that as soon as the presentation is over, you'll have to go to the assigned combat center, okay? The green-haired boy and the ash-blonde boy looked at the cards they had been given, which are the areas they had to go to. Bakugo for his part turned to look at Izuku annoyed. Bakugo. So, in other words, they won't let you be with your friends, huh? The green-haired boy looked at the blonde, quite surprised that he spoke naturally without saying rude things, then looked at his card, which was his identification for the exam, which had his information and photo. The green-haired boy thought about what he saw on his credential before answering. Izuku. Yes, I think so, although our identification numbers are consecutive, they assigned us to different combat zones. It must be because we come from the same high school, and they don't want us to support each other to avoid some kind of trap. The green-haired man said this, turning to look at Bakugo, who made a face of annoyance. Bakugo. Don't look or I'll kill you. TCH cheating. That would be working with you, this bothers me because I can't crush you like that. Izuku just sighed tiredly and adjusted his glasses. Izuku. Thinking. Yes, I expected that. Back with the sonorous hero, he pointed towards the students while the screen behind him showed a complex of buildings, and around these were the shadows of the 3 enemies to defeat, although something that Izuku quickly noticed is that they were the shadows of the enemies from the Mario Bros video game, each with a number from 1 to 3. Present Mick. Listen carefully, there are 3 types of fake villains in each combat center, you will get points by defeating them according to their difficulty. After this brief explanation, the screen showed a small animation showing the shadow of the main character of the iconic game fighting and earning points. Present Mick. Your objective, my dear listeners, is to use your quirks to gain points by immobilizing the villains. The blonde said this before pointing back to the audience. Present Mick. Of course, attacking other challengers as well as other non-heroic actions are strictly prohibited. The blonde approached the stage and moved his finger negatively indicating the legality of this. Izuku knew it, if he did something against others he would be disqualified, after all he is applying to a hero academy, it was almost obvious that the aforementioned rule would be implicit. The green-haired boy was reading the credential they had given him, as well as other pamphlets they had, when suddenly a boy who was rows below him stood up quickly like a soldier, a spotlight turned on him, showing that he had his entire arm raised. Could I ask a question? His tone was firm, as was his posture, almost like that of a soldier or robot. For his part Present Mick had no problem with a doubt, giving him the floor. Present Mick. Okay. The boy raised one of the brochures which showed the villain's part, the blue-haired boy pointed to one of the boxes, showing that there was a 4th robot. In the brochure we were given, 4 villains are depicted. If this is a printing error, then UA, Japan's most prominent institute, should be ashamed of that silly mistake. The boy wore glasses and an elegant beige suit, he lowered the blade and placed his fist in front of his chest with respect. All of us, the aspirants present here, have come here because we want to take the path of heroism and graduate as exemplary heroes. All the people looked at the blue-haired boy with curiosity because they were intrigued by the boy's voice and position. For his part the blue-haired boy, once he said this turned to see Izuku whom he pointed at and stared at. Also you? The boy with the curly green hair. You should shut up, you've been muttering for a while, it's annoying, you're distracting the others, if you only came here to have fun and hang out you should go home immediately. The boy with glasses said this, staring with an annoyed expression at Izuku, who frowned. Izuku. I am sorry, even though I only said a few words. The green-haired boy lowered his head thinking that the participant had the same attitude as Bakugo, but this action caused laughter from many people in the place. For his part Present Mick moved his arms trying to make everyone calm down. Present Mick. Okay, applicant, thanks for the message thumbs up. At that moment the shadow of a new enemy appeared with a number above it. Present Mick. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points, it is an obstacle so to speak, there is one in each combat center, the obstacle will attack them if they get together in a narrow space, it is not impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to do so, I sincerely recommend that you avoid it. Once again the boy who had raised his hand called attention now by bowing. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The boy sat down and the light above him went out, at that moment all the participants began to talk among themselves. Boy. I see, it's like the obstacles you play in video games. Boy, it looks a bit like Super Mario Bros, although it's a somewhat retro reference. Boy. This is all a reference to video games. For his part, the blonde caught everyone's attention by opening his arms before speaking for the last time. Present Mick. That's all from me, but to finish, I'll give you all a gift, the Academy's motto. Izuku stared at the blonde, giving him all the attention he could. Present Mick. The great and legendary Napoleon Bonaparte once said. A true hero is one who overcomes the misfortunes of life, go beyond plus ultra. The blonde shouted this, causing all the aspirants to be inspired and filled with courage. The excitement was now felt in the air. Izuku took the pamphlet in front of him with force and with a determined smile. Present Mick. Ladies and gentlemen, good luck suffering. And so the hero closed his show, the lights went out, and everyone was guided to each of their areas where their respective place to change was already waiting for them, divided into genders. Izuku didn't take long to change his school uniform, for the sports one which was light blue with white lines. Likewise the boy put his glasses in the case, not wanting them to get damaged. Izuku stood up, remembering most of Present Mic's words with some nervousness. Izuku. So training battles. The green-haired man looked at all the candidates surrounding him, noticing that they were quite calm. Izuku. Wow, everyone is very calm. I could use my hearing, but it would be unethical. At least they don't seem so nervous, that's a good thing. The green-haired boy noticed that some of them were carrying support equipment, like a thin boy with blonde hair who had a somewhat strange belt around his waist. Izuku. Present Mic was right, they can use support equipment for their quirks. I think they would have to register them first, so it wouldn't be considered cheating. The boy was so immersed in his thoughts that he almost didn't realize that the girl he spoke to in the morning was not far away. Izuku. Ah, she's the kind girl from the morning, she does look a bit nervous. I think it's normal, for some reason she looks familiar to me, I feel like I've seen her before, but I can't remember where. Well, whatever, it seems we were assigned to the same area. I think I'll go with her to support her. The green-haired boy began to walk towards her calmly. Izuku was close to arriving when he felt a hand on his shoulder. When he turned around, he realized it was the same boy from before. Izuku stopped. Apparently the height difference between them was minimal. Izuku could be shorter than the blue-haired boy by only 2 centimeters at most. The boy with glasses looked at Izuku with clear annoyance, and then looked at Uraraka in the distance. Izuku. Thinking. It can't be him too. That girl seems to be trying to concentrate. Who are you? Don't tell me you were thinking of distracting the participants. That would be dirty tricks and a disgrace to an academy as prestigious as UA. Izuku looked seriously at the boy in front of him, but the other participants did too. Izuku earned some criticism with this. Boy. Hahaha, that's the boy who was acting weird since he arrived. Boy. Poor idiot, right now he's probably scared to death and shaking. Boy. Hahaha, well, that's one less rival to worry about. The green-haired boy freed himself from the blue-haired boy's grip and walked away from the mockery. Izuku. They think they're lucky to have me as a rival. For his part, the blue-haired boy looked at Izuku with an annoyed face, but he could not say anything because at that moment the voice of Present Mic caught everyone's attention. Present Mic. Okay. Let's get started. The scream echoed throughout the complex, but no one did anything. Izuku just looked up at the megaphone without fully understanding the order like all the other aspirants. Present Mic. What's up? There's no countdown or time to waste in a real fight. Run, run. Death awaits you. Insert Howling by Flow X Gran Rodeo in its instrumental version and continue reading. Izuku looked at the hero in confusion, but after a couple of seconds to process it, his body turned around and he started running into the battlefield, followed by all the other challengers. Izuku. I can't stay behind. The green-haired man ran using a bit of his speed, managing to be in the crowd of participants. Izuku. Thinking. Calm down, everything will be okay. I only have one chance, but I can do it. The green-haired man had a determined look, but at that moment something crossed one of the buildings making all the other candidates split up. Some of them ran in different directions in surprise. The dust dissipated, showing that it was a robot which had the number 1 on one of its arms. Izuku. It's the 1-point robot. The robot quickly located Izuku and raising his arms with a mechanical voice exclaimed. Robot. Target identified, I'll kill you. The robot was ready, one of its weapons was prepared. Izuku on the other hand was on guard. Izuku. Here it comes, I have to be ready. The green-haired man thought about striking with his strength to destroy it, but then his body completely paralyzed. Izuku. Why, what's wrong with me, why can't I move? The robot was quickly approaching Izuku, but he remained in place. Izuku. Come on, you have to move. The robot jumped ready to attack. Izuku understood it, he knew how to fight, but he never put that knowledge into practice. Now that played against him, he never fought against anyone, he would always prefer to talk before using his fists. Izuku closed his eyes waiting for the blow, but this. I never arrived. The green-haired man opened his eyes only to see a laser destroy the robot. Izuku. A laser. The green-haired man looked in the direction of the origin of this, finding the blonde man with that strange belt that he saw a few minutes before the test began. The blonde man just smiled. Thank you. We make a great team, but I don't think we'll ever meet again. Izuku looked at the blonde strangely, his tone of voice and the poses he made when speaking seemed quite strange to him. The blonde only raised 2 fingers before running away. Goodbye. The green-haired man, for his part, managed to get out of this trance, in which he was relaxing his posture. Izuku. Aren't we meeting again? He's implying that I won't make it, maybe he's right, what luck they had to save me again, idiot. The freckled boy hit a wall making a hole in it. Izuku was upset with himself. It was true, no matter his strength or his training, much less his powers, they always had to save him. His parents, Crypto, Shoto, Toga, someone was always behind him to save him. Izuku gritted his teeth annoyed. The boy began to breathe trying to calm down, but it was useless. He was stressed. The green-haired boy was about to give up when he remembered his father's words. Violence only generates violence. If I teach you to fight, it is to defend people, but that doesn't mean you will hit everyone who crosses your path. It was true, he didn't fight to prove anything to anyone, he wasn't like Bakugo, he didn't fight because he understood the value of strength, and he had also made a promise, but now, that promise could be bent slightly, he had decided, and his decision had been supported by his mother, he could use his strength, as long as it didn't hurt others. Izuku raised his face determined, it was true, he couldn't give up, he had a chance, and he wouldn't waste it on nonsense like thinking about giving up. Izuku looked at the small hole he had made in the wall, realizing that he didn't have to pass in the first place, but he had to hurry or all his efforts would be in vain. The green-haired boy began to move forward, remembering how before the exam started everyone considered him less. Izuku remembered Bakugo, his constant teasing, and finally he thought about his best friends. He still had to find the blonde, besides he made a promise to Shoto. The promise to see each other at UA, and if there was something that his family respected it was the promises. Izuku started running, while Present Mick's voice was heard on the speakers. Present Mick. 5 minutes and seconds left. Izuku. Thinking. Fine, don't rush it, you have time, this is a large place, the students have no idea how many robots there are, but if we concentrate in the center, then they'll run out quickly, and if they don't discover the others they'll panic. The green-haired boy remembered the first robot he found which had separated them and was far from the downtown area. Izuku quickly thought about his father and how he managed to get into his missions to discover the villain boss, and once he captured him the mission was over, the heroes won. Izuku quickly thought this and stopped his way. He was in the downtown area, there were several robots, but it was obvious that they were destroying them quickly. The brown-haired girl had points. The blue-haired one, but the robots were running out and some were starting to fight each other. Boy. That's mine. Don't steal it. Boy, first come, first served. Izuku. The number of enemies is decreasing rapidly, there is nothing here, I have to look for them. The green-haired man quickly turned his back and started running to the other side, while he was watched by the blue-haired man with glasses. Did he go crazy? But none of that, the green-haired boy ran using his speed and quickly caught the attention of several robots from different points, which had come out of their hiding places chasing the boy. Robots. Target located, kill target. Izuku. I want to see that. The green-haired boy found himself almost surrounded, but far from being intimidated he thought of his father, Toga and Shoto, if they didn't give up, he wouldn't either. The freckled man approached one who was point and managing to dodge his mechanical arm, he hit him in the face, destroying the upper part of it and defeating him. Izuku. Well, 1 point, that's something haha. The green-haired boy started to run, but soon a three-pointer stood in front of him, the robot launched its attack, but Izuku managed to make a feint, jumped, and with a knee, he managed to defeat it too. Izuku. They were always there for me, now it's my turn to stand on my own 2 feet. One of the robots launched a missile, Izuku put his arms in an X, the missile hit squarely, and the green-haired boy was launched towards another of the robots with enough force to destroy his enemy. Izuku. Haha wow, collateral damage. The green-haired boy became serious and began to run towards his rivals. He knew it. If he used all his powers, he could win faster, but calculating the time, he knew he still had 4.5 minutes left, enough time to reach at least the brunette or even the blue-haired boy. Besides, without anyone seeing him, he could let loose a little more. Izuku launched himself against the villains, managing to grab one of his metallic stingers and, managing to charge him, he began to spin him around, finishing off some robots instantly. But without knowing it, multiple cameras were recording everything that was happening in the combat arena, and this was transmitted to various screens that were in a dimly lit room where only the silhouettes of some people could be seen. In this practical exam, the candidates are not informed of the number of villains or their location, they have a time limit in a large area, they are the ones who must get the villains out of their hiding places, ability to gather information and understand that same information before anyone else, mobility that can be used in different circumstances, perspicacity to remain calm in any situation, and pure combat skill. While someone was saying this, on the screens were seen the images of several candidates, Bakugo, Ida, that blonde boy with a laser in his navel, and one who apparently could form multiple arms resembling wings. Finally, the lights of the screens gave enough light to see that in the room where the images were projected there were several people, one of them and who spoke was a small creature with white fur, a mix between a bear, dog and a mouse, but wearing an elegant suit. Next to this was a strange-looking man, because he looked like a block of cement with a uniform, mouth and eyes. Next to this guy, there was also another equally strange one who wore a trench coat. A black mask with a yellow line on his nose, wide eyes and a rather wide smile. Those are the skills needed to maintain peace on the streets, and they're the points for this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? Well, we can't be sure, the real test is about to begin. At that moment, a small dome opened, inside which was a red button, which a hand in a black glove did not hesitate to press. It was true, the real test was about to begin. At that moment in the fake city many things began to fall. The noise was such that even Izuku stopped his fight to see the mountain of smoke that had formed. The enormous robot was in the center area, where the other aspirants were, who watched in amazement as something approached them, destroying everything in its path. It didn't take long for the smoke to dissipate, and everyone, including Izuku, could see a huge robot. An obstacle will go crazy in closed spaces, I recommend applicants avoid it. Izuku saw it, and his body couldn't help but shudder completely. Izuku? It's 0 points. It's absurdly huge. The green-haired boy quickly ran to the center area, hitting the robots that were in his way to make way. Upon arriving, the huge machine threw a blow against the ground, which raised a huge curtain of air that forced everyone to duck. Now they knew, they had to flee. Izuku was barely recovering when all the aspirants ran by. One of them hit him, and since Izuku was distracted, he managed to knock him down. All the others passed by him without caring about anything, none of them helped him. Even the blue-haired boy who had previously claimed passage next to Izuku simply by looking at him without stopping his race. Izuku quickly stood up. Izuku? This is too much, it's an overwhelming threat. The green-haired boy was about to follow the others and start running when he heard Present Mick's voice again. Present Mick. Less than 2 minutes left. Izuku? Less than 2 minutes. That's crazy. Izuku was about to run away when he heard it. He didn't even need to use his super hearing. The green-haired man managed to hear a pained female voice. It hurts. The green-haired boy turned around to find the brown-haired girl. It would have been bad luck if you fell. The green-haired boy saw her, the debris had fallen on her leg, crushing it. She was hurt, some tears ran down her face. Izuku saw this, and time stopped. Their bodies moved before they realized it. You will give people an ideal to aspire to. You will achieve wonders. The green-haired boy didn't even realize when he had started running towards the robot, but he was already on his way and couldn't stop. On the other hand, in the control room where all the people were, among all of these was a guy wearing a suit which he appreciated that was too big for him. His blonde hair was fallen, and his face was haggard, but who matters to us is the woman next to him, a beautiful brunette with a body toned by training and a tight suit, but that allowed her mobility. Her hair was tied in the same style as Inko. The woman saw the green-haired man run and worried, that's right. It was the great and renowned pro-heroine, Nana Shimura, who, seeing her nephew in the exam run towards the robot, quickly exclaimed in alarm. Nana? What's he doing here? Stop the test. The robot will kill him. But then the mixture of mouse, dog, bear, raised its paw, silencing the woman. I called you both because although Almight already made his decision, he wanted you to train the next generation. That boy, maybe you didn't pay attention to him because he didn't stand out much as a group, but the truth is that he hides one or another surprise. Nana? What are you talking about, Principal Nezu? He's quirkless. Nezu, for his part, just smiled. The wise rodent had his eye on him since he read his name in the file, so he wasn't worried. Nezu? Everyone knows there's no merit in defeating that artificial villain, but it creates an opportunity to shine brightly. Izuku ran towards the robot without stopping. The freckled man thought about the impulses that his strength gave him, and without thinking twice, he took a great leap which was able to raise the dust, attracting the attention of the brunette and the people in the control room, including the black-haired woman who opened her mouth in surprise. Nezu, on the other hand, just smiled while holding the file in his hand. Nezu. And go up to the surface. The green-haired boy rose quickly. The boy had his fist ready, he was about to throw the punch. But the robot was smarter than he thought. Izuku didn't count on the enormous mechanical beast having a pair of missiles. When he identified Izuku, he launched one of these which hit Izuku, throwing him meters back. The green-haired man had lost the top part of his sports suit. The green-haired man was close to falling, but then he remembered his father's words. Izuku, our powers are not like quirks, we have no limits, and that is why we have to know how to use them. They are not things that we can handle just like that. Like everything in this life, there is an order. We cannot underestimate the rival. But that does not mean that we will use all our strength. Remember, Izuku, find the balance so that our powers help and not harm. I know you can do it, and when the situation requires it, you will show what you are made of. The sun was above Izuku, illuminating him completely. The green-haired boy had his eyes closed, but then he felt the warmth of the sunlight. It was true, he couldn't give up, especially when his path was about to begin. Izuku was about to land, but then he stopped. His feet weren't touching the ground. There was a difference of centimeters that prevented this, but the green-haired boy didn't care about this. He hadn't even realized it, because at that moment, someone was in trouble, and he would never turn his back on anyone. At that moment Izuku opened his eyes which showed their light in red. The Frickle, thinking that he was on the ground, pushed himself once more. The robot saw him and fired its second and last missile again, but Izuku dodged it. The mechanical beast stopped its walk and heavily raised its hand trying to attack Izuku, but the boy used his heat vision, managing to cut the robot's joint. The boy saw how it fell and quickly went down it, although not calculating the weight. It managed to lower him until it touched the ground, but Izuku was not willing to give up. He charged again and rose with a limb in his hands before Nezu's smile and Nana's amazement. Nezu. That's it, the beginning of the hero. Izuku managed to rise above the robot's head and forcefully returned its arm with enough force to make it back, while it slowly disassembled and exploded. Nana. The spirit of self-sacrifice. Down below, the other aspirants were with their mouths open. Because of the enormous curtain of smoke they couldn't see anything. The last thing they saw was that stranger with green hair throwing himself at the robot, an explosion and the robot destroyed. They didn't know what had happened for sure, but of one thing they could be 100% sure, and that was that they had made a mistake by underestimating that boy. For his part, Izuku was in freefall. The boy hit, and after that he knew nothing more. Izuku was looking at the ground near him. Izuku. No. Damn, what do I do? What do I do? I don't know what the limits of my invulnerability and regeneration are. I don't know if I can fall like my father did. I could break my legs and I'd still come out. What do I do? The green-haired boy was getting closer to the ground when he suddenly received an incredible slap and his fall stopped completely. The culprit of this had been the brunette who was floating on a piece of the robot. The girl brought her fingers together in a clear sign of pain. Bell release. At that moment both Izuku and the rubble where the girl was fell to the ground. The brunette couldn't take it anymore and began to vomit what seemed to be rainbows. Izuku for his part was tired. His breathing was labored. The boy had to breathe because he felt his heat vision still on and he didn't want accidents. Izuku was about to stand up when he heard Present Mick's voice once more. Present Mick. Time's up. Izuku heard this and knew he didn't have to continue standing, so he let himself fall again. Izuku. Okay, now with your permission I think I'll rest a bit. The green-haired man fell to the ground while breathing heavily, while people began to surround them both, although keeping their distance. Boy. What's wrong with that guy? Boy, he suddenly jumped towards the obstacle. Boy, he seems to have a boost-type quirk, but that was unusual. Boy, but with such a great quirk, why did he act like a coward before? Boy, maybe he acted like that to deceive others. Boy, don't be silly, even if it was, I wouldn't gain anything by doing this. Girl, but after doing that he really seems like an amazing guy. For his part, the blue-haired man from before who had surprised Izuku was now looking at the green-haired man while gritting his teeth. No, they don't see the point, didn't they? The boy turned to see the brunette who was still on a robot's missile launcher. He did that to save that girl. He was somewhere else, and yet he came back. He was aware of the remaining time, his safety and his points. He knew that destroying that thing wouldn't give him anything, but still he didn't hesitate and jumped to do it. The boy clenched his fists as he remembered how he had run past Izuku without stopping. If we weren't in an exam of course, I would have done the same. The boy had said this almost as if it were obvious, although after saying this he thought again. Wait, exam? Of course. Wait a moment. The boy put his hand to his chin, but in those moments his thoughts were silenced when he heard the voice of an old woman who was heading towards them. She had a pink helmet with a small visor that covered her eyes, a white coat, a simple uniform, and was leaning on a cane in the shape of an injection. Her gray hair was combed back, tied with a hairnet and with a syringe in it. Good job, here, some candy, eat some. The old woman had taken out some gummies which she gave to a boy who thanked her for this. Once this was done, and with a calm step she approached the crowd of boys. Boy. Who is? But then, answering the unfinished question, the same blonde man from before with a French accent spoke. That mademoiselle, she is the backbone of the UA, the licensed nurse of the UA Academy, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. Her quirk is the super activation of healing abilities. The UA can afford to do such crazy exams thanks to her. The old woman approached the green-haired man, standing centimeters away from him. Recovery girl. Wow, is this your first time using your quirk like that? Your body must be exhausted. Did you hurt yourself? But the green-haired man just raised his thumb as a sign of being okay and then stood up. Izuku. I'll be fine, I just need to rest a little. Recovery girl. Wow, you're impressive, you remind me a lot of him, but anyway, if you're not in bad shape, then my quirk will hurt you more than help you. Here, take some candy to give you energy. Izuku. Thank you. The old woman gave some gummies as well as candy to the boy who started eating them. Recovery girl. Let's finish this quickly, did anyone else get hurt? Izuku. That's right, recovery, please see the brunette girl, I think her foot broke, the debris fell on her, she must be hurt. Recovery girl. Yes, calm down. The old man approached the girl who was already smiling more, but before the old woman reached her, she looked up, giving the green-haired man an annoyed look, who was surprised by that. Uraraka. I'll be fine annoyed. Recovery girl. I'll know until I see your leg. Izuku. By the way, is that all we have to do or? Recovery girl. That's all for now, they'll call you later for the written test, you can leave if you like. Izuku. Thank you. The green-haired boy walked away while eating the remaining candies and was followed by the sight of the blue-haired boy. I see. If this exam is like this then the… And so, Izuku left the UA complex. The written exam was in a couple of days, but at that moment, Izuku didn't care much about this. The freckled boy arrived home where he noticed that his mother wasn't there and had only left a note. Izuku went out with Rei and Mitsuki. I left Katsuden already done for you, when I get back tell me how the exam went, with love mom. Izuku smiled and guided by the note went to the kitchen and then returned to the living room to be greeted by his faithful dog. Izuku ate a little and then went to the living room where he played a little with his pet, although he was surprised because there was a feeling that he couldn't get out of his head, and it was that when he was fighting against the 0 points he felt that he had flown, somehow, he had the same feeling as when he flew with his father, but now it was strange because he felt it in his own way. The boy was surprised by that because before his powers gave an indication of appearing previously. He felt feverish before having his heat vision, insomnia, ear and vision problems due to his X-ray vision and his super hearing. He had chills before developing his icy breath, etc., etc. The freckled man was intrigued by this, but would get out of doubts. The boy advanced to the door. Izuku sighed before leaving and turned to see his dog. Izuku. I have to go crypto, I won't be long, if mom comes tell her I already ate, okay? Haha. The dog just turned around in surprise seeing his owner who smiled and left, determined to go to the only place where he could explore his powers in a hidden way, the beach of Dagaba. The green-haired boy arrived at the beach and sat on the sand looking at the landscape around him. There was not a single bit of garbage. Izuku. Haha, I shouldn't have cleaned the beach so quickly. I still had to discover one last power. The green-haired man stood up as he remembered the explanation his father gave him about his power, his past, his lineage. Son, it is something you must understand. You are a son of this earth as much as you are of Krypton, different realities, but in the end you have the best of both worlds, a dream that your mother dedicated her life to preserve it. Yes, I know, the people of Earth are different from us, despite seeing us similar it is true, but in the end I think that is even good. They will not necessarily make the same mistakes as the Kryptonians, not if you guide them son, not if you give them hope. Izuku remembered how his father, when saying this, pointed to his chest, implying that he was referring to the symbol on the suit. Insert flight by Hans Zimmer and go ahead, you can read and feel the excitement. That represents the symbol of the House of L. It is hope, in that hope lies the fundamental belief in each person's potential to be a force for good, that is what you will give them, Izuku. The green-haired man stood up as he looked at the extensive beach. That's why I'm so different. The green-haired boy remembered as he walked along the beach, his father's words still echoing in his mind. Izuku, I told you before, we on Earth get our energy from the sun, but you are different from me. The sun of this Earth is younger than the one on my Earth, and obviously than the one on Krypton. Your cells as I mentioned absorb its radiation much better, strengthening your muscles, your skin and your senses. The gravity here, like that of my world, is weaker, but the atmosphere is more nourishing son. I have to be honest with you, you have grown here in a way that I did not expect, Izuku. You will be stronger than I ever imagined, but do not be afraid of that is why we train, and if you want to know more about your power, then you have to keep going. The only way to know how strong you will be is to continue testing your limits. Izuku stopped, the beach was extensive, he didn't know how long he had walked. The black-haired man looked down at his feet, he didn't know what would happen for sure, but he was aware of something, he couldn't give up being so close. The green-haired man bent his knees, prepared himself, and after loading up his strength. Leap. The green-haired boy managed to cover a large area in a single jump, reaching the other part of the enormous beach area, but he didn't stop there, but without stopping he took another great leap with which he now covered more ground. The boy fell at an intersection. Izuku didn't stop and took another powerful leap. People didn't see what had happened. Fortunately there was no car, but they didn't understand how it was that from one moment to the next, there was now a large crater in the pavement. Izuku for his part was in freefall again, but upon landing he repeated the action for the fourth time, only now propelling himself upwards with speed. The green-haired boy was excited, it was the same feeling he had in the entrance exam. The air hit his face hard, but that didn't stop Izuku from raising his arms with an expression of happiness. The green-haired boy had already crossed some cumulus clouds. Without believing it the freckled boy tried to take them, but his hand passed through them. Izuku laughed of happiness, I had achieved it. Or not. Izuku continued rising until suddenly he felt the Earth's gravity pulling him down. Izuku's joy turned to fear as he saw how he began to fall. Izuku. No. The green-haired boy fell with great speed. After a couple of seconds the boy could see a mountain. The emerald-eyed boy was approaching it with speed. Izuku could only cross his arms in front of his face waiting for the blow. In the distance, it could be seen as if a missile had hit the enormous rock formation, shattering the tip of it and hitting the ground. Anyone might think it had been a missile or some kind of quirk, but no. The green-haired boy's hand came out of the crater, resting on the snow-covered ground. The boy stood up while breathing heavily. Izuku. Well, this proves a point. If I was able to survive the fall in the exam, now the second point is, where am I? The boy came out of the crater, stumbling over the debris, and seeing that there was a lot of snow and some mountains around him, the green-haired boy made a confused face before speaking again. Izuku. Well, now I'll have to explain how I'm in Shirakawa from one moment to the next. The green-haired boy lowered his head and brought his hand to his face, removing the remaining snow. The green-haired boy walked a little while. He remembered that unique sensation he had when he was in the air. The green-haired boy looked at his fists and then looked up. You will achieve something that I could not in this world, son. You will give people an ideal to aspire to. They will follow you, they will stumble and fail, but in time, they will join you in the sun, Izuku. In time, you will help them achieve wonders. His father's words rang loudly in his mind again. The boy turned around seeing that the sunlight was covering him again. Izuku breathed calmly. The green-haired boy closed his eyes, remembering the first time his father took him to receive the sunlight for the first time. The boy felt calmer, more peaceful. Izuku opened them and slowly put one knee against the ground, without caring about the cold of the snow and ice. Izuku put his fist against the ground, and then after a second or maybe two, a small whirlwind of air began to form which moved the snow and the small rocks, revealing the ground. This small air began to be felt throughout Izuku's body. It did not need to jump, he just pushed himself, and from one moment to the next he rose. The ground beneath his feet cracked, but the green-haired boy was already in the air. Izuku knew nothing about flying, and the speed with which he was moving was proof of this. The boy was going so fast that the green in his hair would not be visible to the naked eye. The friction was incredible, but there was almost no resistance that Izuku could notice. The boy raised his arms and noticed that this served in some way to give him direction, so the green-haired boy managed to make a few turns and move, so as not to simply continue rising. Izuku went down. He was almost at ground level. Due to the speed he was carrying, he soon reached a slightly mountainous and desert area. He collided with some of these mountains due to the speed he was carrying. He was able to avoid some, so he even managed to reach some rice plantations, where by flying so low he crossed one of these fields. The green-haired boy even managed to reach the ocean, and slowly managed to lower a hand, managing to make a line in the water. The green-haired boy dared a little more and dived into it to get out quickly, and with this same air he managed to dry himself. Izuku was happy. So much was his excitement that he had not heard the sonic boom he had made when flying with great speed. The boy did not know how to brake, how to go down, or even how to reduce his speed. He had barely understood how spin and go down, but that didn't matter. His excitement was greater because he was flying. It was dangerous at that speed, but he was flying, and it was a feeling he could never forget. Somehow he managed to get to Dagaba Beach again, where without knowing how or why his flight stopped, and he fell into the water, spinning a few times until he reached the sand as if he had thrown a stone. Izuku stood up. The green-haired boy wiped the water from his face and hair while smiling. The boy was excited. He couldn't articulate a word because of the same happiness. The freckled boy didn't hesitate and ran to his house where his mother was already seeing the boy enter so quickly, became alert. Inko. Izuku, what's wrong? But the freckled boy didn't say anything. The boy hugged his mother and carried her to spin her around. The boy was excited. Izuku let go of his mother, and she could notice that her son's hair was wet. Inko. Izuku, how did the exam go? Why weren't you there? You should have left a note. Were you swimming? Izuku looked at his mother and between tears of happiness tried to speak. Izuku. I did it. Inko. Did you do it? Izuku. I did it, Mom, I really did it. I did it. The green-haired man, unable to do more, shouted this last thing, surprising his mother who didn't know what was happening. The woman was barely reacting and was trying to ask for an explanation. Inko. But what did you achieve, Izuku? The green-haired man was about to speak when suddenly someone entered the Midoriya house in the same way as Izuku. It was Nana, who quickly opened the door. Apparently the woman didn't know that the green-haired man had left it open, distracted by emotion. For their part, mother and son turned to see the woman who hadn't arrived since her father's death and who now had a surprised face. The woman walked towards them, closing the door behind her. Before anyone could say anything, the woman asked two questions. Nana. Izuku, can you fly? You have Clark's powers. Chapter A. This is my path, I will be a hero. Nana. Izuku, can you fly? You have Clark's powers. The woman asked this, surprising Izuku and Inko, who were not expecting the visit of the black-haired woman after 5 years of not knowing anything about her. Izuku. Aunt Nana. How do you know that? For her part, Inko took her son by the arm, pulling him so he could see her. Inko. Can you fly? The green-haired man was watched closely by both women who were waiting for an answer, but the boy also had a question for his aunt, as did the older green-haired woman. Izuku. How do you know I have powers? Inko. Why are you only coming to Nana's house now? It's been 5 years. The woman took the heroine by the shoulders while she looked at her. It was true, she had been absent for a long time, she had no right to come suddenly to ask questions. Nana. I'm sorry. Inko. I was worried about you, idiot. You're my best friend along with Mitsuki and Rei. At first when I met Clark you said you were his cousin, but you were almost brothers, you were my sister-in-law, and I considered you a sister. I heard you broke your leg, an arm and your ribs in that battle, and you only came to give me my dead husband's cloak and then left again. You weren't at his funeral. The black-haired woman saw how Inko began to shed tears as she said this. For the woman it was still painful to talk about that fateful day. Nana saw how Izuku also turned his head sadly. It was true, she abandoned the family that had supported her so much when she discovered that her son and her family had mysteriously died, the family that had accepted her as one of them when she was left alone. The black-haired woman was not there when Izuku grew up to support him and left all the work to Inko. Nana began to cry, but Inko did not want her tears, she wanted an answer. The woman took her by the arms trying to make her react. Inko, tell me Nana. Where have you been? I don't want you to cry, I don't want your tears, I want you to tell me why none of us have seen you in 5 years. Nana finally exploded as she broke free from the female's grip. Nana. I don't know. Inko. That's not an answer. Nana. I don't know Inko, I don't know, I think it's just. Inko. Just what? Nana. I think I just sigh, I was scared. The black-haired girl said this and lowered her head sadly. Nana. I was afraid of being pushed aside, afraid of being blamed for Clark's death. Inko was surprised by that. Why would the brunette feel that way? Nana. Because no matter how much I think about it, it's my fault. Clark is dead, I took him to that battle, I killed him. At that moment the green-haired girl hugged the black-haired girl trying to comfort her. Inko. Don't say that Nana, you didn't do it. Nana. I don't think so Inko, if I had been braver I would have fought alone and he would still be here. Inko. What nonsense are you talking about? We both knew Clark and we know that as soon as he saw the news he would have flown out to help you, he was a hero and would always have done everything possible to help. You didn't kill him Nana, and I'm sure he would think the same. He did his duty and accepted the consequences. In the end, he gave his life to defend those he loved. That's what a hero does. The woman cried again, feeling sad for not having been able to be there for the Midoriya family. Inko. I think the only thing that would really bother you would be that you weren't here with us, and I'm not saying this to help us but to support you, to show you that you're not alone, and that you have a family, that you have a place to sleep whenever you want. Nana. I'm sorry Inko, forgive me both of you, I was selfish and only thought about myself, I didn't realize that. Izuku. Don't worry Aunt Nana, we're fine, although we do miss you haha. The black-haired girl looked up, seeing that the green-haired boy was still smiling with tears in his eyes. Nana. Izuku, sorry I couldn't be there to help you. Izuku. It's nothing, it was difficult, but my friends helped me, plus I had a promise to keep with my mother, and I couldn't spend all day in bed haha, at some point I had to get up. Nana. Why? Izuku. Well, before my father left on his mission he made me promise that I would be the hero of the house, and that I would take care of my mother so. Nana. No I don't mean that. Izuku. So? Nana. Why are you always like this? Always kind, never misjudging anyone, always smiling. Inko. Haha, because we are no one to judge, in the end, good or bad decisions, we can always solve everything, it's just a matter of not giving up. Izuku. Besides the fact that there is nothing to be gained by judging others, we make a better change by helping, that is what we fight for, that is what our powers are for, to give people hope, the hope of a better tomorrow, to give them an ideal to which they can aspire. The woman saw the green-haired man and could swear she saw Clark behind him with a smile. Without a doubt Izuku was her son. The woman approached the living room and sat down. Nana. Haha, I don't know what I did to get such a good family. Inko. Well, I lost my parents and my husband, but in return, I have a wonderful son and a great sister-in-law, so I guess we're even. The black-haired woman just smiled upon hearing the answer as the woman approached the kitchen. Inko. But that doesn't excuse you from having been away for 5 years, you have to make up for lost time, so you better stay there while I serve you something to eat. I don't know if you're hungry, but I'll have it hot, besides we have a lot to talk about to catch up on, so you'll have to get comfortable, and I hope you don't have any plans. Nana. Well, technically, I asked permission from my job to leave early, although I have to return in 2 days, and I don't know if I'll be able to stay here. Inko. Fine, you can use Rei's old room in the meantime. Nana. I wasn't serious Inko. But Izuku just smiled and sat next to his aunt. Izuku. You know how it is, you can't say no to him. Nana. Haha, I think I had already forgotten. The green-haired boy just smiled and lowered his head slightly, but at that moment Nana remembered the question that had brought her to the Midoriya home, and without thinking twice, she hit the green-haired boy on the wet head, who had not expected this. Izuku. Ouch. And why was that? Nana saw that her mother was not around and spoke in a low voice. Nana. Why would that be, Izuku, do you have your father's powers? Izuku. And exactly why do you speak in a low voice? Nana. Because I know your mother, and I know how she will feel when she finds out that her son is faster than a bullet, stronger than the bullet train, and can jump the Abeno Harukas in a single bound. Izuku. But. Nana. No buts, young man, answer the question. Izuku. But. Nana. Wait, are those your dad's glasses? Okay, you have to explain a lot, and do it quickly. If your mom finds out. Inko. If I find out what? Nana. You'll kill us both. The black-haired girl hadn't realized that the green-haired girl had already returned, but upon noticing the voice of Izuku's mother, she immediately fell silent. Nana. Inko. Inko. Yes. Nana. And as I was saying, if your mother finds out about the gift you're going to buy her, she'll kill us both. Izuku, for his part, just looked at his mother, who nodded slightly, smiling. Inko. I know Nana. Nana. Do you know? Since when? Inko. For a long time, in fact when you told Clark your theory we started to speculate. Nana. Speculate. Inko. We didn't think of that option, so it was just a theory, we decided to help Izuku by giving him a training program in the meantime. Nana. So they did know. Inko. Well, technically her first manifestation of powers was at 5 or 6 years old, if my memory serves me correctly. Izuku. I think at 5, Mom. Nana. Wait, you had powers all this time and you never told me. Inko. Well, at first we didn't do it because it was just a theory Nana, we couldn't tell you without being 100% sure, we didn't want both of you to get excited and then get disappointed, Clark thought that between you and him, you could help Izuku manage his flight, but well you know. Nana. The secret of great power. Inko. Besides her powers being random, we never knew when and where they would appear, she made a big fuss at school when her heat vision, X-ray vision and super hearing appeared. Nana. Surprised 3 in one fell swoop. Izuku. Yes, it was the only time it happened I think, but it was horrible, I couldn't sleep, my face felt hot, my vision was blurry, and so many noises in my head made it so I couldn't concentrate. Inko. That was also our fear, and another reason why we didn't tell you anything, her powers were manifesting with power, just imagine, they were random, and she didn't know how to control them, she made a cup of tea turn into a block of ice with her icy breath the first time she used it, she burned her teacher's hand by heating the doorknob with her heat vision, luckily she didn't melt it. Nana. I couldn't limit myself. Inko. I didn't know how, Clark and I understood that he was dangerous for others as well as for himself, we had to find a way for him to go unnoticed, we thought that he could leave school for a bit while I helped him, but more than doing him good we would do him harm, we would make him somewhat antisocial, and that would only harm him over time. Nana. That's too bad, those must have been difficult days. Izuku. Oh yeah. Inko. Katsuki didn't make things easier. Nana. Mitsuki's son. Inko. Yes, her quirk developed earlier, explosions, you can imagine how the rest was. At that moment the woman lowered her head slightly and smiled. Nana. Sigh haha I told Clark that he would grow up being a bully. Inko. Well, the warning came late, although as you know, that's how she met Crypto. Nana. Yes. The woman was petting the white dog who was happy to see the black-haired woman again. Inko. We couldn't let anyone suspect. Nana. So that's why Clark told you the whole truth. Izuku. Yes. Nana. I see. Inko. Also, with each power we had to be more careful and establish new rules, we couldn't change his quirkless status because we would raise suspicions, Clark and I decided not to protect his identity, but to protect him, he knew there were strong enemies in this world, he had to face one when he met you, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to Izuku. Nana. Until I was a pro hero or in a hero academy. Inko. Exactly. Nana. Pretty smart. Inko. They were complicated days several times we thought that at some point someone would realize, like the time Clark discovered that Izuku had super strength, when he told me how Bakugo had taken him out of the truck and hit him, a part of me thought that it would have been a good idea for Izuku to hit back, but after thinking about it with a cool head. Izuku. If we had done it, we would have had to give a lot of explanations. Nana. That's true. Inko. In addition to training, we also taught him to meditate, calm down, and so on. His powers were also connected to his emotions, so imagine what happened when he got upset. Nana. It must have been difficult. Inko. But we made it, my strong boy never gave up and look at him now. Nana. Well, I guess that's a good excuse. Izuku. I must admit that the only time I thought about giving up was when dad died, it was a hard blow. The boy had poured himself a large bowl of katsudon and began to eat. Izuku. But someone told me that I had to get up, that I couldn't give up, that it was okay to feel sad, but to use those same feelings to move on, to keep going and not let the darkness consume me. I never gave up before and I couldn't start now, not because I want to prove something, or because I want glory, but because I must, because it is my duty to do so. The woman looked at the green-haired man who was smiling with a determined look. Nana. Yes, I couldn't deny it, you are definitely his son, I'm sure he would be proud of you Izuku. Izuku. Thank you Aunt Nana, but tell me, how's Grandpa Torino? Nana. Haha pretty good, he was the one who always told me I had to come, now that he finds out that I came because I saw you fly he will surely hit me. At that moment the green-haired girl wiped her mouth to see her daughter. Inko. That's true, you didn't tell me anything Izuku, how did it go? How is it that you can fly? And how do you know that Nana? Nana. Well, the sigh. The woman gulped and looked away, she couldn't say why she knew that, but her family needed an answer, so thinking quickly she turned around with her provisional answer. Nana. I have some contacts at UAE, how do you think I let Clark pass when Almight and Endeavor graduated years ago? Inko. That's true, you also got him accommodation haha. Izuku. Really? Nana. Well I don't like to brag, but yes, I got those VIP passes for your father, but that will be a story for another day. Inko. That's true, but tell me Izuku, how is it that you can fly and you didn't tell me? Izuku. Because I didn't even know, Ma. The surprised woman saw her son who raised his hand to look at her before closing his fist and answering. Izuku. We had already agreed that I would not use all my powers in the practical exam, unless it was necessary, for a moment I actually chickened out, a robot jumped at me and I couldn't move, a boy saved me, but at the same time he made fun of me, he said that it was unlikely that we would see each other again, and that bothered me. Inko saw her son understanding this, the boy had never fought before, training doesn't give you experience, but the basics, Inko felt guilty for never explaining this to the green-haired boy who didn't stop talking. Izuku. In fact I had a problem with a boy before, he was taller than me by about 2 centimeters maybe, I don't know, but he had a rigid attitude, like a soldier or a robot, very formal, I think he didn't like me because on 2 occasions he told me to go home haha, I don't know, but the almost is that when the other boy saved me I felt bad, I felt useless, they have always had to help me at all times, with my powers, when Bakugo insulted me. Even if it weren't you I would always count on Shoto, Himiko and Crypto, I felt that I have never been able to fend for myself. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. But I don't blame them. In fact, I feel like it's my fault, I've never liked fighting, so I understand that's why I don't have experience, but the fact is that at that moment I understood that I couldn't continue like this. I was applying to the best high school in Japan. I had to learn to fend for myself. It was my only chance, and I wouldn't waste all the support and trust they put in me. If I wanted to be a hero, then I had to overcome myself. Nana. That's the spirit. Izuku. I had little time, I analyzed everything they had told us, and I managed to deduce some things. I went to another area not so full of aspirants, but that meant there would be more hidden robots, I could fight and earn points. Nana. Impressed, thinking. She figured it out quickly. The woman immediately remembered the words of the rodent director of the academy. In this practical exam, the candidates are not informed of the number of villains or their location, they have a limited time and a large area, they are the ones who must draw the villains out of their hiding places, the ability to gather information and understand that same information before anyone else, mobility that can be used in different circumstances, insight to remain calm in any situation, and pure combat skill. The black-haired girl looked at her nephew while she thought about how it was possible that the boy could deduce everything in such a short time, while she continued to remember the words of Director Nezu. These are the skills needed to maintain peace on the streets, and they are the points of this test. Nana. You are someone amazing Izuku. Izuku. Heh no, I think I realized this too late, I had like 5 minutes left, plus I got into an area full of robots alone, even if I wanted points, I feel like it wasn't a good move on my part heh. Inko. And what happened, son? Izuku. Well, I was still fighting when something appeared out of nowhere, it was huge, it even crushed some lagging robots, I had to run, I reached the center area where everyone was, the robot hit and raised a cloud of dust, a boy pushed me, and I fell to the ground, it was the 0 points robot, it was worthless, there was no need to defeat it, but it seemed quite difficult, it was huge haha, I think even a bit exaggerated, everyone ran away. I was about to do the same when I heard someone behind me, or well in front, where the 0 points came from, it was a brown-haired girl, she seemed friendly when I spoke to her before entering the UA compound, but at that moment she was suffering, the debris fell on her foot, I couldn't see if it was broken or something, I knew I had to help her, I think it was obvious that they would stop the exam when they saw an applicant there, but at that moment I didn't think. I ran towards the robot and jumped. I really didn't think about that part well. I moved the rubble to take the girl, but well, I was going to hit him. I really wasn't sure if I would achieve anything, but I was going to try. Inko. Haha well, taking into account the force with which I saw your father hit some villains, I think that you could have done significant damage, but I understand, you didn't have a plan per se, you acted according to the situation, as always, your body moved before you realized it. Izuku. But what no one had told us is that the robot was armed haha, it had 2 missiles, it fired one, and it managed to hit me, I flew out, there I lost the top of my sweater, I was about to land, I went through a roof, but I don't know how or why, I stopped, I opened my eyes, I didn't feel the fall, I was standing, it hadn't hit me, but the girl was still in danger, I didn't think about it, and I threw myself again, I used my heat vision to cut off one of the robot's arms and carried it. Inko. Really? Izuku. Yes, but it was really heavy, I don't know how dad could carry things that heavy. Inko. Training son, you're not used to using your super strength, it's normal that you don't know how to use it. Izuku. Well that's true, but I managed to endure it a little and hit him with his own hand, I won and all, but that was it. Inko. But from what you're telling me, it seems like you only used your super strength to propel yourself, to make a jump so big that it could surpass the tallest building in Japan. Izuku. Yes, I know, it's just that when I received the first missile, when I was about to fall, I didn't realize it, but I felt the sensation I had when I was flying with dad, I don't know how to explain it, besides that I was standing and not lying against the ground, when I pushed against the robot I felt the same, only I didn't think about maneuvering, for me it was a simple jump. Inko. I see so somehow your flight appeared to lend you a hand in some way and you didn't notice. Izuku. Exactly, then the exam is over, I quickly returned home and saw your note, I ate, but I couldn't stay calm, I don't know, it was the same feeling I had when my heat vision turned on, so I took off my glasses and went to the beach, I remembered what dad said about our powers and hope, and with that same hope and faith that I wouldn't die, I started jumping without stopping, I jumped 4 times, and managed to reach the Alps haha. Inko. Wait Izuku, did you get to Shirakawa by jumping? Nana. That's a bit difficult, just by car it would take you. The woman began to make mental calculations remembering the route she had to take. Nana. It would take hours and minutes, maybe to get there, it's about kilometers. Inko. A food delivery guy Clark and I met said he sometimes had to deliver orders there in 3 hours, and it easily took a little over 4 hours. Nana. Walking there would take a little more than 2 days, we're talking more than hours. Inko. In 4 jumps you traveled kilometers. Nana. Your mother is right, your powers manifest with potency. Izuku. Well, I must admit that the 4th jump was more of a flight boost, I started moving upwards without stopping, it was wonderful I could touch the clouds, everything was going well, until I started to fall. Nana. Izuku, you jumped meters in a single jump. Izuku. I told you the 4th jump was the beginning of a flight, but when I started to land nobody teaches you how to do that I went through a mountain in the Alps. At that moment Nana choked on her water, while Inko lowered the portion of rice she was about to eat in surprise. Nana. What did you do what? Inko. Tell me you're okay. Izuku. I guess my invulnerability is as good as dad's. Inko. I'll scold you later for being so reckless Izuku Midoriya, but for now tell me, what happened next? Izuku. I don't know, it felt weird, I calmed down, I thought that my excitement for flying had distracted me, and that's why I fell so I breathed, cleared my mind, put a fist on the ground, and well it happened, when I least expected it I was flying at an impressive speed, nothing could stop me, not even I could. Inko. You don't know how to fly, and suddenly you were already doing it. Izuku. I figured out how to move, stabilize myself and steer, but no one told me how to brake or anything like that. Nana. And how did you land? Izuku. I didn't do it, my flight turned off and I fell at great speed into the water, near the beach, I rolled until I reached the sand. Nana. What a bag of stuff. Izuku. I think that's what stones feel like. Inko. That's why your hair is wet. Izuku. Exactly. Inko. Wow, so we can say that now you have the full range of your father's powers. Nana. Maybe he's missing just a few, but yes, it seems like he has them all. Izuku. And now? The UA written exam is in 2 days, and they give me the results a week after that, and I don't control my flight, what will I do if I arrive at UA and suddenly start walking while floating? I know the answers to some things I can do or my strength, for example my speed, but one thing is jumping simulating flight, which is what Almight does, and a very different thing is starting to float out of nowhere without having propelled myself before. Inko. That's true besides, it's not like your heat vision that warns you before it appears, we'll have to be careful, maybe we can ask for some heavy shoes that prevent this, we could ask Genji for them. Izuku. Mom, if I could carry the truck with one hand to change the tire, do you think my flight couldn't be carried with shoes? Inko. That's true, I don't know, we'll have to find another way. Nana. Well, I have an idea. Inko. I'm all ears. Nana. Well, the answer is easy, Inko, you said it yourself. Clark knew that I could train Izuku when his flight appeared. Well, between him and me, haha. I know that my floating quirk is not the same as Clark's flight ability, but I think I could teach you a thing or two. Your mother already said that I can stay, so we will make the most of the time. I know a place, it's a ghost town. Izuku. Excited really? Nana looked at the green-haired man with a smile. The woman ruffled her nephew's hair to nod. Nana. Really, son, it's Hashima Island near Nagasaki. Don't worry, I already told you, I don't know exactly how it is to fly like your father did, but I left you and Inko alone for 5 years. I won't repeat that mistake, and I will help you with your flight. Also, believe me, you will be in the UA, there you will learn more things, and you won't feel different, only that yes, you will continue keeping your promise, is that clear? Izuku. Yes, I'm aware of that. Nana. Unless the situation requires it, but I don't think it will happen until you graduate, Inko. Yes, we had already talked about that, but you said it, it's the UA, I don't think anything will happen. The green-haired boy just smiled excitedly at this and thanked the heroine. Izuku. Thank you, Aunt Nana, really. Nana. Haha, don't thank me yet, lessons haven't even started yet, you leave your glasses at home, I know how much you care about them, and I also know that you can see better than everyone else, haha, but I'm warning you about one thing. Izuku. What? Nana. I'm your aunt here, we're calm, but once we're in training, I'm sorry Izuku, but it will cost a little. The green-haired man gulped but was determined, so without thinking he answered. Izuku. It doesn't matter, I know I can do it. Nana. Well, let it be known that I warned you. The woman looked at the green-haired man in a way that did not bode well. Izuku did not know if it was a good or bad sign, but he had already made his decision, and if he had learned anything it was to never give up. Deal done, challenge accepted. The next morning Izuku was taken by Nana to the island. It was a trip of almost 4 hours, but when they arrived they both got ready. The black-haired girl was wearing a sports uniform, as was the green-haired boy. Izuku. Aren't you bringing your hero suit? Nana. I know there's no one here who recognizes me well, there's no one really, but sometimes it's more comfortable to just have a sports uniform instead of the hero suit. Izuku. I see. Nana. Okay, it's time, let's fly Izuku, you've already had your coffee right? Izuku. Just before arriving. Nana. You look pretty calm and awake for 8 in the morning. Izuku. Well, let's just say I'm used to getting up early. Nana. Hahaha, I see, your mother told me about your training, cleaning a beach, you really are crazy, the bus incident was proof of that. Izuku. I just acted on instinct. Nana. I know, but come on, let's start the lesson. The green-haired man saw how the woman began to levitate, lifting her feet off the ground. Nana. Okay, now you. The green-haired man, for his part, began to jump, stretching his fists, but without achieving anything. This earned him a strange look from his superior, who saw him confused. Nana. And that? Izuku. I don't know, I try to fly. Nana. Well, then I think you've mastered the pose and landing part, I thought your flight would be a bit more impressive. Izuku. Are you making fun of me? Nana. More or less, if you could yesterday, I don't see why you couldn't today. Izuku. I don't know how this works. At that moment the woman grabbed the boy by the neck of his sweater and began to rise, scaring Izuku. Izuku. T-Aunt, what are you doing? Nana. Easy, yesterday you activated your flight when you saw that girl in danger, even if it was by luck, you did it, now it's your turn, I'll drop you at the same distance you were about to fall from 0 points, if you don't want to end up like Pure, then you'll have to fly. Izuku. I think my invulnerability would cover that damage, but it's not enough money to pay for a crater repair. Nana. Well son, we will have to discover what is stronger, your flight and desire to live or your invulnerability, in which you trust so much in the little faith you have in yourself. Izuku. Please don't. Nana. Good luck. Izuku didn't know how far away he was, but that was the least of his concerns. The green-haired boy just wanted her not to let go, but his aunt and teacher, as she said before, was firm. The woman lifted Izuku a little and let go. The green-haired boy was falling fast. The boy didn't know what to do. He was falling face down. He tried to get into the same position as before. He tried to move, but nothing, simply nothing worked. The boy saw the ground closer to him, and without being able to avoid it, he put his arms in front of his face, and then fell suddenly against the ground, making, as he had predicted before, a large crater. Nana only saw this and put her hand to her face. Nana. Well, there's a lot to do and a long way to go. And Sir Dan Vasquez, I'll make a man out of you, metal cover and red on, I know, but you have to admit it sticks. So they started Izuku's training. The first thing they did was see that the boy learned to use his flight. They started little by little, meditation, a little warm-up physical exercise. The woman taught the green-haired boy new fighting movements who did not close himself to the new knowledge. So that day passed. The next morning there was no training since it was the written exam. Izuku had prepared perfectly for both exams, and although the exam itself was quite difficult, Izuku answered it remembering everything he had studied and his reasons for passing. For a moment the green-haired boy was tempted to use his X-ray vision just to check his answers, but he discarded the idea. If he had to pass, he would do it with his own effort. Izuku managed to finish his exam and returned home where his aunt was already waiting for him with a plan. They would use the darkness of the night to make up for the day and alternate with the remaining days. Izuku didn't object. The training was difficult, even if it was incredibly hot or pouring rain. Both were on the island. Maybe another would have given up, but the green-eyed man was not just anyone, because they had already warned him. For his part, Izuku discovered that it was true. His aunt was someone totally different when it came to teaching and training. More than once the green-haired man was reprimanded by his superior, but this rather than discouraging him, encouraged him to continue, because if he could travel at an impressive speed once, then he would do it again. Izuku remembered everything he had felt that day at the beach, so trying to replicate it, he asked his teacher for a few moments who gladly gave them to him. There was only one day left until he received his results. The freckled boy was sitting on the ground while he remembered everything, the sensations, the excitement, the adrenaline, the happiness. Izuku thought about his mother, his aunt, his friends and his father. He couldn't fail. Nana. Ready Izuku. At that moment Izuku stood up and before the surprised and happy look of the black-haired girl, the boy only gave a small jump, but this time managing to stay in the air with one knee slightly bent. Izuku? I would say so. Nana smiled and turned away to nod her head. Nana. Okay, you've already done the easy part, staying in the air, now let's get to the hard part, controlling it. And at that moment the woman pushed herself down with speed, managing to hit the boy in the chest with great force, making him fall suddenly against the ground and making him spit saliva. The green-haired boy opened his eyes with a blow and closed them when he hit the ground. He slowly opened them again seeing the woman snap her fingers. Nana? What? You're not going to tell me what that's all about? Didn't you think your invulnerability was good? I didn't even hit you hard. The green-haired man managed to stand up with effort while looking at his superior. Nana? We have the rest of today and tomorrow to train. If you don't want to walk in the clouds at the least planned moment, then you should know that we will not return home until you can fly and travel the kilometers maximum in an hour and a half. Izuku. An hour and a half. I can get there in less. Nana. But do you know how to brake or slow down so you don't crash into another mountain? Izuku. Well no. Nana. Then let's practice, there's a whole day for that. Izuku nodded with a smile. Izuku. Good. First, there were a few moments where he had to learn to rise again and gain more height, that was the most important thing. It was slow, but now he was at least a meter or a meter and a half above the ground. He wasn't very tall, but he couldn't hurt himself either. For her part, Nana, seeing this, went down to where the boy was. Nana. It's difficult, I know, but if you want to learn then you have to leave your fears behind. I know you think you're going to fall, but here I am to help you Izuku. Izuku. It's difficult, last time I only moved, staying static in the air is complicated, I don't know how to do it, it's like I'm on a tightrope, I don't have. Nana. Balance. Izuku. Yes. Nana. Hahaha I know, it took me a bit of work too, that's why we're just starting to learn to float before flying, I have more experience in that. Izuku. Really? Nana. Yes, not for nothing is it my quirk. Izuku. How did you do it? Nana. With effort haha, think of it this way, it's like when you were learning to walk, you know, the process of stopping crawling to stand up, you have to stop thinking about how to keep your balance, concentrate and stay upright. Izuku. Focus. On what? Nana. What else Izuku, in the direction, you have to focus on the direction you are going to go. At that moment the woman began to move from one side to the other surprising Izuku who saw this as an achievement. Nana. Something like that, you understand. Izuku. Yes. Nana. Yes I don't think so come on, you also have to learn to raise yourself a little, stop being a coward, at least you have invulnerability, learn to use it, follow me. The woman said this and immediately rose a little higher, leaving Izuku alone, who only looked up and then gave a light kick and rose higher, although with problems directing his body. Nana. Something I do know about flying is that it can be exhausting, I assume you didn't feel this because you were excited, your adrenaline was at its peak, on the other hand, as far as I remember, your father barely moved at incredible speeds, he said that doing this was like tensing a muscle, so I assume you'll be better if you relax that hypothetical muscle. The green-haired boy somehow managed to lie down, stretched out his arms and began to move slowly, smiling. Izuku. Oh wow, this is. Nana, for her part, approached the green-haired boy, taking advantage of the fact that he was flying slowly. Nana. Try to maintain this pace. If your powers are linked to your emotions, then the emotion should increase your speed. Just stay calm, you have to relax a little. Izuku. I know, it's just that it's wow. Nana. Use the momentum you've already generated to keep moving forward. Don't worry, you're getting there. Now, the second lesson. You don't want to fall, so we'll have to figure out how to land. Izuku. You think? Nana. Look, you're flying great, now let's try to land, go over there, lean in and try to land, slow down slowly and. But the green-haired boy didn't pay attention, the boy began to plummet, although falling at great speed, worrying the black-haired girl. Nana. Slowly land, Izuku, I told you to land, why don't you slow down? Izuku. I can't, I don't know how. Nana. Stop. Izuku, relax, we already talked about this, stop. But the green-haired man only advanced with more speed, falling heavily against the ground, making a huge crater. Nana. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. Do you think I'm okay? Nana. Well, I guess that's one way to land. Izuku. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm getting used to landing like this, at least I can stop. Nana. That's not all good, come on, we'll try something else. Izuku. Really? What do you mean? Nana. Fight, some moves, get up. Izuku. Okay. Nana. You know how to fight, so we're fine on that side, but you have to learn to mix your flying with your fighting techniques, it will give you more freedom, you'll be faster. Izuku. How? Nana. You'll see, let's see, try to hit me. Izuku. Really? But. Nana. Calm down, don't use your super strength, I'll be fine. The green-haired boy put himself on guard and began to throw some blows towards the black-haired girl who could dodge them by floating, making Izuku understand the point, being in the air gives you better agility. Nana. Dodging the blows, use your whole body, son, you can hit with your arm, but if you hit pushing and supporting yourself with your shoulder, hip and also your legs, it will be better and much more powerful. Izuku. Yes, I know that, but. Nana. Relax, now you can because you're on the ground, but in the air, I think it will take a little time for you to perfect it, but at least you're on the right track. Izuku. Okay. Nana. Look, Izuku, there are few people with a quirk to fly without needing wings or some special attachment, usually, some fly, but because they have telekinesis, they rise forming a field around their body that lifts them. Izuku. Like my mom with books. Nana. Exactly, others propel themselves with their quirks. Fire, ice, air, water, it's not exactly flight, but at least they don't walk, There are also people like me who have the float quirk. Izuku. I see. Nana. Yes, look, there is a difference between flying and floating, slight but essential. Flying is something that birds, airplanes and your father can do. When you fly you have a purpose, direction, total control over your movements. Flying you can go wherever you want, but on the other hand, floating is completely different. To give you an example, think of a beach ball in a pool. It is much lighter than water, and that is why it floats. But the ball cannot control its movements, it moves because of the movement of the water. Izuku. I see. Nana. It's a bit complicated, but I'll try to explain. You and your father can move freely in physical space. It's a simple way to explain how you both fly. Izuku, you don't have to pivot and push off from the ground like a jump, you can push off from anything. The black-haired girl made an example of this, starting to move, making Izuku smile. Nana. You can create your own push stick. The green-haired boy saw her and trusting his teacher and what she said, he rose in the air, and once he did this, he began to try to hit his teacher by throwing pure punches, dodging and counter-attacking. Izuku. Something like that. Nana. Yes, exactly like that, move carefully, slowly, give meaning to your movements, direction. The green-haired boy listened to his teacher and began to follow her. Nana, seeing that the boy was concentrating, rose up, being followed by the boy, and then began to go down until she suddenly threw a punch, but the black-haired girl stopped it. Izuku. Did I surprise you yet? Nana. I think you'll be the surprised one. Izuku. Really? Why? At that moment the woman pointed down, Izuku looked down seeing that they were both on the ground, indeed, the green-haired man was surprised. Izuku. Wow, but when? I was in the air and. Nana. I told you to calm down. It worked well because you were focused on something else. You relaxed a muscle. It's not perfect yet, but trust me, you're on the right track. Do you want to continue? Because we can rest. Izuku. I only have the rest of today and tomorrow, if you think I'm going to give up with just a little progress, then you don't know me. Nana. Haha, that's the attitude, let's see if you can keep it. The green-haired boy smiled, stood up again, and threw himself at his teacher who was ready to help the green-haired boy. So both trained tirelessly, although the day they gave him his results was the only day of rest he had, because Nana went on a mission, mother and son took advantage of the day to spend time together, just as Izuku played a little with Crypto, and at night they both shared their dinner peacefully. Inko. And tell me son, have you seen Bakugo these days? Izuku. No way, I think he's been training too, at least it made him stop bothering me haha. Inko. And what about Shoto? Izuku. We keep in touch by message, he understood. Inko. Did you tell him about your flight? Izuku. Yes, that's why he understood. Inko. I see, that's good, hey by the way, they were supposed to give you the results today, right? Izuku. Haha yeah. Inko. It's strange that it hasn't arrived yet, although well, the day isn't over yet, can I pour you some more? Izuku. No way, I'm full he thanks. Inko. Okay, then would you help me carry the dishes? I'll tidy up the living room. Izuku. Okay. The green-haired boy did as requested and also took advantage of the time to wash them. Almost at the end he heard the bell ring, so he washed the last one, dried his hands and went to the living room. The green-haired boy had barely sat down when suddenly the door opened, suddenly showing his mother, who came in quickly with something in her hand. Seeing her, the green-haired boy quickly stood up. Izuku. Mom, what's wrong? Inko. Here they are. The results are in. Izuku watched as his mother extended the white letter with the UA seal printed on it. The green-haired boy approached his mother and took it. Inko. Go to your room and watch. Izuku. But you don't want me to open it here? Inko. It's your privacy, son. Izuku smiled and hugged his mother. Izuku. But you've helped me a lot ma, you've been here with me since Pa died, you never gave up, so, sit down, it would be better if my Aunt Nana was here too, but let's do this. Inko. He okay. They both sat on the couch, and the green-haired boy took the card. He didn't remember how many points he had made, his nerves betrayed him. The worst thing was that he didn't know if destroying the 0 points had harmed him. The obstacle didn't give any benefit, and it was better to avoid it, but if they had suggested it, it was for a reason. Izuku was nervous like his mother, but his nerves didn't have to stop him, so hoping to slightly calm his visible nerves, he put on a serious face. Took the card and opened it from one side, dropping a small circular metallic device. Izuku. Huh. Inko. And that? Izuku. I don't know. Both were looking at the strange device with confusion. Izuku for his part looked inside the envelope but did not find any letter, so he carefully touched the screen of the device, making it immediately understandable. Soon a hologram was formed. Inko. A projector. Izuku. Wow, is this the end of hand-drawn cards? But there was no time for more jokes because the hologram, after showing the UA logo, showed Nana, who had her hero suit with her arms on her waist in a heroic pose. Nana. Here I am Izuku Midoriya, ready to give you your results. Inko and Izuku's faces were of total doubt because they didn't know what was happening. Izuku. And Nana. But this is from UA, I don't understand mom, did you know? Inko. I'm just like your son. Nana. You must have a lot of questions, I was busy with mountains of paperwork, that's why sometimes I had to leave in the afternoons and come back at night hahaha. Izuku. Well, that only solves one mystery, but. Nana. Also, I didn't tell you, but the reason I knew about your exam was because I was in it. That's right, I'm going to be working at the UA. Sorry I didn't tell you, but you'll understand it was a secret. Izuku. Wow, are you going to work at UA? The holographic brunette kept her smile, but then an unknown hand appeared to get her attention. Nana. Huh. What's up? The hand made signs that meant to continue with the script. Nana. What? Get to the point. But I haven't seen him in a long time and there are things I need to explain to him and. But the hand stopped the black-haired girl from making any more movements. Nana. Would it delay the rest? But Almight and Present Mick are in charge of the other screenings and. The hand continued making movements, making the woman make a tired face. Nana. Okay, I understand, that's fine. The hand just made the okay sign and then left the scene, making Izuku and his mother look at each other in confusion. Nana. Well, to start with, congratulations, you passed the written exam with the highest grade. The woman smiled as she said this. Inko, hearing this, happily took her son by the shoulders. Inko. I knew it. Well done Izuku. Izuku. Yes, but there's still the practical exam left. The green-haired man seriously returned his gaze to the projection, seeing that the black-haired woman still maintained her smile. Nana. But I'm sure the results you want to know are from the practical exam, right? Yeah, you're excited. The green-haired man just sketched a smile. Izuku. Stop acting so mysterious. Inko. You know your aunt, she loves to always make it exciting. For her part, the black-haired woman took a breath before speaking. Nana. Even though you started your exam on the wrong foot, your analytical ability surprised everyone, although I must say that facing several robots alone was not a good idea, but hey, you managed to get several points in a short time, in fact, why don't you see it for yourself? Izuku? Huh? Nana? Besides being a hero, now you'll see my gifts as an artist. The woman took out a remote control and pointed it at a screen on which images of Izuku's fight began to play. Inko? Yes, Nana is right, it wasn't a great idea. Izuku? Well, I got some points thanks to that, although when 0 points arrived I had to leave there, some robots were also crushed by it, but I had to run and win haha I lost count a bit. Nana? Hahaha, for someone who thinks fast, you seemed slow to come up with a plan, but well, now my point is proven, I'll tell you how it is. You, in a short time and even when you were surrounded, managed to gather points. The green-haired boy looked at the holographic Nana with his mouth open, slowly this turned into a smile. The green-haired boy began to laugh excitedly while lowering his head. For her part Inko looked at her son proudly. Crypto also approached listening to the voice of his duel and the two women, but for her part, Nana smiled again. Nana? Hahaha yeah, I know, I'm sure you're happy, right? You managed to get a great score, that's reason to celebrate, but what do you think? It's not over yet. The green-haired man, for his part, looked up, confused by this, as did his mother. Inko? It's not over yet. What do you mean? Insert the topic Kimi wa Hero 9 Ureru Ucho, Kimi wa H plus RM 9 Ureru by Yuki Hayashi and continue reading. Nana? Hehe you know more than a quirk, your actions move and inspire people, something that was not told to you is that in the entrance exam, not only are the points obtained by destroying villains observed and counted. You are applying to a hero academy Izuku, it is more than obvious that the hero course does not reject those who do the right thing. The green-haired man settled into the chair, leaning forward a little and frowning slightly in curiosity. Nana? If the UA were to turn its back on such actions it would be unfair. After all, being a hero is a job that involves risking one's life to protect others. Therefore, this is also a skill observed by all those in charge at the UA, so those assigned by an impartial jury also exist rescue points. Izuku? Rescue points. Inko? Izuku you said there was a girl in trouble, right? The green-haired boy reminded the brunette that except for 0 points, he fell immediately. Izuku? Yes, but I did it because she was in danger, she was about to be crushed, I couldn't let her die, that's why I saved her, because it was the right thing to do I didn't know those points existed. Nana, for her part, smiled proudly and pressed a button on the remote control again while she turned in profile, letting Inko see the feat that Izuku had committed. Nana? You know I know, this must be something difficult to digest, but the truth is that your altruism has its reward, doing good without looking at who is one of your best qualities, doing the right thing, despite your incredible power, that's why you, Izuku Midoriya managed to win points. Nana turned to the camera before saying the green-haired boy's name with a smile, meanwhile at home, the boy and his mother opened their mouths in surprise. Nana? Needless to say, just the villain destruction points were enough to get through, right? You always aim big, he. The green-haired man only formed a slight smile, but at that moment his aunt, his mentor, his heroine raised her arm with her hand open in his direction. Nana? You did it, you passed, now come Izuku Midoriya, this will be your hero academy. The green-haired boy didn't know when the tears started to roll down his face, but he didn't care either, the boy leaned down while smiling and crying, his mother was the same, but without thinking twice she hugged Izuku. Inko? You did it, son you did it. You'll study at the UA. The green-haired boy was excited and happy, Crypto, infected by happiness, let out a howl of excitement, and when he finished, he went to his owner and started licking him. The green-haired boy was happy, he had really achieved it, he would fulfill his dream. Izuku hugged his mother and caressed her, but happy, he knew, once classes started, his life would change. Days later. Izuku was on the island once again, the boy was at the top of a tower crane, the green-haired boy slowly stood up while he watched his aunt climb with her float. Nana? Okay, last day of training, if you pass, you'll rest for a week, if not, then we'll stay training more intensively for the week, you've made wonderful progress kid, but let's see if you really learned or just turned a deaf ear to my words. Izuku? Thanks for the vote of confidence. Nana? I trust you, but the question is, do you trust yourself? The green-haired man looked at the heroine who nodded with a serious face. Nana? Good luck, son, start whenever you want, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. The woman lowered herself until she touched the ground while the freckled man was standing on top of it. Izuku looked down, clenched his fists, and then calmly opened his hands. The boy closed his eyes, breathed calmly and then opened them slowly. He was ready, maybe he didn't have control of his flight. He had to learn a lot in a short time, but at least he would avoid incidents at the academy. The freckled man looked up seeing the clear sky of a beautiful blue color. Izuku smiled and trusting him he threw himself. Insert Broken Boy by Cage the Elephant and keep reading, yes, I know, I watched Invincible XD. The green-haired boy was plummeting. For a second the black-haired girl was worried, but this was forgotten when she saw how the boy rose and began to fly. Nana. Proud, that's how it's done. The green-haired boy flew with excitement. The boy could control his speed. It wasn't like the first time when he could only give himself direction. Now he could really afford to see the landscape. The boy had his arms outstretched. Izuku felt an incomparable emotion. Without a doubt, flying was something fascinating. The boy lowered an arm, flexing it. He could have his arms extended or not, but he liked a little more to have one extended. The boy flew low to the ground. He rose too close to a building. He increased and decreased his speed with slight problems. Also his turns were not perfect, especially when they were closed. As he knew, he still had to master his flight a little better. Izuku passed through the ocean, managing to lower his hand again and make a line in the water. The green-haired boy smiled. He loved the feeling he had, the flight on his face, the freedom, the way he could move freely, everything. The boy passed next to a flock of birds, and then knowing that he had passed the test he began to descend. Another thing he still hadn't fully mastered was his way of landing, because when he came down he did so suddenly, making some cracks in the ground. Izuku? Well. Nana? Well, considering that you still make several mistakes when flying. Izuku? Oh. Please. Nana? You know I'm right, look at the ground, you're not very delicate when landing, and you also turn badly. Izuku? You don't want to accept defeat. Nana? Haha, well, I should fail you for the mistakes you made, but. The green-haired man approached his aunt, who smiled. Izuku? But. Nana? Okay, but considering you had to learn so many things in such a short time, I think you did well. The green-haired man formed a smile and slightly bent his arms excitedly. Izuku? Yes. Nana? Hahaha, let's go home. How about I treat you to a katsudon on the way? Izuku? Haha, it's okay. Nana? I know a good place, it also serves ramen, it's not very crowded, but I think it deserves a lot of credit, the food is delicious. Izuku? Well, you pay. So, teacher and student began to walk to go to the dock and return home. Yes, one last week before entering the UA, but a week to finally rest. Although not without a little surprise. Wednesday. Midweek, the green-haired boy was having breakfast peacefully. A few more days, and it would be Monday, the day to go to UA, but for now the boy was calm. His aunt had left. Now that his family knew everything, he didn't have to lie. The black-haired girl had gone to the academy to resolve some things. For her part, Izuku's mother came down the stairs to see her son with a smile. Inko. Good morning, son. Izuku. Hello, mom, how did you sleep? Inko. Haha, everything is great, son, thanks. Your training is paying off, haha, you get up before me. The woman smiled and ruffled her son's hair before smiling. It was time. Izuku. You'll have breakfast, mom. Inko. Yes, I'll just go up to change and come down. The woman walked back to her room. Meanwhile the family dog was quietly having breakfast with its owner. It wasn't long before the green-haired boy, after finishing his breakfast, heard his mother coming down the stairs. The woman was wearing casual clothes with a calm appearance, although with a smile. The green-haired boy looked strangely at his mother, because it seemed that the woman had something behind her. Izuku. What is happening? Inko. Nothing, son. Smiling. Izuku. Haha, I don't know, you're up to something, literally and figuratively, I don't need to use my X-ray vision to know it. The woman only widened her smile before showing that she did indeed have something. It was a box wrapped in blue paper with a red bow. The box had Izuku's name written on it, missing the green-haired boy. Izuku. It's not my birthday. Inko. Haha, I know, but I thought that this was something you should have. The green-haired man took the lid of the box and opened it slowly. Inko. I talked to Nana about it, we both agreed, I work together with Endeavor and Power Loader, no one besides Ray knows we did it. The green-haired man looked inside the box while sketching a smile. Inko. I know it will fit you, who better than your mother to give you directions. In fact, I helped with the sewing of the materials. The green-haired boy took what was inside the box and took out a suit, his hero suit. The green-haired boy was surprised by this. Izuku. Mom, I didn't have to. Inko. You're not going to fight crime wearing pajamas, son, Izuku, thanks mom. Inko. Actually the cloak. The green-haired man saw the cape, which was the same characteristic red color. Upon seeing it the woman shed some tears. Inko. We used your father's cape, there was no point in saving it and leaving it lying around, I'm sure he would have liked you to use it, son. The same technique was used of trying to amalgamate the fabric with another more resistant one. Fortunately science advances quickly, it couldn't be matched, but it will serve you, I'm sure. Izuku couldn't take it anymore, and in tears he hugged his mother, still holding the suit, which showed the characteristic shield with the shape of a diamond and the S in the center, the symbol of hope. And finally the long-awaited day arrived. Insert Danny Elfman's A New Hope and continue reading. Monday morning, the green-haired boy was in his room putting on the uniform that UA had sent him. The boy was nervous. He was going to take classes at UA, the place where he saw heroes like Almight and Endeavor leave, the most prestigious academy in Japan. The boy put on his jacket after swallowing. He approached a mirror he had and saw his reflection. The freckled man breathed, adjusted his jacket and tie. Izuku was about to go down, but came back. He had forgotten something important. His father's glasses. Izuku adjusted them and smiled and then took a picture that was stuck in the mirror frame. It was a memory of the last day he spent with his father. They had arranged a camera on a log with the timer ready. In the photo they were with Inko, Clark and Crypto. Izuku looked at the photo carefully. Izuku. I promise I won't forget. Then the boy put the photo in his jacket and went down the stairs to find his mother, who was already waiting for him with breakfast ready. The green-haired boy had breakfast and once done, he hugged his mother. Izuku. Thanks, Ma. Inko. I didn't do anything. Izuku. Of course, you trusted me, you helped me every day of my life, thank you for that. Inko. It's the job of a mother and son. The green-haired boy smiled and turned to leave, but his mother quickly stopped him. Izuku. Haha, what's wrong, Ma? Inko. What's up, son? Just look at your tie. Izuku. What's wrong? The green-haired girl just smiled and shook her head negatively. Inko. You don't know how to tie it, son. Oh, your father, he never taught you how to tie properly. He did know how to do it. Izuku. Ma, I'll be late, haha. Inko. Son, I know you have plenty of time, and believe me, no son of mine will wear his tie to school on his first day and ready, as good as new. The woman had tied the green-haired boy's tie excellently, making the boy lower his head, smiling. Izuku. I'll be the next Superman. Inko. Yes, I know, but I'm still your mother, so listen to me, haha. Izuku. Smiling okay. The green-haired boy approached the door, but his mother called his attention again. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong? Inko. Do you have any extra clothes? Izuku. Yes, Ma. The green-haired boy was going to take the bottle, but his smiling mother called the boy again. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. Haha, what's wrong? Inko. Are you sure you didn't forget anything? Izuku. Totally sure. Inko. Do you have any food? Money? Your handkerchief? You never leave home without your son. Izuku returned to his mother, gently taking her by the shoulders. Izuku. I've got everything, ma'am, I'm not forgetting anything, don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll call you if anything happens, okay? Inko. Haha, agreed. The green-haired boy kissed his mother's forehead and approached the door where his faithful dog was waiting for him. The boy knelt down and stroked his head. Izuku. I have to go, Crypto, take care of mom for me, okay? The dog in response gave a powerful bark and licked the freckled boy's face, who smilingly stood up. Izuku took the door and opened it, letting in some rays of the morning sun, before his mother stopped him again. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. Haha, what's wrong, mom? The green-haired woman, for her part, looked at her son proudly. The woman lowered her head with a smile and then raised it to say goodbye to her son. Inko. You look really cool, son. Izuku. Thanks, mom. Inko. Take care of yourself, Izuku, and good luck. Izuku. I'll see you later, Ma. The green-haired man said this to smile and nod slightly. Once done, he left his home completely to head to the UA. The journey was not very long, or at least the boy did not feel that way, although he knew that flying would have taken less time. Izuku got off the train and after walking a bit he arrived at the UA. The green-haired boy could see the huge buildings connected in an H shape. The boy presented his ID that accredited him as a student of the academy in front of the scanners that were located in the huge doors. These opened and the boy quickly entered. The complex was huge. Izuku could see many students who, like him, were looking for their classroom. The green-haired boy looked at his phone to check the time. Izuku. Damn, I did forget something, my watch. Well, at least I'm on time. Now, remember where it was. God, I think I'll be the last one to arrive, and I came on time, here it is. Now to find my class, which one was it? It was group. Wow, this place is huge. The green-haired boy walked quickly down the hall looking for his classroom. The boy was still nervous, and it was no wonder. The acceptance rate at UA was too low, simply that year less than 1 in 300 applicants had managed to pass. According to studies, only boys had been able to pass, so they had to divide them into students to be able to form 2 classes. That plus the 4 students allowed by recommendation made that in each group there were boys. Aspiring heroes, among which was Izuku. The green-haired boy finally arrived at his classroom, which had a huge door with a group engraved on it, the classroom belonging to Class A. Izuku. Wow, it's huge, I wonder who's on the other side, King Kong. Haha, what a bad joke, at least no one could hear it. Izuku breathed, trying to calm his nerves, which were quite visible. The freckled boy took off his glasses to clean them and put them back on. Once he did this, he grabbed the handle, and without thinking twice he opened the door. His student life had just begun. Chapter and the day begins. Do I know you? His student life had just begun. But that thought in mind, Izuku took the door and opened it slowly. The green-haired boy was excited, as well as nervous. Izuku. Thinking. I'm going to be studying alongside the few who managed to pass the exam. Surely they're all great and have amazing quirks. How should I act? Where will they come from? Will they be like Bakugo or that guy with glasses? At that moment the green-haired boy's thoughts changed, remembering those two boys. Izuku. Thinking. That's true, I forgot about those two. Well, Bakugo is almost certain to have passed, and the other one, as I recall, he said he had more than 40 points, so he surely passed too. Well, but I hope they are in class B, that wouldn't be so bad. The boy smiled, hoping that the latter was real, at least that way he wouldn't have any problems. But unfortunately Izuku's luck is almost never that good, because when he opened the door completely and entered his classroom, the first thing he found was the two people he least wanted to see in his classroom arguing. Izuku. Smiling, thinking. How lucky me. It seemed everyone was in their seats. Izuku was right, apparently although he had arrived with plenty of time to spare, he had been the last one. On the other hand, the green-haired boy saw that the argument was due to the fact that Bakugo, as always, was sitting in a way that put his feet up on the desk in front of him, while the other boy was next to him vigorously complaining. I've told you several times. Please don't put your feet up on the desk. Bakugo. Huh? Don't you think it's disrespectful to the people who made the chair and desk, the other students who worked so hard to get through, and especially to all the upper-level students at the UA? But Bakugo just smiled with superiority and raised his face, making the blue-haired man step back slightly. Bakugo. No. I don't really think of it that way, idiot. What high school are you from anyway, you cheap bastard? The question caught the boy off guard, who breathed and put his hand on his chest. Oh, that's right, I come from private school. I come from Same High School. My name is Iida Tenya. The boy said this very formally, but it only made Bakugo laugh more. Bakugo. Same. So you're a damn elite, huh? Well, looks like now I do have a reason to smash you after all. Boy, am I going to have fun crushing you. The blue-haired man, now identified as Iida, only made a confused gesture as he stepped back, slightly intimidated by the blonde's attitude. Iida? Crushing you? That's quite cruel. Do you really want to be a hero? The blonde, for his part, just smiled arrogantly, but at that moment they both realized that someone else had arrived. Bakugo turned around only to see the green-haired boy annoyed, while Iida looked closely at the newcomer. Iida? You are. The attention of all the boys was focused on the discussion that was taking place, but when they turned to the door, it caused everyone to repeat the action. Seeing the green-haired boy, who was still standing under the frame, although feeling all the eyes on him, only made him even more nervous. Izuku. Hello. Good morning. The boy was about to walk to his place when he saw the blue-haired boy walk towards him with a serious face. Iida. Good morning. I'm from Same Private Academy. My name is. The green-haired boy, thinking that she was going to scold him again like in the test, put his hands in front of him. Izuku. Yes, I heard it. The boy managed to stop Iida and then smiled and introduced himself as he should. Izuku. I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure Iida. For his part, the boy with glasses became serious before speaking again. Iida. Midoriya, you discovered there was something else in the practical exam, right? You discovered the real reason for an exam of that nature. This comment made the freckled boy's smile turn into confusion as he watched the boy close his eyes and lower his head, slightly disappointed. Iida. I had no idea and I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you're way better than me. Seeing this attitude, the green-haired man felt slightly nervous and stepped back a little. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I didn't realize anything. The boy said this and adjusted his glasses, but because he was facing backwards, he didn't notice that someone was coming in behind him, and because he was walking backwards, he couldn't avoid colliding with that person, so as soon as he noticed he quickly turned around trying to apologize. Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry. The green-haired boy turned around seeing that he had collided with a girl with beautiful features, long jet black hair with a lock hanging on her forehead on the right side. Her hair was tied in a somewhat prominent ponytail. The green-haired boy took the girl by the shoulders, taking care that she did not fall. With this action he earned that the girl looked up, showing beautiful elongated black eyes. The girl for her part did not look upset at all, although the green-haired boy tried to apologize. Insert John Williams' love theme from Superman and Radon. Izuku. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Izuku released the girl, seeing that she smiled without giving much importance to the accident. Don't worry, it was my fault. Izuku. No, it was mine. The girl pointed at herself while laughing slightly. No, it was mine, I didn't see you were in front of me. Izuku. No, I didn't see where I was going, forgive me. The green-haired boy smiled but adjusted his glasses somewhat confused, somehow the girl seemed familiar to him, he felt like he had seen her before. Izuku sharpened his gaze slightly, without knowing that as soon as the girl saw him she had the same feeling. Izuku? I'm sorry but you look familiar. Have we met before? The brunette, for her part, looked at the freckled boy with intrigue, trying to remember where she knew him from. This scene was seen by Iida, who felt ignored by the green-haired boy, so he surreptitiously cleared his throat, drawing both of their attention. Izuku, for his part, saw the boy and smiled at him with confidence. Izuku? Haha, by the way Iida, what nice glasses. The blue-haired man, noticing this, also adjusted his glasses and thanked with his hand. Iida? Oh, thanks, but hey, let's not continue our conversation, do you have a moment? Izuku? Sure, but couldn't it be later? We don't know if the teacher is coming anytime soon, we don't even know who he is, and… For his part, Bakugo looked at the green-haired boy quite annoyed while he remembered some things from the past. Flashback. We can see the high school where both boys studied, they had been summoned the day after they were given their results. Izuku had gone after his flight practice being taken by his aunt, who once he did this had to go to the academy. There he met Bakugo who did not have a face of good friends, both wore their uniforms and were guided to the teacher's office who was quite happy and surprised. Professor. I can't believe 2 students from our school managed to stay at UA. Especially you, Midoriya. You really are a miracle. For his part, Bakugo, upon hearing this, growled in annoyance but waited. He left earlier so he hunted Izuku down, and once he saw he was alone, he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and slammed him against a wall, quite annoyed. Bakugo. What the hell kind of strange tricks did you use, huh? Izuku was surprised because he didn't expect this action, but Bakugo didn't stay silent and hit the angry boy again, expressing his fury. Bakugo. The first student from this school to enter UA that was supposed to be me, and now because of you my plans are ruined. I told you, you damn nerd, to go to another stupid school. The blonde screamed, but Izuku was annoyed, the boy had had enough of Bakugo's attitude, maybe he couldn't hit him, but that didn't mean he would let him treat him like garbage. The freckled boy didn't hesitate and decided to take Bakugo's arm that was holding him tightly. This action made the blonde bewildered, but he was slightly surprised to see Izuku's serious face. Izuku. Listen carefully Bakugo, for years, I was enduring all your insults and blows, I never said anything, but today I'm putting a stop to you, because being a hero isn't just your dream, it's mine too, and a person told me that I could become one. I went to UA with my own effort, I don't care what you say, I'll go to UA, and I'll be a hero. Flashback end. Bakugo frowned quite annoyed. Bakugo. Thinking. Now he dares to answer me, damn nerd, how the hell does he dare to challenge me? Where did he get so much courage? Something definitely happened. For his part, the green-haired man was about to finish answering Iida without knowing that someone would appear. If you come to play with your friends, you'd better go somewhere else. The voice sounded behind Momo, which made her nervous and walked to stand next to Izuku, who looked down, finding a person who was inside a yellow sleeping bag, where only his face could be seen, which looked tired, with a semi-grown beard and some strands of black hair. This is the hero's course. Suddenly the bag's zipper opened only to reveal that the strange character had taken out a little juice, which he drank calmly, but he missed the brunette, the blue-haired man, and the green-haired man. The 3. Is there a person there? For his part, the strange subject managed to stand up, opened his sleeping bag and came out of it, showing that he had a complete black suit with a type of scarf tangled around his neck, his hair was long and black, his appearance itself was quite disheveled, but somehow he imposed respect. Well, it took 8 seconds before they stopped, time is limited, you kids these days really aren't rational. His tone of voice was also dull, tired, but somehow seeing him, Izuku knew who it was. Izuku. Thinking. This person, is he a teacher? Then. The boy remembered his aunt, she would work at UA, and in her acceptance letter, she mentioned Almight in present mech, so it didn't take long for him to make deductions. Izuku. Thinking. He's also a pro hero. But it's weird, I know all the heroes, and I've never seen one who uses a sleeping bag that looks like a caterpillar. The teacher took a few steps into the classroom, and once there he looked at the students to introduce himself. I'll be your head teacher, my name is Aizawa Shota. It's a pleasure. This took everyone by surprise, but there was no time to lose. The now identified as Aizawa put his hand inside his jacket looking for something. Aizawa. I know it's sudden, but put this on and go to the field. The black-haired man took out a blue sports uniform with red and white lines, confusing everyone but paying attention anyway. For her part, Nana Shimura walked calmly through the halls of the academy while reading a book. Nana. Thinking. Wow, UA really is difficult, I barely knew a few details, and I already thought they were extreme. It's a good thing the principal gave me this book. I wonder how Izuku is doing. Well, why should I worry, he's fine, I'm sure right now he's making new friends and getting to know his homeroom teacher. Haha, when I see him I'll ask him. And thinking this, the black-haired girl continued on her way, ignoring that in the training camp not so far from the facilities, the green-haired boy would know how tough the UA could be. A Quirk's assessment test. That's right, as soon as everyone arrived at the camp, their teacher greeted them with this news. But what about the entrance ceremony? Or the orientation? The green-haired boy turned around seeing that the one who had asked this had been the same brown-haired girl he met at the entrance exam. The boy also saw his best friend Shoto Todoroki, who was behind him and Ida. He had seen him before in the locker room, but since they didn't have time to waste, he couldn't greet him properly. Aizawa. If you're going to become heroes you don't have time to waste on useless events like those. UA is an unrestricted school in terms of its traditions, just like the teachers carry out their classes. Besides, I don't know what you're complaining about, you've already done tests like these since school, right? You know, physical tests where they don't allow you to use your quirks. The tired teacher said this as he looked at his students and took out his phone which showed some tests on it. Aizawa. The country collecting data from students without using their quirks, if you ask me, that's not rational at all, but hey, the education system is a real pain. Now, Bakugo, you finished first in the practical exam, right? The black-haired man said this making everyone look at him, but Izuku for his part just tilted his head slightly. Izuku. Thinking. Not again, please. Aizawa. At school. What was your best result in ball throwing? Bakugo. Meters. Aizawa. Good, now do it using your quirk. You can do whatever you want, as long as you stay in the circle, do it quickly, give it all you have. The blonde advanced to the center of the circle where he warmed up. Bakugo. Well, in that case I'll blow it up really far away. The boy prepared himself and threw the ball to use a big explosion. Bakugo. Die. The explosion was surprising, but what really caught everyone's attention was the word the blonde shouted. All. Dies. Aizawa. Know your maximum first, that's the rational way. No, it's the basis for knowing a hero. At that moment the small ball fell, and the black-haired man raised his cell phone, showing a number on the screen, resulting from the distance the ball had traveled. Everyone was surprised by this except for Izuku and Shoto. Meters? Are you serious? What's that? It looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want, just what was expected from the hero's course. Aizawa. So you think it's fun, huh? Okay, let's see how fun it is. This comment made everyone look nervously at their superior. Aizawa. They have 3 years to become heroes. Will they have that attitude the whole time? Let's see, whoever comes in last during the trials will be judged as no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The black-haired man said this, instantly scaring all his students. Aizawa. You wonder why that's not the case? Well, the answer is simple. We are free to decide the circumstances of our students, or in other words, smiling welcome to the heroes class. The green-haired man gulped nervously, but then, in an annoying way, the same brunette girl from before spoke again. Will the last place be expelled? But it's only the first day. No, even though it wasn't the first day, that's not fair. Aizawa. You think so? Natural disasters, major accidents, and above all, pesky villains. Calamities that can't be predicted. Japan is full of that kind of injustice. Heroes are the ones who manage to turn those situations around. Like I said before, if you only came to make and talk to friends, too bad. Well, for the next 3 years, the UA will give you increasingly difficult tests, one after another. You have to be stronger, go further, you know, plus ultra come with everything you've got. The black-haired man said this, extending his hand towards his students who were surprised by this. For his part, Ida took out a bottle of water and took a sip. Ida. Thinking. This is really serious, however, UA is the best of the best, there is no other choice but to do it. Bakugo. Thinking. Ha. He believed it, this isn't all I have. For her part, the brunette clenched her fists, annoyed but determined. She wasn't going to fail. They weren't at the academy anymore. She had a job and a dream to fulfill. Aizawa. Okay, the demonstration is over, from here, things will get serious, we begin the tests. First test, meter race. A small robot was at the finish line, the test would be in groups of 2, starting with Ida and a thin girl with frog-like features and long green hair. Robot. On your mark, set, go. The boy arrived first, the green-haired boy sensed it, in the entrance exam he had seen that the blue-haired man had tubes coming out of his lower legs, like engines, he quickly associated it with ingenium, the location of the tubes was the only difference, the blue-haired man had taken seconds to arrive while it took the girl. Seconds, so more people passed. The brown-haired girl who now knew was called Ichako Uraraka used her quirk on her, this was based on removing gravity from things, something that in Izuku's view was quite useful, but anyway, she came in second place against a boy who had a tail, who had done seconds while Uraraka managed. Then it was the turn of the strange boy who had saved Izuku in the entrance exam, his name was Yuga Aoyama, and propelling himself with his laser he had achieved Seconds being surpassed by a girl with pink skin and hair with yellow horns that achieved. Once his turn ended, everyone agreed on something, the boy was strange. Aizawa. Once you see the limits and capabilities of your quirks in their entirety, you will be able to see how to strengthen them, and you will be clear about what you can or cannot do. Now it was Izuku's turn, who would run next to Bakugo. The blonde just smiled, and as soon as the robot gave the order they both ran, although Bakugo would try to make fun of Izuku and win easily by propelling himself with his explosions, although pointing a hand towards Izuku trying to distract him, blind him or simply push him away with a shockwave. But what he didn't know is that Izuku was not going to hold back at all. If he wanted to pass, he had to give more of himself. Bakugo Katsuki. Seconds. Midoriya Izuku. Seconds. The green-haired boy was at the finish line shortly before Bakugo could arrive. The blonde, surprised by that, only saw how Izuku stretched his legs a little while smiling slightly. Izuku. Phew, it feels good to let loose a little once in a while. Bakugo. What? But there was no time for questions, the tests continued, so the boy grumbling walked away cursing the green-haired boy. More and more students passed until they reached the next test, which consisted of weightlifting. Izuku looked at the measuring device. Since they would not use weights, the boy was a little doubtful, because he did not really know what the limit of his strength was, so limiting himself. He took the device and lifted it, causing it to make a beep that alerted that he already had the calculation. Izuku looked at the weight, noticing that it said kilograms, making the green-haired boy smile nervously. Izuku. I think I have to learn to control myself more. I got very close to that dangerous boy, at least he's becoming more popular, haha. Thus continued the next test, which was about jumping, from there another of lateral jumps, until reaching the last one, which was about the ball throw. From the beginning, the first to pass was that girl Uraraka, who despite having a tender face, formed a serious face and threw the ball with force using her quirk. The girl saw how the small measuring ball moved further and further away, until Aizawa's cell phone could only mark the infinity symbol, surprising everyone. For his part, Aizawa seeing this sighed tiredly and walked towards a small shed that was there to get a new one. This was taken advantage of by Shoto, who approached Izuku slowly. Shoto. You just arrived and you're already making friends. Izuku. Hahaha, I met him at the entrance exam, he's a weird guy. Shoto. Not as much as that French guy over there, but what about that girl you bumped into? Izuku. What's up with her? Shoto. You are usually more than shy when it comes to talking to women, this time is no exception, but you made a strange face. Did you already know her? Izuku. I think so, his face looks familiar to me. Shoto. Maybe you saw it on the news, man. Izuku. Why? Shoto. Well, it's because she got in by recommendation, she's the youngest daughter of the Yaoyorozu family. Izuku. Yaoyorozu? You've met her before. I heard your grandmother's company had a contract with her. Shoto. I'm surprised you know about my grandmother. I don't know much about her. The old man doesn't mention her, but no, I don't know her. My father's agency is separate from the family business. I think I saw her when I took the test. Izuku. I see. Shoto. So, how does it feel to let go for a moment? You seem to be enjoying it. Izuku. Hahaha, no, in fact it's quite troublesome, I don't know how to use my abilities. Shoto. But you've been practicing. Izuku. Yes, I know, it's just that I don't know how to say it, it's like I always limit myself, but now that I can use them, I don't know how to handle them, plus I also have to set a limit so as not to be too conspicuous. Shoto. Well, I think you're doing pretty well, besides, we're at UA here, you're going to learn how to limit Superboy. Izuku. Hahaha, shut up Candle Jr. While the boys were talking, in the distance the brunette saw the green-haired boy, his face caught her attention, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen him before, although she quickly shook her head negatively and sighed, she would stop thinking about that to concentrate on her exam. But back with the boys, they were watching their homeroom teacher return with the ball. Shoto. Well, here it comes back, we'll have to do this really, old man. Izuku. Yes, I know. Shoto. I have to go back to my place, we'll talk later. The bicolor was leaving, but quickly his best friend took him by the arm. Izuku. I promise you Shoto, we will search and find Toga. Shoto. I know Izuku, we don't abandon our own. Izuku released the bicolor who left as his teacher returned. Aizawa. Okay, here's the ball, let's get back to the exam. So all the students passed, leaving Izuku last. The green-haired boy cracked his neck and walked towards the circle, being seen by his classmates. Ida. Okay, this is the last test, Midoriya has done pretty well so far. Bakugo. Okay. It was just a fluke, just so you know, that stupid nerd doesn't have a quirk. Ida, upon hearing this, became confused and turned to look at Bakugo, as did Uraraka, who, interested in this, focused her hearing on the boys' conversation. Ida. You're saying he's quirkless. But don't you know what he did on the entrance exam? This was also heard by Aizawa, who looked at the green-haired man. Aizawa. What will you do now, Izuku Midoriya? The green-haired boy took the ball and looked at it for a bit, then took a breath, closed his eyes and concentrated. Izuku. Don't draw attention to yourself, don't show all your power, control yourself, limit yourself. With this in mind, the green-haired boy prepared himself and threw the ball, which did not rise very high and then fell. Instantly, Aizawa's phone rang. The black-haired boy saw the result and with a face of disbelief, looked at the green-haired boy. Aizawa. Boy. At that moment the robot spoke, giving the boy's result. Robot. Shoto. You held back too much. The green-haired boy looked at his teacher, smiling slightly. He knew he had held back, and he was sure his teacher knew it too because he immediately noticed his serious face. Aizawa. Are you taking this as a game? Izuku. A game? Aizawa. The entrance exam, I'm starting to think it's not rational even liars like you are accepted. Izuku. Men liars. The nervous green-haired boy looked at his teacher who had red eyes and his bandages slightly raised. Aizawa. Somehow I couldn't erase your quirk. Izuku. Erase my quirk. Wait a second, those goggles, those bandages, I remember now, you're the erased hero Racerhead. You don't give interviews to people, that's why I didn't recognize you. Your quirk can erase other people's quirks just by looking at them. The rest of Class A except for Shoto were confused by the name. Everyone. Shoto. Eraserhead. I don't know him at all. Shoto. So it's him, I see, good play, he's a silent hero, he doesn't like media attention because it hinders his work, that's why no one knows him, well, no one except Izuku. Aizawa. Can't you control your quirk? Izuku. What? Aizawa. In the entrance exam you achieved an incredible score, being only below Bakugo by points, but in the rescue points you managed to break a record with another points, destroying that robot is not a miracle, but only you made it fly, you caught the attention of the judges for your destructive power, but now, it seems as if you limit yourself in everything, you give yourself away, even now, the moment you threw the ball your shoulder had a small regression, it stopped at the last moment. You stopped. Izuku. He realized. Aizawa. In Bakugo's case, I know he did it too, but it was on purpose. He likes to draw attention, but you do it as if you were ashamed, embarrassed. Do you think you're better than the others? Kid, this is the hero's course. If you don't try hard, you'll lose and you'll only be a hindrance to others. No matter how strong you are, if you don't give your all, you won't get anywhere, and if you become incapacitated, no one will help you. Izuku. I don't think so. At that moment Aizawa's bandages tangled around the green-haired boy and then pulled him towards the. Aizawa. I don't care, no matter what your intention is, I'm telling you that a liar shouldn't be here, things shouldn't be forced. In the past, there was a reckless hero who made his own history by saving thousands of people alone, there was also another who made a legend by becoming a legendary hero, even if you have the same courage as both of them and the best intentions. It's useless if you always limit yourself thinking that you are better than others, and if you keep thinking that, let me tell you Midoriya Izuku, even with your power, you can't become a hero. The green-haired boy opened his eyes at the last thing, although after hearing it he made a serious face. Aizawa, seeing this, just breathed, turned off his quirk and released the green-haired boy. Aizawa. What's with that face? Are you going to say something? You better save your words and show your potential with actions. I don't know how you were able to avoid my quirk, but it doesn't matter. I guess I'm getting old. Anyway, you have another chance. Use it carefully and do it once and for all. The green-haired boy picked up the ball and got into position while being watched by his teammates. Ida. I didn't hear anything, did he give you some advice? Bakugo. Surely he already told him that he will be the one expelled. On the other side, Shoto was next to the youngest daughter of the Aoirozu, the brunette looked seriously at the bicolor, for his part Shoto only smiled slightly and then noticed the girl's sight. Shoto. Are you worried about him? I'm not. The brunette turned to look at Shoto and her face changed from seriousness to confusion. Aoirozu? Who are you? For his part, the green-haired man continued standing on the field while holding the ball in his hands. Izuku. Thinking. What will I do? I still can't limit my power in a way that makes it look natural, but if I throw it all out, I'll create real chaos. I promise to limit myself, but there are no percentages with my power. Your father never hit anyone with all his power, doing so would have caused more problems than solutions. Find the balance between your normal strength and super strength, a strong grip and a grip. Izuku, you look really cool. You're going to change the world, son. The green-haired boy made a serious face, that was it, an intermediate point of his strength, he didn't have to throw the ball with enough force to overcome Bakugo and impress his teammates, he had to do it to show that he could forge his own path. The boy smiled decisively, took the ball firmly and prepared himself. Aizawa. He really will. Shoto. You don't have to use all your strength Izuku, just enough to show that you can be capable of representing the hope of the people. With a smile on his face, the green-haired boy threw the ball with force. The result was a projectile launched with enough force to generate some shock waves. This generated a small air current that surprised everyone. The ball took a few moments to fall, but when it did the figure surprised everyone. Kilometer with meters. The figure made everyone open their eyes in total surprise. Ball. 1 kilometer. Shoto, despite being the green-haired boy's best friend, was surprised. It was one thing to know that the green-haired boy was quite strong, but it was a totally different thing to see him in action, even though he knew he was limiting himself. For his part, the green-haired boy turned to look at his teacher. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, I don't hold back because I feel superior to others, I do it because I know what my power is capable of. A careless man uses it without thinking about the consequences of his actions. A wise man chooses his fights carefully and understands the meaning of strength. I seek to be a hero who can save everyone, that is the hero I want to be. The black-haired man looked at his student and then smiled. Aizawa. This boy. The green-haired boy clenched his fist with determination while smiling. Shoto was also impressed and happy for his best friend. Unfortunately, someone didn't share the impression. Bakugo. What the hell was that power? Bakugo had his mouth open but an angry expression on his face. Bakugo. Quirks are supposed to appear at 4 years old, this is impossible. What does this mean? At that moment Bakugo made explosions as he threw himself at Izuku, scaring everyone. Bakugo. Hey. Tell me what's going on, you damn Deku bastard. The green-haired boy was surprised by this because he couldn't anticipate such a reaction from the blonde. Izuku quickly thought about taking flight to avoid his rival and land instantly. He would use his super strength to cover himself, but then some bandages were thrown and managed to catch Bakugo, stopping him. Bakugo. What the hell are these things? They're stiff and no, I can't use my quirk. The green-haired boy turned his gaze, seeing that it had been his sensei who had thrown his bandages at the blonde at the same time that he used his quirk again. Aizawa. They're weapons, capture bandages made with carbon fiber, combined with a metal cable whose alloy is special G's. Don't make me use my quirk multiple times, brats, my eyes will dry out. This is a waste of time, if you think we're done, you're wrong, there are 3 more tests left. All. More evidence. Aizawa. Move. Everyone nodded. Izuku breathed and walked next to Bakugo, who was beyond furious. Bakugo. You're a damn stone in my path. But everyone just ignored him. So the 3 remaining tests followed. Sit-ups, push-ups, and one last race. Izuku was able to pass them, just like his teammates. The boy was breathing slightly labored. Shoto, for his part, handed him a bottle of water. Shoto. Here, don't let a lung come out. Izuku. Hahaha, very funny. Shoto. I thought you'd been training. Izuku. Yes, but this is the first time I've used my super strength for long periods of time. Shoto. I see, by the way, good throw, although you went a little too far. You managed a kilometer. Izuku. I'm sure the Infinity Girl impressed more. Shoto. It's impressive to me because I know you held back. Izuku. Will you lower your voice? I don't want Aizawa-sensei to hear you and expel me for being a liar. Shoto. Hahaha, did I call you a liar? Izuku. Yes. Shoto. Well, I think for him you looked very obvious, he's a professional hero and a teacher, he has to notice those kinds of details. Izuku. Yes, I already realized. Aizawa. Okay, come on, I'll give you the results quickly. All the boys approached, forming a circle around their teacher. Aizawa. I will give the total and the place where they were, giving them the result of each test would be ridiculous and a waste of time, so that's why I will show them all at once. The black-haired boy pressed a button on a controller and generated a holographic screen where all the results were shown. Izuku searched for his name and found himself in TH place. The boy was surprised to be in that place and not lower. On the other hand, he also noticed that YehosuaHernandez had come in first place, which impressed him. Izuku. Thinking. Wow, that's amazing, it's not for nothing that he got in on recommendation, his quirk is incredible. On the other hand, a scream was heard from one of the students, who was a boy of very small stature with hair in the form of purple spheres, which apparently was his quirk, since he could detach them from his head and stick them to any surface. No. I don't want to be expelled, I suffered so much in that exam, and I didn't even get to wear my hero suit or see any girls. The dwarf started to cry comically before Aizawa smiled again in a strange way. Aizawa. By the way, I was lying about being expelled. At that moment everyone's faces were in total confusion while their teacher continued smiling. Aizawa. It was a rational deception that would force them to use their quirks to the limit. At that moment both the purple-haired boy and an invisible girl who had apparently finished in TH place expressed their fear with a question. Both? What? But at that moment and trying to calm her companions, YehosuaHernandez approached the girl with a slight smile. YehosuaHernandez. Well, of course it was a lie, it was obvious if you thought about it carefully. But the purple-haired man fell to his knees on the ground. I didn't notice. For his part, Izuku approached his best friend. Izuku? Yes, it seems that she got in by recommendation, she's too smart haha. Shoto? Yeah, well, though. Izuku? Don't you dare say that you knew it too, soba face, it doesn't suit you, you believed it too. Shoto? Shut up haha. On the other hand, a black-haired boy spoke to another boy with spiky red hair who also seemed familiar to Izuku. Haha wow, that was a bit worrying, wasn't it? Yes, but it doesn't matter, I'll take the challenges whenever. Aizawa. Well shut up now, that's all for today, you can go now, there are brochures with the study plan and such in the classroom, take one when you return to the classroom, but I warn you that I hope you are ready, because tomorrow there will be much more rigorous tests. The green-haired boy watched his sensei slowly walk away while everyone else returned to the locker room. Izuku saw how Yaoirozu continued trying to calm the invisible girl while talking to a girl with violet hair and a kind of jacks hanging from her earlobes. Izuku also seeing that there was nothing to stay for went to the locker room while talking to Shoto, although both were seen by Bakugo who was furious. On the other hand, the black-haired man arrived at his office where he sat down and took out his sleeping bag, although before he could go to sleep someone opened the door to his classroom, it was the heroine Nana Shimura who had a smile on her face. Aizawa. Huh? What are you doing here, Shimura? Do you really have that much free time? Nana. Hahaha good old boring Aizawa, I was passing by and found out you're the homeroom teacher for class A. Aizawa. Did you find out by accident or did the director tell you? Nana. Hahaha, judging by your bored face, I bet you didn't expel them all. Aizawa. What do you mean? Nana. Don't joke with me, Aizawa liar, April Fool's Day was last week, I know, you punished an entire first-year class last year with expulsion, I'm surprised you didn't do it this year, for a man like you to go back on his word, it seems that this class really surprised you. Aizawa, for his part, just looked at the woman carefully before smiling. Aizawa. Don't play innocent with me Shimura, calm down, I didn't expel your nephew. At that moment the black-haired girl's smile faltered a little. Aizawa. I'm not stupid, I read the files, it seems that that boy has a great quirk, but now I see why you weren't their homeroom teacher, impartiality isn't your thing, is that how a teacher should behave? Nana. I didn't say it for him. Aizawa. Calm down, I understand, just let me sleep besides, his potential isn't zero, that's all, he's a somewhat strange boy, but he has potential, also don't blame me, I'll always take out those who have nothing to offer to society, it's not cruel to end a dream halfway. The woman watched as the black-haired man said this and then got into her sleeping bag. Nana. Well, I guess then since you didn't expel them, I still have my job haha, rest Aizawa, I hope we can get along. Aizawa. Whatever. The black-haired woman said this and then left the living room to close the door. Nana. He and Almight don't get along, they're the opposite of each other in some ways, but I'm surprised Izuku made him change his mind, hahaha it really is something surprising. The woman looked at the window with a smile, remembering the last words of a conversation she had with Inko. Clark was sure that Izuku, for various reasons, could be stronger than him. Nana. Yes, he and Almight's successor will definitely be able to stand up to him. But returning to the green-haired boy, he was walking towards the exit with Shoto, both boys were talking about various topics, catching up when suddenly someone put a hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder, he immediately turned around and found that it was Iida who had reached them. Iida. Excuse me for interrupting, are you also going to the train station? Shoto. It's nothing. Izuku. Yes, in fact that's where I'm headed. Shoto. Won't they pick you up? Izuku. No, mom is busy, she takes advantage of her free time to train, plus she joined a cooking club haha. Shoto. I see, I think my mother will come for me, if you want we can take you home. Izuku. Oh well, that would help me a lot, thanks. Iida. I guess I'll go alone then. Izuku. Haha sorry. Iida. It's nothing, you guys seem to be great friends. Shoto. We've known each other for years. Iida. That's right, but listen, how was the first day? How did it feel? Shoto. It was quite strange although normal if we take into account that it is the UA. Izuku. Strangely normal. Wow, that's a strange word. I'd say it was actually interesting. What do you think, Iida? Iida. If I had to describe it with one word I think it would also be interesting, Aizawa-sensei is a strange teacher, although his unconventional methods really work, he really managed to fool me, I always thought that UA was the best of the best, although the fact that they gave us value with a lie makes it strange. Izuku. Hahaha that's true, you know Iida, when I first met you I thought you were someone scary, but now I see that you're just very serious. Shoto. That's true. Iida. Oh, sorry about that. Izuku. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. The boys smiled a little when they saw that brown-haired girl pass by them, Iida caught their attention when he saw that she was going down the same path. Iida. Hey, you're the Infinity Girl. Uraraka. Huh? I'm Uraraka Achako, you're Ida Tenya, right? Ida? Yes. Uraraka. You're Todoroki Shoto, aren't you? Shoto. Nice to meet you. Finally the girl saw the green-haired man who tried to look friendly, although the brunette gave him a serious face, which made the green-haired man shrug his shoulders. Uraraka. And you're Izuku Deku, right? Izuku? Deku. The green-haired man looked up with a serious face, just like Shoto. Ida, for his part, was surprised to see this reaction. Uraraka. So that screaming boy, Bakugo was telling you, have you met before? Izuku, hearing this, relaxed his expression before speaking. Izuku. Yes, we already knew each other, and yes, Izuku is my name, but my last name is Midoriya. Deku is a word that Bakugo invented to insult me. The chestnut without changing expression just moved forward although apologizing for the act. Uraraka. Oh, sorry, I had no idea, no wonder I didn't find any meaning in it, although it sounds similar to GM Dekiru, or well, you can do it. Izuku. Oh, I see, but no haha, it's an insult. Uraraka. I see, well, I'm going to the station and you? Izuku. No, they'll take me home. Shoto. My mother will go through both. Ida. I'll go to the station, I'm going there. The blue-haired man pointed in a direction. Uraraka. I see, how bad, I'm going in the opposite direction, sorry Ida. Ida. It's nothing, well, we'll see you later guys. Izuku. See you later. The blue-haired boy left, leaving the three boys alone in a somewhat uncomfortable environment. Shoto, noticing this, saw a store and approached it. Shoto. I'll go quickly to the store Izuku, I won't be long, can I get you something? Izuku. Tea please. Uraraka. I'm fine, thank you. Shoto. Okay, if my mom comes by, tell her to wait for me. And saying this the boy walked away leaving the children alone. Izuku. And today was a good day, wasn't it? Uraraka. I'll be honest with you because I don't like hypocrisy, I don't like you at all. The green-haired man didn't expect this response, so he turned to look at the girl. Uraraka. Your face looks familiar but it doesn't matter, I don't like show-offs. The green-haired boy noticed an immediate change in mood. Before, the girl at school was smiling. He didn't understand how she could change her expression to a completely opposite one. Izuku. Me. Smug. Uraraka. Look, I have a clear reason to be a hero, to help my parents and the people, you have no idea about my life, you don't know me, and I don't want you to, I don't want your pity, I came to UA to become a hero who never turns his back on anyone, not to make friends, I take this seriously and you? The green-haired boy looked at the girl who, upon seeing that the traffic light had changed, moved forward. Not even a minute passed when Shoto arrived. Izuku. Thanks for the support. Shoto. Has he left already? Izuku. Yes, and it seems I have a new enemy. Shoto. Izuku Midoriya, you are the ultimate representation of bad luck hahaha, you gain a friend and an enemy on the same day. Izuku. Shut up. The green-haired boy just sighed, but his best friend supported him. Not long after his mother arrived to pick them both up, the woman dropped the green-haired boy off at his house and talked a little with Inko. Once she left they both talked. Izuku didn't omit any detail, even telling her about his friendly talk with the brunette to which his mother downplayed, so the boy finished his day. The next morning the green-haired boy returned to school where now he was one of the first to arrive, managing to grab a seat in the middle of the classroom. As more students arrived more seats were occupied. Shoto sat on his right side while Leyenda was on the left, and finally Aoi Rozu sat behind him. The girl seemed to be quite friendly, because despite not talking to him more than last time she smiled and greeted him. Izuku repeated the action kindly. Once they were all there the classes started and soon everyone realized that they were quite normal. They had English in the mornings, in fact it was at that class where Izuku was able to discover that the brunette was a quite intelligent girl, managing to answer correctly the vast majority of the time. Lunch was in the academy's large cafeteria where, in addition to gathering all the students of the prestigious school due to its large size, they could also buy gourmet food at very affordable prices, prepared by the great chef Hero Lunch Rush. That first day Izuku sat next to Shoto and Ida to enjoy his food, along with some comments and jokes, but the real test would begin in the afternoon, because that was when the classes that everyone was waiting for began. Basic hero training. All the students looked up when they recognized the voice, there was no doubt, it was him. A muscular figure entered the room quickly, blonde hair, darkened face, a red suit with white lines and a wide smile, yes, he was. All Izuku and Shoto. Almight. Almight. I'm walking through the door like a normal person. Yes. It's Almight. Incredible, he really is a teacher. That suit it's from the Silver Age, isn't it? Your style is amazing. Everyone was surprised to see the blonde symbol of peace, except Shoto who despite being a fan of the hero, didn't make much of a fuss and Izuku who was excited but not for the blonde, but for the person who accompanied him. Almight. We will teach the basic hero training course. Wait, he said we. But I only see him. Nana. Yes, he said, because he doesn't come alone. Everyone turned back to the door to see the black-haired woman come in dressed in her hero costume, while making the peace sign with a smile. Everyone was impressed, they had two great heroic figures in front of them. It's Nana Shimura. The strongest heroine of all. She's never backed down and always manages to win battles. She's a brave and very strong woman. I can't believe we have both of them as teachers. The green-haired boy just smiled as he remembered what his superior had told him, and that was that no one could know their relationship as aunt and nephew or teacher and student, all this to avoid them thinking that there would be favoritism, but that did not stop the boy from smiling discreetly greeting his aunt who nodded slightly returning the greeting. Shoto. Did you know this? Izuku. It was a secret. Shoto. I see we have to work more on our communication, don't you think? Izuku. Don't get angry, I'll explain it to you later, now pay attention. Nana. The reason why we two are your teachers is precisely to give you our experience while you learn. We will give you advice and guide you on the path to being a hero, a different way of learning, but in the end you will have the basic knowledge to become one. Almight. You must take the best opportunities and give your best, that's why we will get straight to the point, today we will have combat training. The blonde took out a large card that had the name of today's class in gold letters, everyone was excited. Almight. And that's what they'll use this for. The blonde pointed towards the wall from where some metal walls with briefcases on them which had numbers came out. Nana. These are your hero outfits, you know, they're made to make effective and practical use of your quirks, and they're obviously made from the requests you made before school started. Almight. After you change, head to the beta training area. All? Yes. Izuku for his part saw the walls and hugged his backpack. Izuku. Hero suits. There was no time to waste, everyone took their briefcase and went to the locker room. The training area was a replica of a city, a huge complex with buildings, shops and houses. At the entrance doors of this were already Almight and Nana, waiting for the boys who did not take long to come out, all wore their hero costumes and walked proudly out of the tunnel, letting both heroes see their students. Almight. They say people make the man, young people you have to realize that from now on you are all heroes. Yes, everyone inspired by the hero's words were happy, they had already left the place, Almight smiled with pride. Almight. That's great, young people, you all look surprisingly good. Now, we have to get started, don't you think? All? Yes. But then Nana took a few steps forward looking for someone. Nana. Wait Almight. Almight. What's going on? Nana. One of them is missing. Almight. Oh yeah. Shoto. That's right Izuku is missing. Bakugo. Let's start without that damn nerd, he's probably shaking in fear like the shit he is. The blonde formed a sinister smile, but at that moment they heard footsteps approaching which made everyone turn around. Izuku. Sorry I took a while. The green-haired boy was approaching, but for some reason no one could see his suit, it was as if it were black, but soon everyone managed to see some red details like a belt, boots and a shield. They also heard the waving of a cape which also seemed to be red. The green of Izuku's hair, as well as the red color, was what stood out the most about the freckled boy, but it only took a few seconds for everyone to see what it was. Flashback. Inko. I know it will fit you, who better than your mother to give you directions. In fact, I helped with the sewing of the materials. The green-haired boy took what was inside the box and took out a suit which was a uniform blue color with a red belt and cape. The boots were inside the box, but like the other accessories it was also red. The boy looked at the chest area, seeing that there was the diamond-shaped shield with the S in the center on the yellow background. Yes, that was his hero suit. Needless to say, the green-haired boy was surprised by this. Izuku. Mom you didn't have to But the smiling green-haired girl interrupted her son. Inko. You're not going to fight crime wearing pajamas, son, Izuku, thanks mom. Inko. Actually the cloak. The green-haired man saw the cape which was the same characteristic red color, upon seeing it the woman shed some tears. Inko. We used your father's cape there was no point in saving it and leaving it lying around, I'm sure he would have liked you to use it, son. The same technique was used to try to amalgamate the fabric with another that was resistant. Fortunately, science advances quickly. It couldn't be matched, but it will serve you, I'm sure. Izuku couldn't take it anymore and in tears he hugged his mother still with the suit in his hands, although he smiled and let go of his mother to see his suit. Inko. Will it help you? Izuku. It's perfect ma but. The green-haired boy smiled as his mother looked at him intrigued. Inko. But. Izuku. But I think I'll make some changes. Inko. It's your suit Izuku, I'll call Nana, what do you need? Izuku. A change of color. Flashback end. Izuku came into the light. Now everyone saw why they couldn't distinguish the boy's suit. It was a uniform black color. As said before, only the cape, the belt and the boots were red color, as well as the shield with the S. Everyone was speechless. Nana smiled proudly, although Almight made an annoyed expression when he saw it, because although the suit seemed simple, everyone immediately recognized the shield. It was impossible to forget something like that. Even Bakugo was surprised to recognize it, and although the black color was somewhat difficult to overlook, this did not matter to Izuku, who smiled. Izuku. I'm here. Shoto. Conceded. Izuku. What can I say, this is. Flashback. Yo. Nko saw the suit, which now had the predominant black color in the suit. The boy had gone down the stairs with it, on making the woman look at him confused. Nko. I know I said it was okay for you to change the color, but I don't understand, why black, son? Izuku. Because even in the darkest moments, hope finds a way. Hope is the light that brings us out of the darkness. The boy turned to his mother, who smiled proudly upon hearing the explanation. Izuku. My father represented hope, but he is no longer with us, so now it is my turn. By putting on this suit, by carrying this shield pointing at his chest, I make the promise to continue fighting no matter what happens. I will never give up. The woman looked at her son, who with a serious face approached her and took her by the shoulders. The woman smiled and took his hand carefully. Inko. I'm proud of your son, and I'm sure your father would be too. You look really great. Izuku. He thanks Ma. Inko. So it's already decided, right? Insert the Superman Returns main titles theme by John Ottman and continue reading. Izuku. Yes. The boy let go of his mother and saw her fists, and then looked back at his mother. Izuku. This will be. Flashback end. Izuku. My hero suit. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.